Chapter 386. In the palace, Li Longji, who was waiting to get off work, was listening to Guozi's report. People appeared one after another. They were all flying in the sky. Later, Li Dongzhu flew over and fought with those people. Guozi told him what he had seen and heard. Li Longji listened with wide eyes. There was something that could detect the winged knights at night. Li Yi could fly in the sky. Wang Xing and the others always dug up other people's graves and sent them to Li Yi for treatment. That child was actually the great-grandson of the Su family who had died? Okay, I'll ask right away. Li Longji didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted to leave now and stop looking for women. Your Majesty, there's still the hot air balloon. It's said that it will come out in 3 days, Guozi reminded. There's no need to worry about that. Li Yi said that he can do it, so he will definitely do it. Li Longji threw down this sentence and left. Li Longji went to the workshop and found Li Yi. Li Yi stood in front of a large blackboard and explained the hot air balloon's principles, structure, layout, and required materials to the craftsman. There has to be a bracket here. Otherwise, it will burn the cloth when it's lit. The balance of the hanging basket is the most important. You can add a pendant below. Sandbags should be placed in the basket. They have to be small and can be placed on the edge of the basket to adjust the balance. The basket can't be made of metal unless we develop a good alloy in the future. For the alcohol burner, the seal is the key. Press the air in and drive the alcohol out to burn. The craftsmen listened carefully. At the same time, they were thinking about how to make it and which part was the most difficult. Li Longji stood at the door and listened together. He could understand a small part of it. As for how to make it, it was not up to him. As he listened, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He realized that with Li Yi around, many technical problems were not a problem. It seemed that as long as Li Yi wanted to make something, he would definitely make it. This hot air balloon was a good thing that could take people to the sky. Admiring the things on the ground from the sky was one of its functions. Its most important function was in war. When the conditions were right, there would be siege towers for people to go up and observe the surrounding enemy situation. The siege towers were too big, and many terrains were not suitable for transportation. Even if they were to disassemble and reassemble them, it would be troublesome. Looking at the appearance of the hot air balloon, it was a big bag. After it was opened and ignited, it turned into a big ball. If this thing flew a few miles high, wouldn't it be the same as standing on a mountain and looking at the enemy? Li Yi continued to explain. Rope, we can't use thick hemp rope anymore. Spend more money and use silk. Silk is strong and light. Instead of using a thick hemp rope, the hot air balloon still needed to be towed after it rose, and the weight of the hemp rope would delay things. It's also easy for the hemp rope to be blown by the wind and cause the hot air balloon to become unstable. It's very dangerous. Li Longji stood there and nodded. That's right, hemp rope is not good. Silk, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or not. In a war, as long as one could use money to form a soldier class to suppress the enemy, which one of them didn't use money to do so? When it was almost time for dinner, Li Yi finally finished. The craftsmen immediately went to eat. When they came back, they had to work overtime to study the hot air balloon. Of course, they had to take turns to rest. Li Yi didn't want the craftsmen to be too tired. Brother Yi, with this hot air balloon, our Tang dynasty's soldiers can have fewer casualties. Even a hot air balloon could accidentally fall down by itself, or be shot down by the wind when it lowered its altitude. But it can cause more damage to the enemy. It's worth it. Li Longji thought that the hot air balloon wasn't really invincible, but so what? 100 hot air balloons could form an army and kill 10,000 enemies. 100 hot air balloons were all destroyed and the non-commissioned officer on them were all dead. It was worth it. The operation is the most dangerous, especially the wind. In a war, if you want to use ballistae to shoot a small dot flying in the sky, you can only do so if you have a concentrated ballista formation. Moreover, that formation requires the left and right positions to adjust the angle in advance and ensure the accuracy of the arrows. Li shook his head and explained the situation of using large ballistae to shoot a hot air balloon more than 1,000 meters high. When the hot air balloon is above, you don't need to aim to shoot arrows into the crowd. Shoot from below, look up and see a small dot. How do you aim? How can the enemy target the hot air balloon? Charge at the formation. Rush over and grab the rope. I believe that if the formation is about to be broken, our soldiers will take the initiative to cut the rope. Or the people above cut the rope from the other end. It's impossible for the enemy to catch it. Li Longji quickly thought of the situation and felt that the enemy charging at the formation was the most stupid thing to do. Only the hot air balloon can compete with the hot air balloon. Li said a classic sentence. He already knew that only the tank can fight against the tank, and only the sniper can fight against the sniper. The two of them came to the cafeteria. Empress Wang was already sitting down. She didn't make any extra requests today, but she didn't have any appetite. Brother Yi, if the enemy gets the hot air balloon that fell, will it be easy to imitate it? Li Longji asked after he sat down and served himself his favorite dishes. Spheres and baskets are easy and not difficult. The fuel is the problem. We have alcohol and a blowtorch. The blowtorch can adjust the size of the flame and control the flying height of the hot air balloon. You can't burn coal to start a fire. If you burn firewood, the continuous fire of firewood is different. You can't add firewood and remove firewood, right? Alchemical fire oil is easier to burn, but with their technology, they can't control the fire of the alchemical fire oil. Li knew that there was something that could provide enough heat value, oil. Some places have oil on the ground and people will use it to start a fire. Uncle is right. Their technology is not good. Their craftsmen took something that you specially researched and can't imitate it. Empress Wang didn't know what the hot air balloon was. She only supported the theory that Zhuangzi's technology was good. Li Longji was completely relieved. He thought for a while and whispered, "Brother Yi, I heard that you can fly. The things used and the monitoring devices are the same as the ones in my hospital. At a critical moment, it can carry a person with it. It can't fly for too long." Li told him what was going on without hesitation. "Oh, good. It's good that you can carry a person." Li Longji nodded and didn't say anything else. For the next 3 days, nothing unexpected happened. Old Lady Su also didn't come. Obviously, there was no problem with the sealing needles. On the morning of April 16th, the hot air balloon was about to come out. Everyone was ready to witness a miracle. Empress Wang also wanted to see it. She stood there with her belly protruding. Everything was ready. "Ouch, my stomach hurts. I can't take it anymore." Empress Wang suddenly shouted. "Stop. Go to the delivery room. The midwife is in place." Li shouted. Qing Song and Gu Yan immediately helped Empress Wang lie down on the cart beside them. The palace maids followed suit. Empress Wang was sent to the delivery room. Li changed his clothes and prepared for the most critical moment. "Zhuangzi, line up for all O-type blood. The nurses will draw blood. I want to send it over for processing and storage." Li ordered while changing his clothes. Empress Wang was O-type blood. He was used to calling her that. He was most worried about special situations. He was afraid that he couldn't handle it alone. It required support and treatment. There must be people in every position. Then, a large amount of plasma would be used to dilute the amniotic fluid in the blood. If it wasn't this situation, it would still be troublesome. The villagers were busy. One of the eunuchs and palace maids ran out and said a few words to someone outside. The person outside rode on a horse and rushed to the palace. Chapter 387. The delivery room was right next to Li Yi's hospital, and the doors were all connected. The villagers also went to the delivery room to give birth, and there were auxiliary production tools in the delivery room. There were shelves that could be grabbed while standing, chairs that could be used like a toilet, and there were places for hands to grab and feet to step on. It depended on the pregnant woman's situation. If it still didn't work, then Li Yi would do it. But so far, none of the pregnant women in Zhuangzi had used Li Yi. According to Li Yi's thoughts, one reason was that they had good control. They didn't need to raise the child that big, and they often checked their bodies. In addition, these women worked hard and did all the hard work, so their bodies were strong. Li Yi also had them stretch their legs and do splits when they had nothing to do. Everything was to prepare for the birth of a child, and many of the villagers' women had given birth before. The villagers' blood was drawn out, and each person took 200 milliliters of blood, just one bag. Li Yi sent the blood to the equipment to be processed. Only when there was no other way would they directly transfuse blood. Some of the blood had problems, so direct transfusion was risky. Even if they were of the same blood type, there was a chance that they wouldn't match. The delivery room was fully equipped, so there was no need to run out to boil water. There were 12 experienced midwives, who had delivered many babies in Zhuangzi, so they cooperated well. At this moment, they just had to wait for Empress Wang's next move. This time wasn't necessarily long. It could be the next second, or the next day. A fast horse rushed into the city, and the person on the horse shouted, "Urgent report, get out of the way, urgent report." The road in the middle was a special road that could be crossed. Under normal circumstances, cars and people weren't allowed to use it. The horse ran in the middle, and soon reached the imperial city. The person on the horse continued shouting and rushed straight in. Only when he reached the imperial palace did he dismount and run. In Xingqing Palace, Li Longji was talking to the 3 prime ministers when the non-commissioned officer rushed to the door and shouted, "Your Majesty, the Empress is about to give birth. Change my clothes." Li Longji didn't care about the 3 prime ministers at all. Next to him, Gao Lisher took out some clothes from behind him and quickly helped Li Longji change into them. Li Longji strode out. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and said to the 3 of them, "Please go back first. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Empress and the child will definitely be safe and sound." Zhang Shua added. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan also said nice things. After Li Longji's figure disappeared, the 3 of them walked slowly towards the political affairs hall. "I hope the Empress and the child are fine. The Tang dynasty is in a mess." Yao Chong looked grim. "That's right. With a child, if anything goes wrong, Her Majesty will kill a lot of people." Zhang Shua sighed. "Li Yi is here," Lu Huaishan said. He had confidence in Li Yi. Giddy up, giddy up." Li Longji rode on a horse and sped up. His body leaned forward, and his grip on the reins was neither tight nor loose. His body rose and fell with the horse's gallop. He rode out alone, and the people behind him had just gotten on their horses. Li Longji was sweating. He was nervous. This child was shouldering too much. Li Longji urged the horse while thinking about things. Back then, he married Empress Wang. Then, he fought desperately for power. Empress Wang supported him from behind. When he sat on the throne, he immediately made Empress Wang the Empress. But the Empress didn't have a child. Many people said that he didn't have the right position, so it was like this. Now, he finally knew that the bullshit position was not right. She was sick. How could she have a child after taking the medicine given by Brother Yi? Now, nothing must happen to this child. Otherwise, those people would jump out and say this and that again. No, if something happened to the child, he would kill them all and have another child with the Empress. Li Longji made up his mind and felt at ease. At this time, the 1,000 bull guards guarding Zhuangzi had entered a state of readiness. Everyone came out, put on their armor, and checked their bows and crossbows. They knew how urgent the situation was. They couldn't make any mistakes. Empress Wang's voice came from the delivery room. "Everyone, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Uncle said that it's easier for me to have a child if I exercise too much. She actually had the leisure to comfort others. There was a trace of gentleness in her voice. The palace maids were so nervous that they were about to cry. The eunuchs' faces were pale. Li Yi stayed in the operating room very calmly. He was mentally preparing. He tried to think of Empress Wang as an ordinary pregnant woman who wasn't close to him. If there was really a need for surgery, he would throw away all his emotions when he did it. Time passed little by little. There wasn't much movement inside. Giddy up, giddy up. The sound of horse hooves and people shouting could be heard. Li Longji rode out of the courtyard with his eyes wide open. He turned over and dismounted. Then, he heard people shouting from inside. It's out, it's out. It's amazing. It's out in an instant. Quick, pat it upside down. Wah! Wah! The child's cries could be heard. Li Longji stood at the entrance of the courtyard in a daze. Li Yi, who was in the operating room, was also a little confused. It was too fast. There wasn't much crying, and no one was cheering by the side. There was no movement just now. She gave birth in an instant. Sister-in-law's physique was so good. Clean it up, wipe it clean, and wrap it up. The midwife's voice came from inside. Li Yi listened again. There wasn't much movement, which meant that sister-in-law's natural birth wasn't accompanied by defecation. In this way, there wouldn't even be an infection that he was worried about. As long as she recovered for a few days, she would be able to walk normally. There was no need for confinement. Confinement was to let her bones recover. Now it seemed that everything was going smoothly. There were no problems. Brother Yi, how's it going? Li Longji entered the operating room and listened to the movements inside. San Lang, I'm fine. There was no need for Li Yi to answer. There was a voice inside. The child is fine too. It's just that he didn't open his eyes. Empress Wang shouted again. Her breathing was not chaotic at all. Good. It's good that the mother and child are safe. Li Longji collapsed. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat. He wanted to cry. It's not easy. I've talked to you for so long. In a few days, I'll show you how good my son is with the Empress. Wipe your body first. After this wipe, you have to wait for at least 3 days before you can scrub again. Whether you can take a bath or not depends on your recovery. During confinement in Zhuangzi, you don't have to not take a bath or move for a whole month. It's not like outside where the mother's body smells. The midwife inside spoke. I know. I've already asked a few people who just gave birth. I've also gone to see them. Let San Lang take the child out first. Empress Wang didn't look weak at all. What was different from usual was that there was a hint of joy in her voice. The child was cleaned up neatly. He was carried out by a midwife, revealing his small face. Li Longji looked down and smiled. The child didn't look good now. His skin was wrinkled, but he would slowly grow out in a few days. Congratulations, third brother. Let's weigh him. Li Yi wanted to weigh the child. After weighing it, it was 2.5 caddies. If it was converted to Li Yi's weight, it would be 6.77 caddies. Li Yi performed a simple examination on the child. At the same time, the umbilical cord blood was sent out for testing. When the results were out, Empress Wang walked out by herself. She took the child and smiled. I thought it would be difficult to give birth. It's so easy. She said as if everyone was lying to her. Chapter 388. Empress Wang's child was born, and Li Longji wished he could grant amnesty to the world. Pregnant women needed to rest, even if Empress Wang looked fine. She couldn't use the fan or the wall, and she couldn't use ice cubes. She was hot, and so was the baby. Brother Yi, your sister-in-law is hot. Li Longji walked around the room and came out to look for Li Yi. Actually, put ice cubes in front of the fan, and it's fine to blow it in normally from the outside. Why don't you use the air conditioner to cool down? Li didn't think there was a problem, but everyone was worried and said it was an evil wind. In that case, they could use the air conditioner in the hospital. If they felt cold, they could increase the temperature. Is there any other way? You said that the air conditioner is not good for the body. Li Longji thought of this matter. One is to have running water below to take away the heat. There's also the simplest way. Li thought of an idea. He pointed to the courtyard. There are several rooms. Let the wind blow in one room first and add ice cubes. When it's cold, sister-in-law will go over. Li Longji continued, let's continue to blow in the other room and wait for it to get hot before changing. Li nodded. Yes, didn't you say it was an evil wind? This time, there will be no wind after blowing. Okay. Li Longji agreed. Then, some people were tired, and he was ready to change in 3 rooms. There were 2 groups of people who were there to step on the fan and put ice cubes at the same time. After giving the instructions, Li Longji didn't leave and stayed there to guard. He sent someone back to arrange things, mainly because Empress Wang was going to announce that she was going to give birth to a child today. It was so magical that both of them were born together. During lunch, Empress Wang ate in the room. It was cool, but she felt uncomfortable holding the baby. She wanted to bask in the sun, but she couldn't. She didn't want to leave the baby. So, Zhuangzi started to make new windows and install glass. First, he installed the glass in 2 rooms, and after she changed in with the baby, he installed the glass in the 3rd room. In this way, the child would be able to bask in the sun for the next 2 days. 3 days later, he would bask in the sun in the morning when the sun had just risen, and bask in the sun in the evening when the mountains were about to set. Li Longji was still worried about Zhuangzi's safety. What if someone attacked and Brother Yi couldn't react in time? What if Brother Yi used his lifespan to exchange for it and ended up killing himself? Brother Yi, is your hot air balloon ready? Li Longji thought of a solution. Alright, we have to test it today. Let's change it to tomorrow. It's a little windy in the afternoon, so it's better to test it for the first time when the wind is light. Li didn't mind waiting another day. This is also a military weapon, so it has to be protected like gunpowder. Wait for me to submit a memorial to His Majesty. It would be best to send the winged knights. Li Longji found a reason. Don't you have a hot air balloon? His Majesty will send the winged knights over to guard it. Li didn't think it was necessary, but when he thought about how he still needed the winged knights to operate it, he decided to come over and familiarize himself with it in advance. He nodded in agreement and turned back to teach the nurses. There were 50 people and 30 young imperial physicians in Zhuangzi's room. Li Longji held a teacup and went in and out of the room to take a look. He couldn't stay still. The palace soon received news that Empress Wang gave birth safely. The child weighed 5 kilograms and had no problems. That young man is a person with great fortune. The people by his side are all blessed, Imperial concubine Dolu said to Li Dan after hearing the news. Li Dan was completely relieved. Someone had come to him before and asked him to talk to Li Longji about abolishing the empress. Later, seeing that he and Li Longji were indifferent, they wanted to appoint a crown prince. If the crown prince had another concubine's son, would the empress still have a place in the harem? If the crown prince ascended the throne, what would happen to the empress? Now, the empress had her own son. This child was the crown prince, and the emperor was young. Li Dan didn't know that in history, Li Longji lived a long life, and the crown prince grew up year by year. There was no chance for him to ascend the throne. Li Longji began to suspect that his son was too anxious. At that time, Wu Huifei had casually made up a story about 3 people rebelling, which was full of loopholes, and Li Longji had pushed the boat along with the current to kill them. Li Dan, who didn't know the future, understood the consequences of the emperor being young and the crown prince not being young. Newborns were much younger than their parents, so they were less dangerous. On the other side, in earthly paradise, the 4 people who heard the news came to eat. Wei Zhigu was pulled over by Zhang Shua. There will be peace for a few years, but that child won't be in the palace much. Zhang Shua said as he drank. He was happy that the empress had a son. Many voices were suppressed, and others couldn't use this as an excuse to cause trouble. I wonder when the crown prince will be appointed. Lu Huaishan considered the issue of the crown prince. Wei Zhigu said, once the crown prince is appointed, he will need to enter the Eastern Palace. The officials there are busy, so it won't be early. At least not until the 30,000 winged knights are trained. He pointed out that there were too many people in the Eastern Palace, and they could be bribed. Wouldn't it be normal if something happened to the child and he died? Even if everyone in the Eastern Palace was killed, the child still wouldn't be able to live. This old man has waited for so long. Yao Chong closed his eyes and sighed. He was the unluckiest one. Many people advised him to tell the emperor about the crown prince, but he received a mirror from Empress Wang. Everyone waited together, and he endured the pressure. Finally, Empress Wang was amazing and gave birth to a son. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will probably ask to take a look, and then the child will be brought over for everyone to see. Zhang Shua mentioned that there was a department in charge of the members of the imperial family. Yao Chong said, when the time comes, we'll go take a look together. We can't let them carry the child, in case someone slips and falls to the ground. As for poisoning, turn it back to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. What kind of poison can stump him? There's no chance to poison him. Besides, he's Empress Wang's child. Why poison him? Lu Huaishan felt that everyone was possessed, thinking that someone wanted to harm the child. That night, Li Longji pretended to write a letter, saying that he would have someone send it to the palace tomorrow. He told Li Yi not to rush to test the hot air balloon and to wait. The next morning, he took the letter and left. At noon, a battalion of winged knights rushed to Zhuangzi. Li Longji didn't have to go to work in the afternoon, so he also wanted to watch. Li Qingqi followed closely, wanting to watch the show. During lunch, old man Mu Qingxi and Lady Mu brought 10 cows to Zhuangzi. When they were eating with Li Yi, they mentioned that they wanted to stay in Zhuangzi for a month. It was too hot at home and they were afraid that there would be problems. For the sake of the 10 cows, Li Yi agreed. They were regular customers. Lady Mu heard that there was a woman in Zhuangzi who had just given birth and wanted to take a look. Li Yi didn't agree at first. Later, Lady Mu mentioned that she wanted palace maids and eunuchs to stay by her side and take a look. She liked children. Li Yi asked third brother for his opinion. Li Longji had a vigilant look on his face as he ordered 2 more of his men to follow him. Noble consort Lu succeeded in seeing Empress Wang and the child. The child opened his eyes, but he couldn't see anyone. Everything was taken care of by the adults. Empress Wang fed him personally, and there were people from Zhuangzi beside her. Noble consort Lu wiped her tears when she saw the child, saying that it wasn't easy. It's not easy for me either. They're playing outside. I want to go see them, but I can't leave the child. Empress Wang complained. Chapter 389. After lunch, a group of people stood around the square in Zhuangzi. 2 large boxes were placed in the middle of the square. The craftsmen opened the boxes and assembled the basket on the spot. The winged knights sent a few clever people over to watch. They wanted to learn. After the basket was assembled, the next step was to install an alcohol burner in the basket. An iron can was filled with alcohol. The craftsmen tried to light it and adjust the flame at the same time. The winged knights came up and repeated the operation. All 10 of them learned it. The craftsman opened the other box. The box contained a folded hot air balloon. They took it out and unfolded it, connecting it to the basket. Sandbags were added to the basket and hung outside. There were a few inside as well. A rope was tied below and someone held the mouth of the hot air balloon. The flame from the burner began to inflate the hot air balloon. The hot air balloon gradually expanded. Before it was completely upright, the basket began to rise and people pulled it. When it was completely upright, Li Yi brought the single-person flying device and the knife up. He stepped on the flying device and put it on. The remote control was at his waist. He held the knife in one hand and placed the other on the alcohol burner. If there was a problem, he would cut the rope and fly out. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Li Yi. They were even more nervous than Li Yi. Li Yi was not in a hurry to take off. He controlled the burner and adjusted the flame. After about a quarter of an hour, he nodded. The people around him let go at the same time. The hot air balloon soared up. Finally, the rope below pulled the hot air balloon. It stopped for a while at a height of 10 feet. Li Yi nodded again. The people below began to release the rope. The hot air balloon rose higher and higher with the addition of the rope. It was very hot in the afternoon. There was no wind. Li Yi looked down from inside the hot air balloon and waved his hand. The people on the ground looked up. Someone beside them was reporting. 20 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, 180 feet, 200 feet. The rope is at the end. The rope was stretched out in an arc. There was wind in the sky. The hot air balloon could be seen moving slightly in the wind. The rope moved with the hot air balloon. It was like flying a kite, but there were people on it. Li Longji raised his binoculars and saw Li Yi standing in the hanging basket, smiling and waving to the ground. Suddenly, Li Yi made a hand gesture, and another villager who was watching through a telescope shouted, "Retract the rope, Dongzhu wants to come down. We will not release him today." The force coming from below shook the pulley, and the rope was entangled. Li Yi adjusted the flame on top, and the height gradually decreased. Half an hour later, the hot air balloon stopped 10 feet above the ground. Someone pushed a ladder over. Li Yi lowered the aircraft with a rope and waited on it. One of the winged knights went up, and the hot air balloon rose again, stopping at a height of 500 feet. This time, Li Yi came down. Another winged knight went up and repeated the previous steps to learn how to operate the torch. Li Longji stopped watching and pulled Li Yi back into the house. Li Qingqi followed them in. "Brother Yi, the hot air balloon is indeed a military weapon. As long as the wind is controlled well, it can send soldiers directly into the enemy's city or camp at night." Li Longji knew that after seeing the flying demonstration, he felt that his palace was no longer safe. If the wind blew into the palace and a large group of hot air balloons landed with soldiers, who would be able to react? Transmitting confidence is also useful. For example, if a city is besieged, reinforcements can contact the people in the city through the hot air balloon. As long as there are enough people, they can send arrows and food. The morale of the soldiers defending the city will be high. Li Qingqi thought of logistics. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, the hot air balloon was specially used to bully people. Li Longji thought for a while, bring kerosene. Even if it's daytime, fly to the enemy's tent, set it on fire and throw it down. He knew how the other party would feel. A height of more than 200 feet, no, even if it was 500 feet, ordinary crossbows would not be able to touch it. If the ballista was set up and aimed at the sky, it would need to calculate the angle, the accuracy of the arrow, and the speed. How could it be shot? If there was kerosene on the tent, it would be better to put out the fire. Whoever it landed on would be unlucky. At that time, the general would not be in the mood to plan for battle. He could only change into ordinary clothes and hide among the soldiers. The tents would be set on fire one by one. Baggage, provisions, and warhorses would also be set on fire. This item must not be used by civilians, unless you, Zhuangzi, use it yourself. After Li Longji discovered the danger, he restricted it like a firecracker. Li Qingqi suddenly smiled, in the enemy's limelight, tie it with a rope and fly the kite. The cavalry is ready. When the hot air balloon team attacks, the enemy's formation will be messed up and the cavalry will charge. It's best to use it against the Tubo and Turkic people because they have many horses. If the cavalry does not gather together, They will not be able to fight as a group. If they are put together, the horses will be afraid of fire. After they are thrown down, the horses will run everywhere. How can they fight a battle? Li Yi still smiled and nodded. Air forces were very good at suppressing ground forces. In a large-scale battle, military formations were what was needed. The right of using the right and wrong tactics to win was when two armies faced each other and their formations were stable. Whoever drove the formation to charge first would be at a disadvantage. The others could mobilize their own formations according to the situation. The general had to stay by the flag and rely on it to stabilize the morale of the army. The hot air balloons threw incendiary bombs at the flag. The three of them discussed how to use it. The winged knights who went up and tried it again and again liked the hot air balloon tool. Whether the cavalry was chasing the enemy or avoiding the enemy, whoever could see further was better. The hot air balloon could be disassembled and reassembled. The winged knights could be put on the horses and mobilized. When needed, they could be assembled and besieged. The guards on Zhuangzi discussed with each other and discussed whether they should put one of them up there to keep an eye on the situation during the day. At this time, people in Zhang family village, Imperial Plantation, and Ba River all noticed the big ball that rose and fell for a while. Those with good eyesight could even see the hanging basket under the ball and the people in the hanging basket. Wasn't this the same as people flying in the sky? What was that ball? It must be something made by Li Dongzhu. Isn't it afraid of falling down when it flies in the sky? A person passing by the other side of the river saw it. The person next to him said, "It's useless to fly in the sky unless it can be used to travel." Another person said, "It's used in war. If I hit you in the sky, I can hit you on the ground. You can't hit me." Indeed. If I throw a stone in the sky, you have to dodge it. If it hits your head, you'll be dead. Oh, then the Tang dynasty is powerful. But I don't know if it's easy to make. How much does it cost to make one? It's too expensive. The army can't use it. No matter how expensive it is, we have to make it. Many fewer people will die. We can save the money to make this ball. The people soon found that the biggest use of a flying ball was in war. They were not stupid at all. Some people entered the city and told others what they saw. Soon the news spread like wildfire. At night, the whole Chang'an knew about it. Li Dongzhu and Ba River made a new ball that could fly people in the sky. If it was used in war, the people on the ground could only watch helplessly. It was very powerful. In the future, fewer people would die in the Tang dynasty. Whoever was not convinced could send the ball over. The foreign guests living in Honglu Temple were scared. There was something that could fly people in the sky and attack the ground. Chapter 390. Although Tubo, Tujue, and Khitan were hostile to the Tang dynasty, they still had people in charge of diplomacy in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, diplomats were in charge of intelligence gathering. Most of the intelligence they had collected was about a certain official or a relative. This included things in the palace and what the emperor of the Tang dynasty liked. Since last year, the intelligence they collected pointed more to the Li family Zhuangzi. They said that Li Yi took out something from Li Nong the day before yesterday. They drew the blueprint and sent it back. They couldn't bring the real thing because they would be stopped. They said that Li Yi took out something yesterday and continued to draw the blueprint and send it back. They said that Li Yi asked the people to dig ice to make money. He also gave them tools to stand on ice and tools to drill ice. They said that Li Yi asked the people of Chang'an to make money by rubbing mud. The people had a better life and had more money to spare. They said that the fireworks made by Li Yi could be used to bomb the enemy. They were very powerful. Even if they bought them, they would only be watched. They said that Li Yi took the chickens and ducks on Zhuangzi to Hunan province. A large area east of Taihang Mountains had been attacked by locusts. The chickens and ducks were dealing with it. Before 2 days of peace, an even more frightening news came out. Li Yi made a big ball that could fly people in the sky. How could the envoys from other countries not know what the commoners could think of? This big ball was deadly. The military forces of the Tang dynasty prepared a large number of people. How should they deal with it? Both sides agreed to set up a formation and look for opportunities to kill. However, the Tang dynasty flew over and specifically looked for flags to attack. How could they command? No, they couldn't let the Tang dynasty have it. No, they couldn't just let the Tang dynasty have it. They wanted it too. Whether they wanted to fight the Tang dynasty or other countries, the envoys were all thinking about the new thing. It's right to dismiss the workers. It's useless to keep them. Yao Chong went to earthly paradise for dinner. Wei Zhigu didn't come today. Yuanji, don't keep thinking about it, Lu Huaishan advised. He understood how much Yao Chong had worried about the matter of Bai Gong, how much trouble he had caused. Now that it's spread all over the city, we haven't seen the real thing, so we have to think of a way. Zhang Shua changed the topic back to business. But a ball that can make people fly must have its drawbacks. Like a flying lamp, it can only move with the wind. Lu Huaishan followed the topic. Yao Chong looked at the lantern light outside. I'm not sure how many people we can kill, but I do know that as long as the wind blows towards the enemy, they will definitely be on tenterhooks. It was fine during the day, but when the wind blew at night, would the soldiers be able to rest peacefully? Who isn't afraid of being ambushed in the dark? Yao Chong realized that the ball's deterrence might be greater than its actual combat strength. It's best if it's not easy to copy. Otherwise, I'd rather not create it to equip the army than let the enemy learn it. Lu Huaishan spoke his mind. He was afraid that the Tubo and Turks would use hot air balloons to cause trouble in the Tang dynasty. The wind is too strong. If it blows away, can the ball still fly back? Zhang Shua frowned. He knew about the Kongming lantern. A kite needs to be connected by a string. How long does the ball need to be connected by a rope? I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know where to start. Ask His Majesty to take one to the palace and have a meal. Yao Chong realized that there was nothing to discuss at the moment, so he didn't say anything. Zhuangzi was eating, and the 500 winged knights went to get their food. The topic of discussion was the hot air balloon. When I went up today, the wind was blowing towards the east at a height of 200 feet. But when I rose to 300 feet, it was blowing towards the southeast. When I reached 500 feet, it blew towards the west. I noticed that too, but when I was 100 feet, the wind blew towards the north, and when I reached 500 feet, it blew towards the northwest. Is it because the greater the difference in height, the more obvious the change in direction of the wind? Let's see tomorrow and fly higher. If that's the case, we can adjust the height and change the direction. The winged knights discovered a secret in their conversation. As long as they were familiar with the height and direction of the wind. After the hot air balloon flew out without a rope, it could still fly back. When it flew over the enemy's head, it could choose the right height and turn back. The process would be slower, but it could still cause damage to the enemy. When the wind was too strong, it couldn't fly. Li Yi, who was eating in a private room, talked about his new idea. Make a batch of Kongming lanterns. Make them a little bigger, put alchemical fire oil in them, and then take a plate of incense and light it on the rope of the holder inside. When the incense is burned there, the rope will be burned, and the lamp or candle will be tilted. The alchemical fire oil will be ignited, and the fire will burn the paper. The burning alchemical fire oil will fall from the sky and ignite the enemy camp below. Many Kongming lanterns will fly off, fly far away, and waste things. But in a battle, if it's successful at the critical moment, the enemy camp will be in chaos. Li talked about his new idea. If both sides fought, it would succeed once. No, if the enemy sees it, they will copy it. Tubo always likes to sneak attack the Tang dynasty. Li Qingqi heard this and thought that it was a good idea. A large number of Kongming lanterns flew with the wind, and some of them fell down. No one thought that if they reminded the enemy would gather the Kongming lanterns for one attack. When the wind was right, they would release them to burn the Tang dynasty's army provisions and other things. The Tang dynasty's losses would be more than the cost of making the Kongming lanterns. Li Longji nodded. Yes, don't say it, lest it gets out. Ah! Li Yi thought that it made sense. He didn't know how much money the Turks had, but Tubo had craftsmen, fields, and oil. If Tubo wanted to make them, they could definitely make them. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the craftsmen in Zhuangzi made 2 more hot air balloons. The winged knights continued to test the balloons. The length of the rope was controlled at 200 feet, and they could only use up the rope at most. This time, more people heard the news and came to watch. They couldn't enter Zhuangzi, so they watched from outside Bahui. The hot air balloons were big enough to see them rise. This included the envoys from the various countries. When they saw the 3 balls moving up and down today, their worries were written all over their faces. The people of the Tang dynasty cheered when they saw the balloons, as if the Tang dynasty would destroy all the surrounding forces tomorrow. Li Longji's morning court session ended, but Yao Chong and the other 2 didn't leave. Your Majesty, I heard that the Li family Zhuangzi has a new item. It's a ball-shaped item with a basket under it and a person in the basket. Do you know? Yao Chong asked directly. Before he could finish, Li Longji nodded. Yes, a hot air balloon. The winged knights are training it. In the future, they will look for suitable weather and opportunities to attack the enemy on the battlefield. Is it easy to make? Lu Huaishan was worried. It's easy. The Li family Zhuangzi is easy to make. The alcohol used can't be made by others, and the alcohol burner can't be made by others. Li Longji understood what the old official was thinking. Zhang Shua asked, how much will it cost? I'll pay for it. You don't have to worry. Li Longji didn't mention the cost, and he didn't want the national treasury to pay for it. Zhuazong took the money, and the imperial court had to supervise. How could Li Yi's Zhuangzi be controlled by others? Moreover, the cost was divided into the cost of materials and the cost of technology. The materials weren't expensive, but the technology was hard to come up with by Li Yi. Oh, it wasn't easy. Your Majesty, we'd like to see it. Yao Chong was helpless when he heard that Li Longji didn't want to use the imperial court's money. The previous gunpowder was not controlled by the imperial court. It was dangerous. Now, the hot air balloon was not controlled by the imperial court. A hot air balloon with gunpowder could float from Zhuangzi to the imperial city. Tomorrow morning, I'll send the winged knights to bring one over. Li Longji agreed. Chapter 391. April 18th. The weather was clear. Li Longji held a small court meeting in Hanyuan Palace. Many people did not understand what was going on. After the court meeting, Li Longji announced, there is a new item called the hot air balloon. I have brought one today. The winged knights will demonstrate it to everyone. Everyone was excited. They could actually see the legendary flying ball today. Everyone waited. The Yulin flying cavalry led 4 horses here, and the horses carried the chest. They used this to tell the officials that the hot air balloon was convenient to carry. Then, the winged knights opened the boxes and took out something. They quickly assembled and tested it. The hot air balloon was inflated. 2 people went up and controlled the alcohol burner. The hot air balloon gradually rose under the gaze of the officials. When it was 300 feet high, everyone in and out of the palace saw it. The people on the road in front of the palace stopped to watch. They could see it clearly when they got closer. There was a large basket under the colorful ball. The winged knights were in the basket. The hot air balloon continued to rise. The hearts of the officials continued to sink. They saw it clearly. It could indeed carry people, and it was the winged knights. What was the emperor of the Tang dynasty trying to say? When the hot air balloon used up the 200 feet rope and moved with the wind in the sky, the cheers of the people reached Hanyuan Palace. The officials whispered to each other. Good stuff. Take it out. Even if you don't use it, the other officials will send it back. They will be scared to death. It's best when attacking a city. It can choose the direction of the wind. If one side of the city wall is not used, the other two sides will deviate. Only one side can be used. If the wind is too strong, it won't work. If the rope suddenly breaks, the people on it will be blown away. If they fall, they will fall to their deaths. Who doesn't die in war? Falling to their deaths is a normal casualty. How long can the rope be? The longer the rope, the heavier it is. How can there be a weapon without flaws? It's already good. With the hot air balloon, it will be helpful to the other soldiers. Exactly. Without the hot air balloon, are we not going to defend the city? Even if it can only reduce the pressure on one side of the city wall, the defenders on that side can go to reinforce the other walls. It can also be used to see the enemy's layout from 200 feet high. Yes, one can watch from above and the other can signal. If the soldiers at the border knew about this, they would be very happy. It's not expensive to make, right? Even if it's expensive, we still have to build it. The ministers expressed their opinions. Your Majesty, is it time-consuming to make this thing? Why don't we? Yao Chong was the closest to Li Longji, so he asked about the time it would take to manufacture. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Longji interrupted him, there's no need. The Li family Zhuangzi can build it. It won't take long. Faster than crafting a bow? Yao Chong was still curious. A bow takes a long time, but a crossbow takes even longer. The cost of a hot air balloon is actually not as good as a crossbow. Li Longji finally revealed the truth. Crossbows required a lot of work and took a long time to complete. Hot air balloons were simple and had a shorter working time. Not counting the cost of the technology, they were naturally cheaper. Ah! Yao Chong was surprised. He thought that a hot air balloon was not enough. In the end, it was cheaper than a strong crossbow. It was normal for a strong crossbow to cost 50 to 60 taels. Then, Yao Chong did not know how to express himself. It's broken. The rope is broken. It broke about 10 feet away. A shout suddenly sounded. Everyone looked down. Sure enough, the rope floated down, and the other ropes flew away with the hot air balloon. The ministers were anxious. Were two winged knights going to fall to their deaths today? Li Longji frowned. Your Majesty, there was a sudden gust of wind just now, and the rope broke. Someone from the small yellow door ran over and explained. Everyone who was watching the hot air balloon was stunned. The foreign envoys were excited. It turned out that there was a disadvantage. Once the rope broke, people would fall to their deaths. The ministers of Hanyuan Palace looked at Li Longji. Li Longji thought about it and ordered, serve tea and wait for the hot air balloon to fly back. The ministers, if the rope broke and was blown away by the wind, how could it come back? Then what was the use of the rope? Did something happen to His Majesty because he was anxious? At this moment, the two people on the hot air balloon encouraged each other. Old Six, don't be afraid. We said before that it can be changed. Quick, keep the rope. Let's think of a way to fly back. Don't fall into the wilderness. A non-commissioned officer shouted. Got it, Big Lou. Quick, go higher. The wind direction is not right. OL-6 pulled the rope like a madman. His arms stretched out and retracted, tugging and pulling. He tied the rope into a bundle skillfully so that it would not be easy to untie. Big Lou lit the fire and the hot air balloon rose quickly. After rising to a certain height, the wind direction changed. However, it did not blow back. It continued to rise. It's a bit cold. Old Six was still there. The higher we go, the colder it will be. It's okay. Dongzhu said that after rising 333 feet, the temperature will drop by 6 degrees. We can persevere. Big Lou explained using science. If we had known, we would have worn cotton clothes. We won't be able to breathe no matter how high we go. Then let's go down. We can't be suffocated to death. At most, we'll fall into the wilderness. It's changed. Quick, this height. Let's go back. It's not easy, but we can really do it. It'll be easy in the future. Bring the clothes in the basket. Bring Dongju's oxygen bag too. After some manipulation, the hot air balloon was more than 3,000 meters in the air. It welcomed a new wind direction and blew back. Fortunately, it was summer. The temperature dropped by 20 degrees. It was still bearable. The two of them had discovered a new continent. Oh my God! They could look for the wind. Who said the hot air balloon could only fly in one direction? This rope, what use do I have for it? The two of them flew back. Li Longji was waiting. Regardless of whether they flew back by themselves or sent a message back after landing, one of them would come back. Li Longji did not believe that the winged knights would fall to their deaths. The hot air balloon was not going to be ignited. The altitude had to be lowered. After waiting for about half an hour, a Gao Lisher who was looking around with binoculars suddenly shouted, "I see it. It's in the sky. It's very small. It's floating over. It's close, close. It's above our heads. It's over." Li Longji stood up and took the binoculars. Sure enough, he saw a small balloon flying in another direction. Then the balloon started to descend. It flew to the left, then to the left, then to the right. After flying for a distance, it started to descend. As the altitude decreased, people could see it without binoculars. The hot air balloon that seemed to be getting smaller rose and fell. It seemed to be getting closer. After waiting for another half an hour, the balloon became bigger. They could see the basket and the people inside. The hot air balloon descended and was blown back by the wind. The people cheered. The envoys were depressed. It could fly back and forth without a rope. Li Longji smiled. Sure enough, the winged knights were the calmest. They were not afraid of unexpected situations. The hot air balloon was flying toward Hanyuan Palace Hall. The crowd excitedly waited for the balloon to land. The people who saw it now were closer than when it was at its highest. Many people's palms were sweating. It was probably because of the hot weather. Closer, closer. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The hot air balloon floated away when it was about 60 to 70 feet above the ground. The hot air balloon floated on the main road in front of the imperial city. A shout came from above, "Tell His Majesty that we will be back soon." This wind. When the people below saw such a big thing flying over their heads and heard the shout, many of them said at the same time, "Oh." The hot air balloon quickly rose again and flew away. "Wait a little longer," Li Longji said helplessly. The officials. Chapter 392. Soon, the people outside shouted that they would be back in a while. The people outside laughed and felt that this thing was too fun. It could fly back by itself after being blown away by the wind. The foreign envoys did not think it was fun at all. Their hearts were completely cold. The ball was not finished when the rope broke. The rope was just for show. How far could this thing fly? Would it fly all the way to the imperial city of their country? Then it would throw down a torch and fly back to the Tang dynasty? If the Tang dynasty made thousands of such balls, what would happen to their country? The people of the 10 Tujue families and Zhuya Jinshan also stood outside and watched. The people of the 10 Tujue families wondered if they could borrow it and then fight back. Zhuya Jinshan wondered if they could use it in their own family. Not to mention war, it would be good if they could fly back to the Tang dynasty and send messages back and forth. Moreover, the stronger the Tang dynasty was, the better their lives would be. The people were cheering. The winged knights were fine under the big ball. They could not fall at all. They could fly back up again. They did not have to pull down the rope when they flew too high. The officials of Hanyuan Palace were not in a hurry to work. They were waiting to see if they could come back again. It was too hot outside and there was no shade. Fortunately, there was tea to drink. Yao Cheng was excited. He did not know that hot air balloons could fly here and there. If there was no rope, a large group of hot air balloons would constantly adjust their direction and attack the enemy's formation. It would cause chaos and casualties for the enemy. Your Majesty, hot air balloons can fly over an approximate range. They can participate in battles and transport supplies on the battlefield. I just saw it. It flies very fast in the sky and is not limited by the terrain. The Tang dynasty should mass-produce it and send elite troops to operate it. It will boost the morale of the people at the border. Yao Cheng knew the power of hot air balloons. At the same time, he knew that the hot air balloons could not be controlled by other armies. They could only be managed by the winged knights. Li Longji was happy. He did not need to pay for the production of hot air balloons. Li Yi still had 10% of the dividends from earthly paradise. Li Yi was looking for ways to use it. Hot air balloons were indeed dangerous and could not be placed in other armies. Lu Huaishan didn't say anything. After knowing that it was difficult to imitate, he was completely relieved. He sat there and drank tea leisurely, waiting for the hot air balloon to return. A flying object that could adjust its own direction was as scary as it could get. He believed that many of the opportunistic foreigners would know what to do once they understood the situation. Zhang Shua borrowed the binoculars and scanned the sky, hoping to see the figure of the hot air balloon. While looking at it, he said, "How long can the lighter's fuel be used for? How many can you bring each time?" Li Longji was in a good mood and answered, "It depends on how big the hot air balloon is. The basket is light, so it can carry more things. This subject requests that a short and thin person operate it to reduce the weight." Zhang Shua said again. "N." Li Longji nodded. Among the winged knights, there was a short non-commissioned officer. Being short did not mean that he was weak. Some of the short ones who were selected were able to continuously draw strong bows and shoot accurately. Otherwise, they would not have been selected. This type of person was suitable for the hot air balloon. The bow was accurate and the weight was light. After the hot air balloon was tied to a rope and fixed at a relatively stable height, the archers on top had space to display their skills. When the arrows were used up, they would be pulled down to replenish. The other subjects were as happy as the common people. They were not people who colluded with foreigners. The hot air balloon flew over, flew away, whizzed up, and slowly floated down. Other than the disadvantage of a slow descent, everything else was an advantage. However, a slow descent also had its advantages. It could allow the people on top to adjust their attacks. As long as it rose quickly, it would be fine. Your Majesty, this subject has thought of a way to use the hot air balloon. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War stood up. He said loudly, "The enemy is not only made up of archers. There are also spears, shields, baggage, and troops carrying siege weapons. The hot air balloon can lower its altitude when it is above them and shoot arrows from a few feet above them. When their crossbows react, immediately rise to avoid it. However, be careful of being ambushed by people familiar with it." "Good!" Li Longji praised. "That's right. Everyone should think together. How else could they play?" According to Brother Yi's words, controlling the hot air balloon meant controlling the air. An army with air control would crush the enemy's ground forces without air control. As long as the air force was on a large scale, there would be no situation where the ground forces could not be controlled. Li Longji might think about whether what others said was right or not, but he directly believed that Li Yi's words were right. Li Yi never talked nonsense or bragged about matters related to the people's livelihood or military affairs. "Your Majesty, this subject also has an idea." Another assistant minister stood up. He was from the Ministry of Works. "This subject feels that the color of the hot air balloon is too conspicuous. If it is used for military purposes, it is best to paint it black. It will be more hidden at night," he said from the color. "Good." Li Longji nodded. He already knew that the army had to change the color. The color of the grassland was blue and white, like the sky. Or the grassland was painted green. It was not easy to be discovered when it was close to the ground. The color at night was not pure black. There were torches and lanterns on the ground. When faced with pure black, it was easy to see the reflection of light. Li said this. Now the ministers were working hard to think about it and needed to be encouraged. So the ministers enthusiastically spoke. Some said that powerful fireworks should be brought up and shot down. When facing the enemy cavalry, the horses would be startled with a bang. Some ministers said that when there was no contact, hot air balloons could be sent in advance to carry highly poisonous fodder. At night, the fodder could be used to feed the enemy's horses. Even if the horses did not die from the poison, they would not be in good condition. Another person suggested that after the enemy's vanguard army passed through a canyon, in the evening, the hot air balloons would carry soldiers to the two sides of the canyon to set up an ambush. When the army at the back thought that the vanguard army had cleared the ambush, they would suddenly attack and catch the enemy's army unprepared. The ministers who were usually sanctimonious thought of all kinds of schemes and tricks after the hot air balloons came out. Li Longji asked people to remember carefully. Regardless of whether it was useful now, it was still an idea. When the time came, he would give it to the winged knights and let them use it flexibly. When everyone was coming up with ideas, Zhang Shua shouted, "It's back, the hot air balloon is back. Quick, send people outside. If it runs to the sky above the street again, shout for them to descend. We will provide support." Li Longji ordered. He was afraid that if the route was not adjusted properly, the hot air balloon would run away again and leave a sentence, "We will be back in a while." Everyone looked up. After a quarter of an hour, the hot air balloon adjusted its altitude and flew over from the side. This time, there was no sudden slanting wind. The two of them actually adjusted their position. It was not easy. When they were about to reach Hanyuan Palace, Old Six shook his hand and threw down a small part of the rope. He shouted, "Grab the rope, the sky is too cold, ah." Big Lu adjusted the fire to a very small size and did not dare to extinguish it. He was afraid that the speed of descent would be too fast. The 1,000 bull guards below rushed over and grabbed the rope. It was like a tug of war. The flame of the alcohol burner on the hot air balloon was sometimes big and sometimes small. After being stabilized by the rope, it held. Then, people pulled it down. The balloon was still full. With a bang, the hot air balloon landed smoothly. Chapter 394. It was getting hotter and hotter. Even at dusk, the temperature didn't drop. On the contrary, it felt even more stuffy. The chirping of the cicadas sounded noisy at first, but after a while, it gradually became background music. The dogs in Zhuangzi were lying there lazily. When they heard someone approaching and talking, they would perk up their ears and open their eyes slightly. Then, they would close their eyes again and continue lying there. The children had changed into new summer clothes. The boys wore singlets and trousers, while the girls wore beautiful skirts and sandals made of pig skin. Dinner was served with more water and more cold dishes, especially chicken feet, pig skin, pig trotters, and fish, which were all made with jellied meat. The rice with water was good. Steamed or boiled millet, yellow rice, sorghum rice, and white rice were soaked and scooped with fresh well water. When it was eaten, it was accompanied by pickled vegetables. Usually, they could eat 2 bowls and 3 bowls easily. However, after washing 4 bowls of rice, there were only 3 bowls left. Ordinary people didn't dare to eat it. It was too fermenting. In addition to the rice with water, the villagers also liked the noodles with soy sauce. When the noodles were soaked in cold water, they would scoop up a spoonful of sauce and suck it in. Of course, garlic was indispensable. Li Yi always felt that his habit of eating raw garlic while eating noodles with soy sauce in the north was passed down from the Tang dynasty. However, during the Tang dynasty, garlic was eaten in both the north and the south. It became a trend of eating garlic. Therefore, he was eating hot pot for dinner today. He didn't want to eat staple food. He couldn't eat rice with water either. Hot pot and some wine could let him sleep well. Big Lou and Old Six gathered the winged knights who didn't stand guard. While eating, they asked the two of them how they felt when they were in the sky. They were allowed to drink. The medicinal wine they soaked in was frozen in the sky and could stimulate blood flow. Empress Wang didn't come out. She stayed in her room and looked after the children with noble consort Lu. Brother Yi, are you planning to sell the ice you stored in Zhuangzi for the winter? Li Qingqi, who had rushed to Zhuangzi, accompanied them to eat hot pot. Not for sale. From tomorrow onwards, there will be cold drinks in Zhuangzi. Li Yi shook his head. It's getting hot. Don't get heat stroke. When the topic of heat stroke was brought up, his brows twitched. The synopsis of the Golden Chamber uses the syndrome differentiation to treat heatstroke, using poison to fight poison. When the internal heat is difficult to expel, drink ginger water and monkshood water. It's the same as having hot pot for dinner tonight. It was hot outside, and the cold air was pressing in. Eating hot pot was hot, and it could expel the heat and cold in the body. Some people will also drink mutton soup and hot tea. After sweating, they will feel cool and relieve the heat. Li Yi explained that heatstroke was a type of treatment, just like yin deficiency and yang deficiency. Li Longji and Li Qingqi listened and felt that it made sense. Yes, that was exactly the case. But Li Yi's turn came. Not everyone drinks hot water when it's unbearably hot. Some people just collapse after drinking it. Therefore, don't use hot water if you can. Cold water is still very useful. Well water is good. The ground is not hot but the well water is cold. Later, I will write a method to prevent heatstroke that can be easily understood by the people and spread it. Li Yi knew that some people drank mutton soup to relieve the heat and got heatstroke in the end. The body was already hot and more heat entered. The speed of excretion was not as fast as the accumulation and they collapsed. Especially those who like to add more mutton oil and chili oil when drinking mutton soup. The two listened and nodded. They did not understand anyway. Other places are beyond my reach. The well drilling team can drill in dry places. They can't draw water. Chang'an's docks can specially drill wells. The well water is cold for the people working at the docks to drink. At the same time, they can replenish salt. Otherwise, according to previous years, there will be people who suddenly fainted while working. Li Qingqi knew that the people at the docks liked to drink river water. Now that there was soup, they would drink it. The soup was hot and cold, and they would not feel comfortable after drinking it. Coincidentally, the well drilling team left behind in Chang and did not go out. They conveniently drilled a well at every docks. Once the well water was cold, they would feel refreshed after drinking a mouthful of it. This is good. We don't have to worry about them drinking too much water and getting water poisoning. They will sweat non-stop when they are carrying. Li Yi agreed. He decided to write the method to prevent heatstroke that the people working should drink more water. As for the people working in the shade, they just need to pay attention to hydration. Drinking hot tea was not a problem. Cold tea was not recommended as drinking too much water poisoning. Things like Huaxiang Jingqi water, rock sugar mung bean water, and sour plum soup were for the rich. If the poor told them about this, they would be scolded to death. Later, I will ask Songda to lower the price of the worst tea foam. 1 copper coin per kilogram. Especially now that the tea leaves have become big leaves, there will be more foam when the tea leaves are made. It is better to give it to the people who need it. At the same time, it can also replenish vitamins and theophylline. Li Yi decided to help the ordinary people of the capital magistrate prevent heatstroke. He could not do anything about places that were too far away. He could not control the people in the world. Even if he had the ability to control them, it would be through the officials and organizations, such as various alliances. When Li Longji heard the price, he gently shook his head. You can't sell it openly. There should be a limit to prevent people from hoarding. Third brother is right. I will register that each household can only buy 1 kilogram for 10 days. Even if there are some omissions, it doesn't matter. For those who do not have a place of birth, we will put their handprints and check if the handprints are fake. It will give them the feeling that we will investigate. Li nodded. Yes, what if some wicked person saw that the tea was 1 copper coin per kilogram? No, the initial price will be 3 copper coins per kilogram. Li changed his mind. After 10 days, the price will drop to 5 copper coins per kilogram. After another 10 days, it will be 2 copper coins per kilogram. Li said. Good. Those who want to hoard it will immediately sell the tea in their hands after 2 days. They will not dare to buy more. Li Qingqi clapped his hands in agreement. After the meal, Li Yi went to write a set of methods to prevent heatstroke and predict the signs of heatstroke. It was easy to understand. He turned around and drew a simple diagram. Then, he took it to the workshop and found a random person. Then go and make it. Manual ice shaving machine. You can mix it with various kinds of fruit juice. It is cool and refreshing. Pregnant women should not eat too much. Just a few mouthfuls are enough. Children can eat a little at a time. They can eat a few more times. If they eat too much at one time, they will have diarrhea. Li sighed with emotion when he heard the sound of cicadas. He had been to Xi'an before. The sound of cicadas could no longer be heard in the city. They could only be heard in the National Conservation Park in Lantian County. In this regard, he felt that Xi'an was not as good as Henan. When he went to Zhengzhou in Henan to discuss business, many places where there were many cicadas were not allowed to sound their horns. They said that they were afraid that it would affect the cicadas' communication. Now that he heard a large number of cicadas calling out, it was annoying. There were also forest frogs, frogs in the paddy fields, and toads calling out. When it was hot and stuffy, they could only get used to the noisy noise. It's mating season again. Couples should be separated, like Liangshan Lake and Zhuangtai. After Li Yi muttered these two names, he suddenly had an idea. He walked around and found Songde, who was having dinner with Hu Ernyang. When it's time to get married, just get married. Don't always drag it out. A separate courtyard and betrothal gifts can be used at any time. Li Yi said. He asked Songde to send someone to Pyongkong Square tomorrow to invite Xinyan and the others over. He said that he had a new song to discuss. Chapter 395. Early the next morning, there were 10 ice shavers in the cafeteria. Beside each ice shaver were written the rules of eating. Pregnant women could only taste. Children should eat less each time. Adults should not eat too much to avoid a cold stomach. There was no wind in the morning. The winged knights seized the time to practice flying. Today, they had to practice landing. It would be difficult for them to float back. They could fly to the wilderness and try their best to avoid landing in the fields. The cavalry mounted their horses and the hot air balloons took off. One of the carriages in Zhuangzi entered the city. 2 female farmers entered Pyongkong Square to look for someone. The men did not come as they were afraid of getting heaty. Xian Yen had guests last night. The weather was hot, so everyone was active. The number of people in Pyongkong Square increased. They were originally tired, but after hearing Li Yi's invitation, they became energetic again. They quickly washed up and changed into beautiful clothes. When they were busy, others saw them. After asking, they felt jealous. Li Lang was looking for a woman again and did not look for them. The key was that every time Xian Yen and the others came in contact with Li Lang, they could bring back new songs. After an hour, Xian Yen and the others urged each other to get on their own carriages and set off. 50 everyone meant 50 flowery carriages. Now, they had changed to 4-wheeled carriages. That everyone in Pyongkong Square had formed a group to set off. The people on the streets were talking about it again. Where were they going? Were they going to the temple to discuss scriptures? They don't do proper business and only think about finding women all day. Yao Chong in the government hall heard the news and muttered. Zhang Shua looked at Yao Chong and chuckled. Then, It turned into a chuckle and then into a hearty laugh. Lu Huaishan glanced at Yao Chong and said, "Li Yi's medical skills are superb. Why don't you go and ask for some medicine? After taking it, you can go and find women." Ha 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 ha! Zhang Shua laughed until he held his stomach. Yao Chong was about to glare at Lu Huaishan, but Lu Huaishan went back to his room first. When Xian Yen and the others arrived in Zhuangzi and found Li Yi was sitting in front of a piano playing a tune. It had just been created. Li Yi had finished tuning and was testing it out. Li Yi was playing Adeline by the Water, which was a softer tune. Xian Yen and a large group of people quietly listened. This was the first time they had seen this kind of musical instrument. There were too many keys to pronounce. They instantly thought of the benefits of having more keys and a wider vocal range. If he could learn it, he would be able to compose more songs based on this new instrument. Li Yi played the song twice before standing up and saying to Xian Yen and the others, "The peacock flies southeast for a distance of 5 miles. Xian Yen and the rest paused for a moment before replying at the same time, 13 is able to weave, 14 is able to tailor. Yes, this is a poem about love. The most disgusting person in the poem is the parents-in-law. She chased her daughter-in-law out. The other abominable group was the woman's family. They forced the woman to her death, and then the man died as well." Li Yi spoke of the plot emotionlessly. Xian Yen and the others, "Now let me talk about another story. The most abominable group was the woman's family. The woman looked at the man who went to school with her." Li Yi continued. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Without waiting for him to finish, Xian Yen and the others spoke out in unison. They understood. "Oh, since everyone knows the story, then what about me? I specially wrote a song for this story. Oh, I copied it." When Li Yi said that he wrote it himself, his face turned slightly red and he immediately changed his words. As he spoke, he took out the symphony score that he had stayed up late to copy. "Each of you copy it. The first chapter, the prelude is Jiangnan Spring, using a flute to play." Li Yi let Xian Yen and the others flip through the book while he explained the arrangement and content of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai's symphony. As he spoke, he was still very calm. However, Xian Yen and the others were very touched. When Li Yi finished talking about the final butterfly, Xian Yen and the others' eyes were red as they took the book and ran away. They wanted to find a place for a few people to copy first before passing it to the others. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and played Autumn's Whisper. When he thought about the peacock flying to the southeast, he thought of Lu Yu and Tang Wan. It was another pair that had been forcibly separated. So, mother-in-law and mother-in-law are quite abominable. Hee hee. Li Yi laughed twice and left the piano, no longer playing. He still felt that he should not spend so much time on articles and music in the Tang dynasty. There were still medical books that he had not finished copying. That was more important. If I don't know anything, then I don't have to worry about it. Copying medical books is too tiring, especially when there are many medicines that are not available now. Li Yi mumbled. What he was most annoyed about was deleting. It was a waste of time and brain power. I can write it down. If there are none, then there are none. Can't I just wait until there are some in the future? For some crops, I will spend money to get merchants to find them. Especially in Asia, Europe and Africa. There is no Suez Canal now. It is connected to Africa. The land route can go all the way to Singapore. Boats run along the shore. Go down, and reach the place of kangaroos and koalas. America is separated by the Bering Strait. Now even Tubo is warm and can be farmed. The Bering Strait should not be frozen yet. It has not reached the Little Ice Age. Take a boat up to the Bering Strait and go straight to the shore. Then there is the problem of the land route. Li Yi mumbled and a world map appeared in his mind. He decided not to change it. Things that were not written in medical books were not available. Everyone knew that there was none, so they just waited. Build ships. What am I going to do with so much money? Chaozhou can carry a lot of things. It is not suitable for the sea. Build a big ship. Wait for the dividends from the well salt and the gold mine in Lantian County to arrive and continue to invest. Li Yi wanted to build a big fleet in the next few years. He walked out of the courtyard where the piano and other instruments were placed. A group of cavalry ran back. The horses carried boxes. They went to the big square, opened the boxes, and reassembled them. He walked over to take a look. Guazi, who was in charge of commanding, saw him and spoke to him. After flying out, land. The cavalry will run over to dismantle the boxes and bring them back. The wind is good now, so it is suitable for flying. Li Yi nodded. You must be careful when assembling. Don't be careless just because you are familiar with it. When in the air, strictly follow the rules of the operation manual. The sky is not like the ground. The slightest mistake will cause you to fall. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Everyone deliberately reminds you when they are in the sky. Military matters are not to be underestimated. Guazi promised. Li Yi went to the assembly area and took a closer look. Just as Guazi said, the non-commissioned officer worked slowly. After landing once, the basket was hit. The non-commissioned officer checked to see if the connecting position was loose. Li Yi watched for a while. When the basket was reassembled, he was relieved. With his hands behind his back, he strolled around and looked at the crab farming, forest frog farming, the growth of the rice and the cotton. When it was time for dinner, he wandered back and saw Songde running over. Dongzhu, I'm looking for you. The craftsmen in the printing workshop are anxious. A large amount of printing paper has been produced. The bronze movable type is all done. The ink is fine too. It's time to print. Songde talked about the situation in the printing workshop. The people there were not in a good mood. They only worked but did not produce results. Let's do it. The story we wrote before, the recent locust plague and the well drilling incident. Then print it. Li Yi agreed. Print. How much for the first printing? Songde wiped his sweat. The first edition is more precious. Print 10,000 copies and keep 1,000 copies. Li thought of the value of the front page and decided to keep it. Chapter 396. In the afternoon, Li Yi finished writing the newspaper article and sent it to the typesetting department. The typesetters were doing it for the first time. They picked the words according to the size of Li Yi's handwriting. Copper was usually used to make currency and bronze wares. The production was low, but the demand was high. Most people would not bear to use copper to make movable type, but Xuanzi did not care. He had money. Even if he lacked copper, how could he lack the copper that Xuanzi used to make movable type? The typesetters picked out the words one by one and fixed them in a template. The template was fixed with buckles. There were special grooves on the movable type that could be fastened directly. Otherwise, the wax would need to be melted and the words would be placed on top. The words would not fall off after the wax solidified. When the wax was removed, the wax would be melted and the words would be removed. Not only was it tiring, but it also used up a lot of wax. When the movable type was made, there would be bumps on the reverse mold, and the words would have grooves on them. There was only one big newspaper today, and it was printed on one side. The typesetting was done on the same day, and the printing started at night. There was only one printing machine for 10,000 copies, and it would be printed until the next morning. The people in the printing workshop did not care. It was finally time for them to perform. The story in the newspaper was the first chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Li Yi had spread it out, and many people were still copying it. Now that it was printed in the newspaper, there were no mistakes, and it looked comfortable. Also, Li Yi wanted to print the prevention of heatstroke and put it in the newspaper. The people would find it novel. Even if they were illiterate and did not want to buy it, they would listen to others read it. They would write it down, and when they felt that they had mastered something good, they would spread it out. Early in the morning of April 20th, Songde looked for Li Yi again. Dongju, all 10,000 copies have been printed. Look. Songda said as he took out a newspaper. The smell of ink wafted in the air. Li Yi took the newspaper and read it from the beginning to the end. There was no problem with the typesetting, and the handwriting was clear. Very good. Sell it. 1 copy for 3 renminbi. Li Yi returned the newspaper to Songda. Ah. 3 renminbi. Owner, I'm afraid you don't know how much this newspaper costs, right? Songda was dumbfounded and looked at his Dongju in confusion. Of course I know. The paper is 10 renminbi and the ink is 2 renminbi. Excluding the copper and labor costs, the total is 12 renminbi. Li Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Then. Songda was at a loss. You know you're selling it for 3 cents for 12 cents? Sell it, you won't lose money. I've written a few notes for you. Keep them well. If you can't sell them, take them out and shout. Li Yi didn't want to say too much. He only gave the order and took out several folded pieces of paper from his pocket. All right, Dongju, I'll arrange for someone to sell it. Songda clenched his teeth and listened to Dongju's words. He took the note and turned around to leave. In the first few days, we'll send our people to sell the goods. Once we're familiar with the people in Chang'an, we'll see if there are any families with old illnesses who rely on their children to work hard to make ends meet. In the future, let them sell the newspapers. Give them a penny for every 5 copies sold, or we can adjust their wages depending on the situation. Li Yi added. Songda, who was walking to the door, paused. Got it, Dongju. Songda left sullenly. He wasn't angry with Li Yi, but with himself. He knew that Dongju said he wouldn't lose money, and that meant he wouldn't lose money. But he couldn't figure out why he wouldn't lose money. 3 luxurious carriages were dispatched for 9,000 copies of newspapers, and a special one was sent to carry people. There was also a truck filled with piles of starch jelly, seasonings, bowls and chopsticks. 5 carriages set off, followed by 20 winged knights. Now Songda had guards in Zhuangzi. He was afraid that he would be taken away. He knew too much. The winged knights received the order that if Songda was attacked, and the winged knights couldn't eliminate the enemy and rescue him, they were to shoot Songda. Songda himself was also clear, so he only went to Chang'an and didn't go anywhere else. At the city gate, they unloaded the starch jelly and other things. The carriages went in, and the gatekeepers began to scrape the jelly and put it in bowls with seasonings. The carriages went straight to the south of the imperial city and stopped at the Vermilion Bird Avenue. No stalls were allowed here, and no hawking was allowed. Songda didn't care much. The winged knights were protecting him. Was he selling? He was giving it to them. The cost was 12 coins, and a newspaper was only 3 coins. When they arrived, the carriages opened, and everyone stood in a row, shouting together. Look, look, 3 coins for selling things at a loss. This is a newspaper. There are stories and general knowledge in it. The cost of a newspaper is only 3 coins now. Buy it and you can learn. The newspaper is the court bulletin. You can't see the court bulletin, but you can see the newspaper. Songda and the farmers were shouting very hard, but unfortunately, everyone was watching and didn't buy. They knew who Songda was. They watched him shouting, pointing and talking to each other. Songda, he had no choice. He reached into his pocket and took out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded it, read, and took a deep breath. Then he accepted his fate and shouted, shocking. 3 men sneaked into the peach garden and did such a thing. Oh, the eyes of the onlookers lit up. They were surprised. Someone immediately came forward. Steward Song, what are you talking about? It's written in the newspaper. This is the only copy for 3 coins. Songda was convinced. Dongju was still the best. It's written in the newspaper. The other party was suspicious. Why would I lie to you? Are you buying or not? If not, get out of the way. There are people behind who want to buy. Songda didn't explain. Buy, give me one. This paper looks good. It's not a loss. I'll buy one too. I can read. Who bought it? Read it to me. A group of people came forward to buy the newspaper. In a short time, more than 400 copies were sold. The people who got the newspaper avoided the others and ran to the corner to read it. The others chased after them and left. The people in front of them had dispersed. Those who came after them didn't know what was going on. Why was the Li family Zhuangzi here selling newspapers? Songda took out another piece of paper and looked at it. He gritted his teeth. What did a woman do to cause so many men to be entangled with her? If you want to know, buy the newspaper. 3 coins, it's only 3 coins. Hua, this time, there were more people. They all took out their money. Those who couldn't read bought the newspaper and were prepared to look for those who could read. After some time, Songda took out a piece of paper. When you do this, you'll be sweating profusely and gasping for breath. You'll also feel thirsty. There's a way to solve this problem. It's written in the newspaper. All of a sudden, everyone went crazy. Even the women ran over to buy newspapers. At this point, the person who bought the newspaper ran over. Steward Song, where are the 3 men you're talking about? Why aren't they? Weren't they Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei sworn brothers in the peach garden? Songda retorted. The other party, someone beside him said, I know what a woman did to cause so many men to be entangled with her. The Empress Dowager meddled in politics. How come I don't see anything about men being able to last longer? The person who bought the newspaper looked through it and couldn't find anything. To prevent heatstroke. Porters at the docks. Aren't they like this when they're working? Drinking a bowl of cold water with salt and carrying it around. Can't they last longer? Songda questioned the other party. Alright, Steward Song. Good skills. I'm impressed. The other party cupped his fists and turned to leave. After walking some distance, he picked up the newspaper again. If there wasn't anything, then there wasn't anything. At least the romance of the 3 kingdoms and the prevention of heatstroke were good. A woman who had bought the newspaper came over and spat before walking away. Songda laughed. He had sold almost 5,000 copies. Chapter 397. Songda was overjoyed. He had sold a lot of newspapers and waited for the news to spread. There would definitely be more people who would buy them. Chang'an had a large population and more literate people than other places. 9,000 newspapers a day was not enough to sell, but he had to pay 9 cents for each newspaper. The news that he was selling newspapers at the entrance of the imperial city spread quickly. Some officials saw that it was almost noon and there was nothing else to do, so they ran out to buy a newspaper. Some even bought 2 for their colleagues. Someone from the government affairs hall who was waiting for lunch came to report. What nonsense! Men went into the woods, what women did, and how long it lasted. Go, get Songda, buy a newspaper for me. Buy a newspaper for me. Yao Chong frowned when he heard the news. What was written in the newspaper? He wanted to arrest the person, but he thought otherwise. Songda recognized him when he saw him. Don't. Zhang Shua stopped him. Count how many people there are in the government affairs hall. 1 newspaper for each person. Yes, everyone. Lu Huaishan said. The person who reported the news called another person and ran out together. When they came back, the 2 people held back their laughter and waited at the door after delivering the newspaper. Yao Chong snatched a newspaper. He knew it was from the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. He looked at the writing. It was Zhong Xiaojing's writing. The regular script was good. He looked at the paper. The paper was also good. It was better than the paper used now. The paper used now was straw paper. There was also hemp paper, which was used to paste windows, lanterns, and write. The best paper was made from a mixture of bark and grass sent by Jiangnan Road. Xianzhou paper was the best. However, the newspaper paper was different from the paper used for calligraphy and painting in Jiangnan Road. The ink was better, but it was not suitable for painting. The ink was better than the ink used for engraving and printing. The paper and ink produced by the Li family Zhuangzi should be better. After reading the content, he read from the beginning to the end. He did not see anything that he had heard. This Songda is lying. Yao Cheng shook his head. Prime Minister Yao, it's true. It's all written. The three men are the oath of the peach garden, and then. The person who bought the newspaper replied from the door. Yao Cheng heard, he felt unwell, and his breathing quickened. Ahahaha, Zhang Shua laughed loudly again. Lu Huaishan shook his head helplessly. Yao Cheng panted a few times and finally recovered. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be Li Yi. How could others think of this? He couldn't find the words. Lu Huaishan was reading the contents of the newspaper. Here's a little tip for living. It says that if there are stains on the utensils, it will be easier to remove them by scrubbing them with vinegar. The towel used had a smell, and it would still have a smell after being washed. It could be steamed in the pot for a while, and it would be much better when taken out. If one wanted to eat the leftovers from summer the next day, they had to be reheated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to last until the next day. If you accidentally open a wound on your body, you can wash it with salt water. Endure the pain and you'll recover faster. This newspaper isn't worth 3 coins. I believe that Steward Song is telling the truth. It's worth 12 coins. Zhang Shua evaluated the price of the newspaper. Yao Cheng calmed down and felt that the newspaper was not bad. It had stories, information on the locust plague, information on heatstroke prevention, and tips. He thought for a while and shook his head. That's not right. Can the newspaper benefit the people? The people he helped in the past were all commoners with little money. Now, the newspaper can only be understood by scholars. It's useless for commoners to buy it. If he bought it for 3 coins, how could he sell it for 4 coins? What's the point of doing a losing business? Using his own money to subsidize the scholars? He has money, so let's not worry about it. Lu Huaishan still looked like a good old man. There must be a problem. Yao Cheng was certain. In the palace, Li Longji was reading a newspaper. He nodded from time to time. This was good stuff. He had been waiting for it, and it was finally out. Good. It doesn't matter if the commoners are illiterate. If those who can read are willing to show off, there will be people in the taverns and teahouses reading to them. Li Longji said as he looked at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher cooperated and said, "Your Majesty is right. If you ask the Yamen to tell the commoners, they won't believe you. If it's a newspaper, everyone will read it together and say it together. If the commoners are willing to try it, they will tell their friends. However, if the newspaper is right, the commoners will believe it. If it's wrong, the commoners will believe it. For example, if the newspaper says that the price of millet will increase, and the places that produce millet will be seriously affected by the disaster, the price of millet in Chang'an will change." Gao Lisher saw the power of the newspaper. It was just the first issue, so there was nothing wrong with it. When the commoners gradually get used to the fact that what was written was true, Chang'an would be in turmoil if a lie was suddenly mixed in. Yes. That's why no one else is allowed to do it. Only Li Yi can do it. I don't trust anyone else. Li Longji said with a smile. No one else can make such paper and ink. It takes a lot of effort to print it with engraving. It can only be produced once every few days. Gao Lisher talked about the advantages of the Li family Zhuangzi's technology. Li Longji waved his hand. The secret of paper can't be kept. Li Yi has never thought of keeping a secret. He wants to spread the new method after the cost is reduced. Jiangnan's bark paper is too expensive. The commoners can't even afford hemp paper. It's inconvenient to write with straw paper. The Li family Zhuangzi's paper can't be compared to Jiangnan's leather paper, but it can be cheaper. Li Longji remembered that Li Yi said that there was a type of ore in Lantian County that was suitable to be added to paper. In the past, Zhuangzi had people dig and transport it from other places, so the production was small. When the mining in Lantian County began, it was transported along the Ba River to the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop. The cost was reduced, but he didn't know how low the price would be. Li Longji decided to ask at night. He continued to read memorials and waited for the food to be delivered before he went to rest. Songda sold a lot of newspapers at the southern gate of the imperial city. They were all bought by officials. When it was time for dinner, the number of officials coming out to buy newspapers increased. People from the imperial harem also came to buy. In less than 12:30, all 9,000 newspapers were sold. Let's go back to Zhuangzi. We'll go back to eat and tell Dongzhu the good news first. Songda called out. Everyone got on the car and rushed back. If they weren't in a hurry to report the news, they could go to earthly paradise for dinner. Those who had bought the newspapers went around showing off. It was time for dinner. They sat there and read the newspapers. Some read it on the table, some read it with their hands open. The others were curious. What was it? When they went up to ask, the people who bought the newspapers had something to say. Others asked them to read it. Read it. It could prove that they were literate and literate. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire Chang and knew about a new thing, newspapers. The newspapers told stories and things that could be used in daily life. They introduced the situation of the locust plague. The main thing was that the locust plague could be stabilized and there would be no problems with food. Also, there were signs of heat stroke and how to deal with it. There was no need for others to force them. They couldn't remember the stories and couldn't understand what was said. It was better to do other things. Influenced by Li Yi, the new storytellers valued the stories in the newspapers. Some of them had connections and could get a few chapters of the romance of the Three Kingdoms before. They could only watch others tell it and could only be anxious. Now, they could buy a copy and change it into their own words to tell others to make money. Although there weren't many words in one chapter, if they made it up, it would take at least 10 days. At first, they wanted to buy newspapers from other people. The price of a newspaper was 3 cents, but at dusk, they were forced to raise the price to 50 cents. Chapter 398. Brother E, I can see that you want to advertise in the newspaper to make money. Li Qingqi said while drinking during dinner. Yes. Li Yi admitted. The cost of the newspaper was not important. How much it was sold was not important. What was important was the sales volume and influence. Write an article on the newspaper to introduce the shop. From what I see, it should be at least 50 liang. Li Qingqi quoted a price that he thought was very high. Li Yi laughed. You want me to write an article for you? He shook his head. I will pay according to the words. The shop will write the article themselves. 50 liang is only enough to write 50 words. Moreover, it is the Chang and newspaper. Impossible. It will take a long time for the shop to earn back 50 liang. I bought part of the advertisement for the football stadium. It is only 10 liang and 300 liang for the season's good seats. Your newspaper changes every day. Unless you advertise for a shop every day for a month. Li Qingqi did not agree. He used his own advertisement as a comparison. When the newspaper sells 20,000 copies a day, I will not accept orders from the ordinary shops. I will mainly accept orders from the big caravans. Li Yi knew that the small shops could not afford to advertise and would not expand their business to them. There was no internet, no television, and no competitors. 20,000 copies of the newspaper would affect more than 20,000 people. Including the 20 counties of the capital, they could all see it. The population size was limited. On average, 80 people would buy a newspaper. There was no hope for more than that. If a ship of goods was shipped from outside and wanted to sell, it would be a wholesale sale. Someone would advertise in the newspaper about the goods, where they were sold, and how much they cost. If the people needed them, they would buy them. Changing from wholesale to retail, the faster the delivery speed, the more profits there would be. For example, two businessmen were pulling oranges from the same place to sell. One of them was willing to advertise and the people would buy the oranges. The other could only sell the oranges to the shops in Chang'an at a low price. Listen to Brother E. We still have to sell the newspaper in other prefectures. It is not easy to transport the oranges there. Li Longji thought of Li Yi's plan when he heard about the Chang'an newspaper. I'm currently researching wax paper, which is used for printing. When it's ready, I'll send people to the various prefectures to provide printing equipment, paper, and ink. The news from Chang'an city spread quickly. Now, there was no need to pay attention to timeliness. It would be fine if it was a few days later. Even if it was farther away, it would be fine if it was a month later. Once they received the typeset content, they would engrave, print, and sell it themselves. At the same time, gather information from all over the world and send it back by fast horse. Li Yi explained his future plans. He did not only want to sell newspapers and advertise to make money. At this moment, Li Qingqi and Li Longji realized that this brother Yi was plotting something big. There was an urgent report from the imperial court. Brother Yi wanted to establish his own urgent report. The advertising fees from newspapers all over the country were enough to cover the expenses of manpower, horses, and the journey. Do you need to use the relay station? Li Qingqi reminded. Horses couldn't travel long distances without human habitation. Doesn't the imperial court have some? I'll give you some extra money. My newspaper still wants to partner with His Majesty. Li Yi had considered building his own relay station, but he realized that it was impossible. It was a big crime to rob an official relay station. If a private relay station was left there, it could be burned down. If someone killed someone and stole the horse, where could he find the person? The official relay station was protected by soldiers. What about privately built mercenaries? Li Longji was interested. Cooperation is good. I'm willing to cooperate with you. How much is a relay station? It's a cooperation. Let's talk about the price. The newspaper department will give you double the amount allocated by the imperial court every year. Li Yi gave the answer. That's too much. Li Qingqi said. He didn't know the exact figure, but he knew that the investment in the relay station was not small. The place where the newspaper can be sold can afford to have a relay station. There's no hurry now. Let's operate it in Chang'an. After we train the right people, we'll send them out. Li Yi had other needs, but it was meaningless to say it now. The next day, the new newspaper was published. Song Della went to sell 10,000 copies. He printed an extra 100 copies and kept them. Today, as soon as he arrived in front of the imperial city, a group of people came out of the imperial city and bought a total of 1,000 copies. Give me 100 copies. Quick. As soon as the people in the imperial city finished buying, someone ran over with a bundle of cloth. He put it on the table and asked for 100 copies. Songda didn't know what was going on. When the number of people beside him reached more than 20, another person rushed over, 200 copies. This person doubled the amount of the previous one. I want 1 copy. Here's the money. Stand aside if you want 1 copy. 250. I want 50 copies. I came first. Give me my copy. The people in Zhuangzi were dumbfounded. Why did they buy hundreds of copies at once? Not good. Something bad is going to happen. Quick, go back and tell Dongzhu. Songda didn't understand the situation and said to one of the winged knights. The other party hesitated, nodded, and rode away. In less than half an hour, Li Yi got the information. He sighed. Finally, there are smart people. Fine, I'll print more copies. Once I print 100 copies, I'll send 100 copies over. The printing workshop started printing. The winged knights became couriers. Only they could ride horses. By noon, no one was fighting for the 6,000th set of copies that were printed. However, there was a person who came alone and bought a copy. He muttered, "They dare to sell it for 80 coins. They must be crazy poor. I can see through them. The Li family Zhuangzi has always had it." Song De stood there and didn't say anything. He had heard several people say that before. He knew that yesterday a copy of the newspaper was sold for 50 coins. Today, it was even more ruthless. Someone snatched the newspaper and asked for 80 coins. When no one came to buy it again, he took the remaining 40 copies and threw them over when he passed by earthly paradise. When he arrived in Zhuangzi, he didn't have lunch and looked tired. "Dongzhu, we have high capital. If we print one copy, we will pay 9 coins. We can't deal with them. Tomorrow, we will print 20,000 copies. 2 printing plates." Li didn't show any signs of anxiety. "Isn't it just 9 coins per copy? Here." At that time, when he was competing with various platforms, he threw in billions at once. In Chang'an, the political, economic, and military center of the Tang dynasty, 1 billion was not a big deal. At this time, the people who bought a lot in the morning in Chang'an were calculating how much money they had lost. They didn't expect that there would be additional copies of the newspaper. They thought that it would be the same as yesterday, with a total of 9,000 copies. They could monopolize the market and sell to people who needed it. They could gradually reduce the price. Even if some of them couldn't be sold, they could still make a profit. In the end, the Li family's manner had disrupted their plans with an additional stamp. The people who bought the newspaper at a high price before wanted to drag them to court or return the money. They lost money this time. They had a lot of newspapers that couldn't be sold. No one bought them for 3,000 copies. They were angry. They would rather borrow it from others or listen to it while eating or drinking tea. The people who bought a lot in advance felt uncomfortable, but some people cared. The foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty found out that the Li family Zhuangzi's cost of printing newspapers was high. They lost some money every time they sold a copy. The paper of the newspaper was really good. It couldn't be cheap even if they wanted to. It wasn't a lie. Some smart people went to find others to discuss the matter together. When the foreign envoys finished discussing, they took out a lot of jewelry and sold it in the East Market for money. Chapter 399. On the 22nd of April, Song De brought 20,000 copies of newspapers to the imperial city. There were still people in the imperial city who came out to buy 1,000 copies. It was cheap, only 3,000 coins. Song De was just about to open his shop when a man wearing tubo clothes came over. "I want all of them." Song De looked at him carefully, wanting to know if he was serious. "I want all of them." "How much do you have?" "I'll buy all of them." The man waved his hand and a group of people behind him came forward with a lot of cloth. "What do you mean you want all of them? They are selling newspapers at a loss and you want all of them? Go away, you dare to glare at me? Your tubo was beaten up by me last year. You dare to glare at me again?" Without waiting for Song De to speak, a scholar jumped out from the side and shouted at the tubo man. After shouting, he took a step back and grabbed the hilt of the sword at his waist. With a clang, the sword was pulled out. Clang, clang, clang. Several scholars pulled out their swords one after another, looking like they were going to stab him if he was not convinced. "You still don't allow me to buy things?" The tubo man was scared and argued. "You want to buy things? I think you want to cheat Li Dongzhu." A peddler carrying a pole put down the goods and pulled out his pole. "Yes, Steward Song said that the cost is 12 coins and the price is only 3 coins. The tubo people are bad." When they saw Li Dongzhu making hot air balloons, they were scared. Someone took off his shoes and was about to throw them over. "How dare you bully Li Lang?" A woman who looked like she was from Pyongkong Square said. She took out the hairpin on her head and held it in her hand. You. Song De, what do you say?" The tubo man had a knife on him, but he did not dare to touch it. I can't make the decision. I have to ask Dongzhu. Songda's hand touched his body, as if he wanted to take out something that could hurt people. One of the winged knights loaded the crossbow with an arrow and handed it to Songda. He mounted his horse and ran to report. Songda held the crossbow and thought for a while, then pointed the arrow at the ground. The winged knights shouted as they ran towards Zhuangzi. Less than half an hour after Tubo appeared in the imperial city, a group of non-commissioned officers rushed out with the sound of footsteps. After a while, more featherwood flying cavalry came around from the side. The winged knights who reported the news were very fast. They rushed into Zhuangzi and found Li Yi. Dongzhu, there are Tubo people who want to buy all the newspapers, but the people of the Tang dynasty won't let them. They even drew their weapons while talking. Steward Song can't make a decision. The winged knights explained everything in one sentence. Well, the Tang dynasty is still the best. Li Yi smiled. He sighed with emotion. At this time, the Tang dynasty was awesome. The common people were never afraid of outsiders, and many scholars could wield swords. Even during the Anlushan rebellion, the civil servants personally went up the city walls to stop the enemy. More importantly, it was the will of the imperial court that never compromised with foreign countries. When the officials talked about foreign countries, they would definitely fight, but they would argue about how to fight. Dongzhu, are you selling? The non-commissioned officer was anxious. They want to sell the newspapers because of my capital. I don't think it's the idea of the Tubo First Bureau. Tubo, Turkic, there are so many surnames and tribes. Their scenery is better, right? There are many horses, cows, and sheep. The weather is good, and they can even farm. Tubo has saffron and many medicinal herbs. Caterpillar fungus is said to have no medicinal effect. It's just like how the Western countries said ginseng has no effect. Oh, there's also Salvia miltiariza, which degrades Chinese medicine to be worthless. But there's a reason why our Chinese medicine can exist, such as... Li Yi mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he stopped and smiled. Tell Songda that I'll sell it at noon. Tell him that I'm taking the time to proofread the words, so that some of the words will not destroy the deep friendship between Tang and Tibet. When I'm done checking and find no problems, I'll sell it to them. The price will not change. Li Yi said to the non-commissioned officer, giving a dignified reason. The non-commissioned officer did not know what Li Yi wanted to do. After agreeing, he changed to another horse and rode away. Li Yi jogged to the printing workshop. Print another edition. Now the two of you will continue to print. If it's the typesetting, the typesetters will divide it. Li Yi said to everyone. When everyone heard that they were going to print more, they were happy. They liked to work, and they always felt that they were worse than others if there was no work to do. The winged knights ran back and whispered to Songda. Songda returned the crossbow and said to the Tubo people, Dongzhu said that he's afraid that the articles in the newspaper will affect the friendship between the Tubo of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he wants to check it carefully. When he's done checking and finds no problems, he'll sell it to you. When the Tubo people heard this, they smiled and looked at the people around them. Did you see that? Li Yi was afraid that he would write something wrong and make the Tubo people unhappy. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Someone immediately shouted and glared back. The Tubo people quickly turned their gaze to the carriage. They had fewer people and could not win. And even if they could win, so what? In the end, they would still be killed. Zhuangzi made good use of the time and printed another 11,000 copies before noon. Send 107 people out. Each person has a workshop. Distribute it and sell it in front of the workshop. Also, tell the others that there are copies in each workshop and not to rob. Also, tell Songda to sell the newspaper to the Tubo people. It's still 3 coins per copy. Don't overcharge. I'll go write the content for tomorrow's newspaper. For the 3rd chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, you guys pick the words first. Tomorrow, bring out 100,000 copies at once. Li said to everyone that he had set the quantity for tomorrow. He needed more editions to be printed together. At noon, the Li family Zhuangzi people were moving quickly. The carriages were carrying people and newspapers. When they reached a place, they put down a person and a pile of newspapers and continued to move. Songde received the order and said to the people around him, "Zhuangzi has sent people here. There are copies in each workshop. Everyone can go there and buy. The ones here will be sold to the Tubo people. Why should we sell? They are obviously trying to cheat you. The original cost is 12 coins. Selling it for 3 coins. It's a loss. Let's kill them. If we kill them, we won't have to sell it." The people around shouted. The Tubo people were trembling. "No need. Everyone, hurry up and buy it." Songde was afraid of fighting. Since Dongzhu had agreed, there must be a follow-up plan. Everyone left unhappily. The Tubo people did not show any signs of complacency. They were afraid that others would come back. Songde asked people to carry down the bundles of newspapers. He took the money from the Tubo people. 19,000 copies of newspapers were only 57,000 coins. It was a big loss. The Tubo people carried the newspapers and left as fast as they could. It was too dangerous outside. This time, there were people selling newspapers in each workshop. The people who wanted to speculate felt that the atmosphere was not right and did not dare to do anything. In the evening, Li Longji asked Li Yi with concern, "I heard that the Tubo people bought all the newspapers. Did you print another batch and sell it separately?" "Yes, they want to buy. We are open for business. If we limit the quantity, doesn't it mean that we are incompetent? Tomorrow, we will print 100,000 copies. 20,000 copies will be sold to the people of the Tang dynasty. As for the other 80,000 copies, we will give it to whoever is willing to buy it." Li Yi said his plan. There was no trace of worry on his face. "Do you have any plans?" Li Chengqi was also concerned. "I plan to teach the paper workshop around here the technology of making newspapers and let them produce it quickly. I will charge 15 coins per copy." Li Yi mentioned that teaching the technology first was a way to buy it from others. The subscription results of this book were too bad. There would not be any recommendations for next week. Readers who read outside the website, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qidian and vote for a month. Otherwise, the author would starve to death and would not be able to see it anywhere. Bow. Chapter 400. After dinner, Li Yi went back to copy books. Li Longji and Li Chengqi stood outside and chatted while being bitten by mosquitoes. "Third brother, it seems that Brother Yi cares a lot about his reputation. Should we take action?" Li Chengqi felt that Li Yi was just trying to save face. Li Longji shook his head. "No, I took action in Lantian County last time. Only then did I know that Brother Yi has a whole set of plans. In that case, we can also make arrangements this time. Let's make the arrangements first. If Brother Yi really doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve, we will solve it at the critical moment." Li Chengqi thought that it was indeed as his third brother said. Last time, he thought that Brother Yi's tricks were only there, so he sent Yao Chong to lead the team personally. Later, he realized that Brother Yi had already dug a hole for others to jump into. "I don't think we will be needed. Brother Yi will follow today's method and disperse to various squares or send people to ask who wants to buy newspapers and sign up. There's no need to print 100,000 copies tomorrow. There must be a motive for deliberately selling 80,000 copies to the foreign countries." Li Longji felt that it was interesting. He was guessing where he could find the money. "Third brother, it seems that they are afraid of Brother Yi. Otherwise, they wouldn't specifically target a matter of money that is easy to solve." Li Chengqi smiled. He felt the impact of the hot air balloons on those people. It's just newspapers. They can increase the price. What's the use of buying them if they exceed the cost? In addition, there will be restrictions on sales. Each person can only buy one copy. If you have the ability, you can hire a large number of people to buy them. If it were another businessman who immediately responded after today, how much money would they have lost? They are anxious. Rumor has it that the Li family Zhuangzi has made more powerful gunpowder weapons and put them on the hot air balloons to kill a large number of people. Li Longji also smiled. At the same time, he was waiting for the foreign envoys in the Tang dynasty to send back the news. If Tubo was anxious and rushed to fight, he would definitely lose. During the winter, they had just eliminated a lot of their main forces and destroyed the main roads. The morale of the Tang dynasty was at its peak. Tubo wanted to repair the bridge. The army of the Tang dynasty was guarding the bridge. How could they repair it? If they didn't repair it, they could only take a detour. The speed of marching and the consumption of food, or they would have to go in a bigger circle so that the cavalry could come over. There was another method that seemed relatively easy, which was to send someone to infiltrate the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it was capturing Li Yi or getting the design drawings and materials of the hot air balloon, they could at least be used to deal with the Tang dynasty's air force. However, in order to return a child, Brother Yi used his lifespan in exchange for being able to see clearly at night without others being able to see him. Yes, what was that? Elder brother, come with me to find Brother Yi. Li Longji thought of something and pulled Li Qingqi into Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi was copying a medical book. When he saw the two of them looking at the glass window, he waved his hand and went to open the door. Brother Yi, it suddenly occurred to me that Tubo might be worried about the hot air balloon, so we'll use two methods. Li Longji said directly. Li Yi nodded. One is to attack immediately, hoping that the Tang dynasty will make some kind of guarantee through war. The other is to deal with me. Yes, Brother Yi, you can see other people's things at night, right? Let us have a look so that we can rest assured. Li Longji requested. Okay, please come with me. Li Yi agreed and led the two of them into the monitoring room next door. There were 4 people in the monitoring room, each with a monitor in front of them. Li Yi had only exchanged for 1 surveillance monitor, but he had brought over 3 medical monitors, which were widely used now. It was connected wirelessly and could be used as other monitors after some adjustments. There were a total of 32 monitors, and each monitor showed 8 monitors, so there was no need to switch back and forth. It was dark outside, and some places were lit with lanterns. Only the circle lit by the lanterns could see people, but it was not bright enough. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were stunned by the monitors in front of them. Except for the different colors, they could see everything clearly. Was this the thing that allowed them to see people at night? It's too strange. Zhuangzi's guards specifically placed them in places where there are no lanterns. I have seen these places, and they are the most difficult to watch. Li Qingqi found that there were no lanterns in the places where people could easily sneak in and the important places. It was clearly telling people that it was safe to enter from here. If he did not see it with his own eyes today, how could he believe that there was such a strange thing in the world? Good stuff, I can rest assured now. Li Longji looked at it and said sincerely. Together with the winged knights. Since the foreigners may have designs on Brother Yi, it's not enough to just have something that can see people. We must have enough troops. Why don't we write a letter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send more people over? This is a matter of national security, how can it be taken lightly? Li Qingqi said. He found that some people were organizing people to risk their lives to attack. What was the use of being able to see people? Li Longji agreed, no matter what, we must persuade His Majesty. If it doesn't work, let's leave the guards behind. Li looked at the two of them and turned around to leave. After a while, he came back and said to the two of them, I still have a set with me. Brothers, take it back and use it. But there is only one monitor, and it needs to be switched back and forth. There is also electricity, and it can't be stopped. I brought a battery with me, and it can be charged, but it can only last for half an hour at most. Brother Yi, you want to exchange your lifespan for it? Li Qingqi's face changed. Li Longji also showed an angry look. It's safe there, why do you? since I have already exchanged it, I won't exchange it in the future. Brothers, you are considerate of me. I am also worried that something will happen to your Zhuangzi. Li Yi said sincerely. However, he knew that this set of things would eventually enter the palace. Who asked Guozi to come into contact with it that day? He was always being targeted, so he might as well take the initiative to take it out. Anyway, his lifespan had increased a lot recently, and the consumption of this thing was very small. How can I accept this? Li Qingquan's tears came out. Li Longji also frowned, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. It's okay, I have a method to maintain my health, and I can slowly recover. Li Yi said. The two of them did not believe him, and thought that Li Yi was just comforting them. Li Qingqi slapped his thigh hard. Li Longji said to Li Yi seriously, if you want to exchange something in the future, you must tell me. Okay, third brother. Li Yi nodded. But I can't take such a good thing. It will be troublesome if I take it. I will give it to His Majesty, and if His Majesty is happy, he might send the winged knights to protect me. Li Longji said again, and arranged the things clearly. Li Yi was surprised at first, but then expressed that he understood. Next, Li Longji learned how to use it in the monitoring room. Problems with electricity could be solved by manpower. As long as the voltage and current reached the upper limit, it could be maintained. This upper limit was the upper limit of the power output of the human-powered generator. If it was at the highest point, it could be compatible with the equipment below. If it was too big, the equipment below had its own transformer and voltage regulator, so there would be no problem. Li Longji expressed that he understood, and said that he would explain it clearly when he submitted the memorial. He was indeed very interested in this monitoring room, but he did not want to let Li Yi exchange it. Now, the palace was stable, unless there was a problem with the people watching the monitoring room. He decided to send 500 winged knights here. If someone really took the risk, Brother Yi would not have to exchange his lifespan for a weapon to block it. Chapter 401. The next morning, Li Longji left with his belongings. He was not happy at all. During the court meeting in the palace, his face was gloomy. When the other officials left and only Yao Chong and the other two were left, he was still as serious as ever. He said to Gao Lisher, the officials from the Li family Zhuangzi in the 20 counties. Keep an eye on them. Record down the names of those who are plotting against us. As you command. Gao Lisher bowed in response. Li Longji then looked at Yao Chong. Minister Yao Chong, Guobin from the censorate is not bad. He impeached my younger brother Yi for being arrogant and taking advantage of the army's weapons to become the guards of the winged knights. There are not many officials who can speak frankly. Very good, the Tang dynasty needs people like this, just like Wei Zheng. However, I feel that Guobin is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut in the censorate. Lizhou is guarding the sea, an important place for the country. He can be the head of a county. I understand. Yao Chong said as quickly as he could. At the same time, he mourned for Guobin. He was thrown to Lizhou with just one impeachment. Could the Tang dynasty be any further? Moreover, he was only a county magistrate in the past, not a provincial governor. Who could a county magistrate control? Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan and communicated with his eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Lu Huaishan, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the newspaper. Zhang Shua's eyes were blank. What did you say? Lu Huaishan mouthed, newspaper. At the same time, he made a gesture of reading a newspaper. Zhang Shua shook his head, impossible. That's not worth it. Lu Huaishan, maybe, Minister Lu. Li Longji's voice interrupted Lu Huaishan's eye contact. I'm here. Lu Huaishan responded. I heard that the newspaper has the ability to confuse the people. It should be banned. These people are able to see the smallest detail. They should be the pillars of the country. Coincidentally, there is a stone mine in Lantian County. I'm afraid that there might be some loopholes. I can order these people to patrol the area and record every day. Li Longji praised others again, saying that the newspaper should be banned. He was too amazing, farsighted, and sent to guard the mine. I'll definitely get it done. Lu Huaishan also observed a moment of silence for them. He understood that His Majesty's intelligence was not ordinary. Without waiting for Li Longji to call him, Zhang Shua stood up and said, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to share Your Majesty's burdens. My younger brother Yi wants to promote the new papermaking technology in all the papermaking workshops in the capital. If anyone disagrees, it means that they don't want the Tang dynasty to use new good paper. Minister Zhang, you'll have to work hard. Li Longji ordered Zhang Shua that if Brother Yi wanted to stir up trouble, he could not delay. Whoever found fault at the crucial moment, regardless of whether they were from the public or the government, would be dealt with. This subject is willing to help the people of the Tang dynasty use paper, learn, and receive education. Zhang Shua accepted the order. Li Longji gently nodded and made a sound through his nose. The three of them understood and took their leave. Turning his head, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher, Send another 1,000 winged knights. They must be new. Learn from the old and learn to endure hardships. This subject understands. Gao Lisher understood Li Longji's meaning. The old would take care of the new, one would take care of two. Enduring hardships meant that they would have to do hard work. Don't go yet. Come with me. Install some things. Do it quietly and don't let anyone notice. Li Longji saw that Gao Lisher was about to leave and stopped him. Now that the things were brought, they had to be set up properly. The surveillance cameras were all charged and could be directly connected to the wires. The palace was too big, and the wires were not long enough. They could only charge some unimportant parts during the day and put them back when they were full. The wires were the most important parts, so they had to be watched at all times. When Li Longji showed Gao Lisher the images displayed on the screen and in the backup battery, Gao Lisher was numb. He had no blood in his limbs, and his head was buzzing. How could there be such things in the world? Among them, he completely blocked out the surroundings of a room. It was pitch black, but the surveillance cameras could still be seen clearly. How is it? Li Longji asked. Anyone who is hostile to Li Dongzhu will be killed. Gao Lisher replied. He did not say whether the things were useful or not. He knew that they were from Li Yi. No wonder His Majesty dealt with people today. The two of them discussed where to put them and felt much more at ease. In front of the palace, at the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue, Songda brought 81,000 copies of the newspaper. The others went to the various shops to sell. 1,000 copies were directly taken away by the people in the palace. 80,000 copies took less than a quarter of an hour to complete the border crossing with the Tubo people. The capital's papermaking workshops received new technology and orders that day. They found that according to their labor, they could make a profit of 1 copper coin for every 3 or 4 sheets of paper they produced. They could not compare to the efficiency of the Li family Zhuangzi's papermaking workshop. The cost of 1 sheet of paper from the Li family Zhuangzi was 10 copper coins. More importantly, it was difficult for them to find the stones needed to make paper. The most convenient place was Lantian County. Li Yi took 80% of the shares and 80% of the gross profit from buying the stones from Lantian County. In summary, Li Yi spent more than 15 copper coins on each sheet of paper. He earned back part of the profits from the stones. After buying 80,000 copies of the newspaper, the Tubo people were not as happy as they were yesterday. They felt that something was wrong, but they could not figure out what the problem was. Obviously, the cost of the newspaper was high and the selling price was low. Why did they feel scared after buying it? For the next few days, the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper increased. On the 30th day of the 4th lunar month, the Li family's village sold 300,000 copies of the newspaper to the Japanese. According to Songda, the owner knew that you wanted to take it back and show it to your people. This was the proof of the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and you. It could not be cheap or expensive. The paper from other places of the capital's government was delivered to the Li family Zhuangzi one after another. They received the money and left happily. Although it took 3 or 4 sheets of paper to make one copper coin, there were a lot of them. Moreover, after mastering the technology, they could sell it to others, especially to the outside world, at a higher price. On the morning of the first day of May, Empress Wang came out. She pushed the baby carriage that Li Yi designed and let the workshop know about. There was a canopy above the baby carriage with a mirror facing the sky. It was surrounded by thin sand. The baby lay inside and looked at it with his eyes wide open. In fact, he still could not see anything. His eyesight was not good. Even though Empress Wang had been eating nutritious meals and the baby absorbed them well, he was still developing. He still could not see clearly what he should not see clearly. Empress Wang followed Li Yi's instructions and talked to the baby from time to time. His hearing developed faster than his eyesight. The little guy's eyeballs would move, especially when he waved his hand in front of him. His eyeballs would move, but in fact, he still could not see clearly. Ordinary people should be in confinement for a month. Empress Wang was checked by Li Yi. Okay, no need. Mother will take you to the cafeteria. The smell there is so good. You won't even know what kind of dish it is. Empress Wang pushed the baby carriage to the cafeteria. She was going to eat in the cafeteria today. The baby had already been breastfed and his diapers changed. He could hold on for a while. After entering the cafeteria, the little guy's breathing changed, even if his understanding of the smell was not that good. The temperature in the cafeteria was lower than outside. The little guy who had just felt the warmth of the sun finally cooled down. The expression on his face changed slightly. Uncle, seeing the baby's appearance, as a mother, it's worth it to do anything for him. Empress Wang sighed to Li Yi. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He did not say anything. He wanted to say Wu Zetian. That woman was not ordinary. Chapter 402. Li Dongzhu. A young man greeted Li Yi as they entered the cafeteria. Have you recovered? Li Yi smiled. Yes, yes. When I woke up, I thought I was in the underworld. Later, I found out that Li Dongzhu's medical skills are superb and can cure terminal illnesses. The one who spoke was Su Xiao, whose brother had been a cadaver for Li Yi and had gotten intestinal abscess. He and his family were temporarily living in Zhuangzi to recuperate. Li Yi was kind. Not only did he feed them well, but he also arranged work for them. Because Su Xiao's family made a living by prospecting, they were always able to find good mines, such as copper, iron, and gold. He didn't say how he found them because it was a secret. Li Yi only had a map and knowledge of prospecting, but he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, he planned to arrange for his family to work with Li Longji at the gold mines and let them decide where to dig. If the family didn't have the ability, they would be asked to leave Zhuangzi after they were cured. Li Yi was kind and didn't want to delay the family from making a living. Staying was kindness, and asking them to leave was kindness. The Su family had always helped others find mines and had seen many situations, such as coercion, bribery, and relationships. They knew their own value and understood the other party's intentions. Songda only mentioned it, and the Su family happily agreed. They waited for Su Xiao to recover so that he could work for the Li family Zhuangzi. His family had been rich before, but they had also suffered great losses. They understood how important it was to find a good employer. Gold, iron, and copper mines, no matter which one was found, should be reported to the imperial court. His family had helped others find mines, but none of them had anything to do with the yamen. How dangerous was that? After some observation, they discovered that the Li family's manor was not a place where the owner of the manor was a commoner. Zhuangzi's guards were usually equipped with crossbows, and the empress's winged knights were also present. Even the prime minister's family didn't receive such treatment, right? Zhuangzi was a big family with a big business. How could he bully a small family like theirs? Just like that, the two sides got to know each other, communicated, and waited for the time to be arranged to find the mine. Other than Su Xiao, the whole family was very happy. Only Su Xiao, could not forget the beauty that Yama had arranged for him. Recently, he had been working hard to learn how to read. He realized that the distance between him and beautiful women was widened by talent and wealth. The beautiful woman's income was very high, and at the same time, she could write and calculate. This morning, he came over at the right time, hoping to meet the beauty by chance. While talking to Li Yi, he looked around, looking for someone. Li Yi didn't know that there was something else going on. He noticed that Su Xiao was looking around, so he thought that Su Xiao was hungry. After saying a few words, he entered the private room. Su Xiao scooped some food for himself and walked around. The cafeteria was one room after another. Where was the beauty? Uncle, there should be a time when you stop selling newspapers to foreign countries. Seeing how much money Zhuangzi has to spend, my heart aches. Empress Wang wanted to know the last resort, so she asked about it now. The 5th of May is the Dragon Boat Festival. It's very lively. I don't know if there will be a dragon boat race, but it just so happens that the mugwort for medical use needs to be picked. Let's start now. I'll ask Songda to arrange it. The people who used to pick tea in the capital government will help to pick the mugwort. After getting it, I'll make it into mugwort sticks and give it to people for moxibustion. This thing can be rolled into a rope and lit at night to smoke mosquitoes. As for the newspaper, there's no hurry. It can still be supported. The newspaper printed on one side can be used to write on the back. I'll think of a way to improve the printing process and see if the back can be printed. That way, the materials can be saved. Today was the 1st of May. Li Yi was talking about the festival. There's a dragon boat, but I can't see it. I have to take care of the baby. Empress Wang said regretfully. Sure enough, after eating, Li Yi asked someone to send a message to the people picking tea to ask for the mugwort. It didn't have to be mugwort. Other mugwort had the same insect repellent effect. As long as it was mugwort, they could pick as much as they wanted. Fong Laoqi's wife, let me tell you a piece of good news. Our Zhuangzi has started to collect mugwort to make incense and mugwort sticks. We want all kinds of mugwort. Dongzhu said that they can be processed and made into a plate of incense. It's cheaper and more convenient than making rope. The price is high and you can earn more than picking tea leaves now. Go back and tell the others so that they can pick the mugwort and send it over. The person who collected the mugwort said to a woman whose husband broke his leg working in the mine and was recuperating. When collecting the mugwort, he tried to set the price as high as possible so that the woman could earn more money. You're collecting mugwort? You want everything? Okay, thank you. I'll definitely tell the others and sell it when the time comes. The woman showed a grateful expression and thanked him again and again. The other people who came with the hired carriage also agreed. The mugwort was almost gone. They were all big leaves and were easier to pick. Many of the tea trees were bald. The price of big leaves was low, especially the leaves that were bitten by insects. The price was even lower. However, the mugwort was easy to pick and the quantity was large, so the income was still considerable. They were worried that in the future, when they heard that a large amount of mugwort was being collected, there would be no need to pick mugwort. There were many mugwort on the roadside, let alone on the mountain. Li Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. He found us a job to make money again. From last year until now, the money we earned is equivalent to 2 years of income. Quick, go back and tell everyone to harvest mugwort. Li Dongzhu took it and used it on us commoners. Yes, don't keep it a secret. If there are better jobs in the future, others will tell us too. The people who sold the mugwort said one after another. When they finished collecting the mugwort, they rushed back with the money. Some people saw mugwort on the road and wanted to pick it, but they were stopped by others. Now that they had picked it, they had to bring it back. It was a waste of time. There were many mugwort near the water and on the mountain. In any case, the Li family Zhuangzi wanted all kinds of mugwort. They just took sickles and ropes and went to harvest mugwort. In front of the imperial city, the people from the Fan Nation bought 300,000 copies of the newspaper and took out 900,000 yuan. The Li family Zhuangzi had paid more than 1 chapter and 9 coins. The price of the paper was very high. It was equivalent to the cost of 17 copper coins. In one day, the Li family Zhuangzi lost 4.2 million yuan selling mugwort to the Fan Nation. The Li family Zhuangzi was selling large amounts of soap and perfumed soaps to raise money. They couldn't wait until they ran out of money. In Hunan province, no one used locusts to exchange for the chickens and ducklings. The commoners realized that it was not worth it. They would rather keep the locusts to feed the chickens and ducks. They paid to buy the chickens and ducklings. The first batch of money was being sent back to support the Zhuangzi's newspaper war. Because of the newspaper incident, the whole of Chang'an became strange. Even the commoners understood that this was a war. A war between the Li family Zhuangzi and the Fan Nation. The commoners were anxious. Seeing the Li family Zhuangzi spend money like water, they didn't know how to help. Should they give the Li family Zhuangzi money? They might as well go to Honglu Temple and kill him or rob the Fan Nation of their money. The businessmen wanted to raise money for Li Yi. They were not afraid that the money would go to waste. Li Yi had the skills. They were calculating. Li Yi had received 210,000 yuan in Lantian County. If they paid 4,200 yuan a day, it could last for more than 50 days. It was still early. The Li family Zhuangzi could still continue. Based on the Li family Zhuangzi's previous sales, it could last for at least a year. After calculating, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi was too rich. The toilet water had not been sold in large quantities yet. This meant that the Li family Zhuangzi was not in a hurry. The Fan Nation's people were in a hurry. What was Li Yi doing? He was at a disadvantage, but he still wanted to gain more. Brothers and sisters who read books on other websites, if conditions permit, should subscribe to Qidian. If they couldn't eat, they would lose everything. Bow. Chapter 403. In the Honglu Temple, a large group of people from various tribes were at a loss. The smell of ink seemed to be everywhere. With so many newspapers piled up there, they were in no mood to read them. Let's buy a few more days. There's no place to put them. Why don't we burn them or throw them away? Someone suggested. The smell was too strong. All right. Someone agreed and prepared to burn them outside the city. With so many papers in the city, the smoke would be too big. Others thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Just as they were about to act, an official from the Honglu Temple came over. His Majesty heard that you want to take back the newspapers of the Tang dynasty. He said that the friendship between the Tang dynasty and the various states can be witnessed by heaven and earth. He was just worried that you would not keep them well and lose them, so he sent us to help. With the newspapers, there is friendship. The official from the Honglu Temple said to the group of people who were about to burn the newspapers. He told them not to lose the newspapers. Couldn't they buy them? Didn't he say that he wanted to bring them back? The people from the Fan Nation repeatedly agreed and promised to take good care of them. Not a single one would be missing. The official from the Honglu Temple left. Before he left, he said that he would look at them at night to see the evidence of friendship. The people from various tribes looked at each other. It was over. They couldn't burn them even if they wanted to. This was not a matter of war. It was just that they would be killed first. The newspapers were friendship. What should the envoys do when they destroy the friendship? The official from the Honglu Temple returned to his room and opened a box. He took out toilet water and soap, and a smile appeared on his face. These things were given by the people of the Li family Zhuangzi who sold the newspapers this morning. Their purpose was to prevent the Fan Nation from getting rid of the newspapers. This kind of small matter could be handled by themselves without others. They said that it was the emperor, but the emperor did not have the time to care. The official from the Honglu Temple thought that the emperor would not care. When the Emperor Li Longji was talking to the prime ministers in the main hall, Xiao Huangmen slipped in through the door and moved close to the wall to Gao Lisher's side. Gao Lisher went over and said a few words to Xiao Huangmen, then moved to the door and left. In fact, everyone saw it, but it was just an attitude. Li Longji looked at Gao Lisher, and so did Yao Chong and the others. This morning, Li Yi asked someone to bribe the officials of the Honglu Temple with toilet water and soap. The officials went to warn the people of the foreign countries not to throw away or burn the newspapers. Gao Lisher didn't hide anything and directly said it. Are you trying to make them have no place to put their newspapers so that they won't buy them anymore? Zhang Shua said something that even he didn't believe. How could that be? Lu Huaishan shook his head and offered a solution. They can rent a house outside. Yao Chong frowned. Could it be that Li Yi asked them to transport the newspapers back after they bought so many of them? Could it be that our people are guarding them along the way? When he said this, everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. Baggage was the most important thing when marching to war. Transporting so many newspapers back and forth would definitely require a lot of manpower and resources. Your Majesty, how long can Li Yi's family last? Yao Chong wanted to know how many more days the newspaper could be sold. If there were 300,000 copies a day, it would be 3 million in 10 days, and 30 million in 100 days. I don't know. Li Longji didn't want to reveal the truth. In fact, he really didn't know. He only knew that if Li Yi was willing, new and valuable things would immediately appear. For example, those cosmetics and mirrors weren't even sent out. Your Majesty, if Li Yi really wants to provoke the foreign countries to transport the newspapers back, we should send the winged knights to guard them. Even if it's raining, the newspapers can't be wet. If the words are blurred, how can it show the sincerity of the Tang dynasty? I don't care about the wind and rain along the way. Just protect the newspaper well. Buy tarps and cover the carriages properly. If there's even the slightest mistake, the winged knights will kill them. I agree. Lu Huaishan also said. The amount of money spent to transport so many newspapers back was even more than what the Li family's farm had lost. Approved. Li Longji agreed. He wanted to see the final result. If they could think of it, the foreign countries also thought of it that night. Once again, they gathered together to discuss. When the number of newspapers increases, the Tang dynasty will order us to transport them back. The mountains are high and the road is long. When the newspapers are sent back, the Li family Zhuangzi will lose 14 coins per copy. How much will we have to pay? A small tribe was worried. They were poor and couldn't afford to pay. I don't think we can even afford the travel expenses. We don't have much money now. Why don't we sell some of the jewelry we brought? Another person was worried. If we sell more, we won't be able to afford it if something big happens. A Tujue tribe leader was distressed. The jewelry was convenient to carry around. Their tribes had brought it with them in case of emergency. There weren't any big issues, such as arranging for people to find a way to get the technology of hot air balloons. Don't buy them tomorrow. Find someone and see if they can enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether it's a person or a blueprint, if we can get one, we will do our best to send it back. The Tubo people began to plan. They couldn't wait any longer. The news of the hot air balloons was spreading. When the news got back, the higher-ups didn't even dare to let the ordinary people know. Otherwise, the people's morale would be affected. On the second day of May, when the Li family Zhuangzi people brought 300,000 copies of newspapers to the door, the person who Tubo bought all of them came out. We won't buy anything today. It's enough, he said to the village owner. The village owner looked at him and suddenly laughed. You won't buy anything? Why? Are you looking down on the culture of the Tang dynasty? Are you looking down on the friendship of the Tang dynasty? Are you rejecting the goodwill of the Tang dynasty? A series of questions were shouted. The people who came to watch the show were immediately angry. Yes, you can buy as much as you want. If you don't want to buy, you can't buy. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you don't buy, you are looking down on us. This is war. You will kill and bleed. Make more hot air balloons. Send them to the border now. Beat them up a few times. Did you see that? The foreigners are humiliating us. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Are you buying or not? Say it. Yes. The Tubo person swallowed his saliva and nodded with a pale face. We will buy. We value the friendship of the Tang dynasty, he emphasized again. He suddenly wanted to cry. Who came up with the idea? It was said to attack the Li family Zhuangzi. How did it become a competition of money? Please wait a moment. I will go back and get the money, the Tubo person said and ran in. The Honglu temple was very close to the imperial city. After he went in, he told everyone about the matter. Everyone reluctantly agreed to buy. It was just a competition. Let's see how long Zhuangzi can last. They strengthened their confidence, took out the money, carried it out, and exchanged it for bundles of newspapers. Along the way, they were threatened and intimidated by the people of the Tang dynasty. They shouted that the newspapers must be kept and sent back for their people to read. The officials of the Honglu temple didn't say anything to calm them down. They just pretended that they didn't know. When all the newspapers were carried back, the day's business was over. Everyone was not in a good state. Prepare the money for tomorrow. As for the newspapers, find a house to rent and put the newspapers in. Don't leave them beside you. They will choke and make you dizzy. The Tubo person made the arrangements as if he was exhausted. The others went out to look for houses. At this time, carriages carrying newspapers were on the road to the 20 counties. They were responsible for delivering the newspapers to be sold. Chapter 404. They're collecting wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi is collecting wormwood. The people who received the newspaper today first read the story, then read the general knowledge of life. It also introduced the cooperation between the Tang dynasty's Team Dai and the Ministry of Works. After reading further, there was a short paragraph. From today onwards, the Li family Zhuangzi of Baishui will buy wormwood at a high price, regardless of species. The more, the better. When he saw this paragraph, he shouted out loudly. When the others heard this, they all went forward to inquire. Not long after, many people in Chang'an ran out to look for wormwood. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, and wormwood was most effective at this time. In Lantian County, a carriage arrived. The person on the carriage shouted, "Newspaper, Chang'an's newspaper, today's new newspaper, we will send it to everyone every day in the future." The counties around the capital already knew that the newspaper was coming out. Some people even brought a few back from Chang'an. The rich families and scholars in the county borrowed the newspaper from the people who brought it back, and some directly copied it. It was just that the distance was long, and they couldn't personally go to Chang'an to buy a newspaper. Now that they heard that there were people who specially sent it to them, the people next to the carriage ran over. Is the price still 3 coins? We can pay 5 coins. A person dressed like a scholar took out 5 copper coins. 3 coins, the price will not change. In the future, there will be a carriage delivering the newspaper early in the morning. Lantian County is the closest, so we will send 500 copies first. If it's not enough, we will increase the number. Don't be anxious, don't buy it and sell it at a higher price. The people in Zhuangzi set the price and introduced the situation after tomorrow. The people in Lantian County were happy and paid for it. The scholars generously read it to the illiterate people. The rich families bought it and ran back to Dongzhou. In other counties, as the carriage arrived, the situation in Lantian County was repeated. Quickly go and pick wormwood. The newspaper said that they are buying in large quantities, and the price is high. The people who read the newspaper read it out, and the people asked each other to cut the wormwood. The next day, the people who sent tea leaves were all bundles of wormwood. Go, ask those 30 imperial physicians to lead the farmers to separate the wormwood into different types. Don't mix them together. Wormwood is the best for making moxa sticks. Li Yi did not move. Wasn't there an imperial physician around? It just so happened that the 50 Zhuangzi nurses could learn from him. While Zhuangzi was working hard to harvest the wormwood, the people of the Chamberlain of Dependencies were sighing. Why don't you rent us a house? We've already offered a very high price. When the Turkic people smelled the nauseating stench of ink, they couldn't raise their spirits at all. When he first smelled it, he thought that it smelled good. But after spending all day with the same smell, he felt dizzy. They didn't know that the people from the Li family Zhuangzi printing workshop were wearing masks and taking turns to enter. I also couldn't rent a house on my side. When they heard that we were the ones renting, the other party rejected us. The sharp-toothed people didn't dare to accept. Another Turk covered his mouth with his sleeve as he spoke. Unfortunately, his clothes were full of the stench of ink and couldn't block it at all. We can't wait any longer. According to the people we sent out, other than the hot air balloon in the palace, the Li family Zhuangzi has made a new one. So far, there are a total of 7 hot air balloons in use. I also heard that the Imperial Works Supervisor and the Ministry of Finance are working together to make them. It won't be long before a large number of hot air balloons appear and are transported to the border. Everyone, once the Tang dynasty uses the hot air balloons to achieve victory, the Tang dynasty's attitude towards the outside world will definitely change. The Tubo people spoke of the seriousness of the matter. The production of the hot air balloons was too fast. Tubo was the most dangerous. Tubo had cities, farmlands, and workshops. The Turkic tribes on the grasslands could run if they couldn't win. Their cavalry was fast and could move whenever they wanted. Tubo could be occupied and built into the Tang dynasty's cities. In addition, Tubo coerced many small tribes to help Tubo fight against the Tang dynasty. When targeting the 10 Turkic families, they attacked endlessly. Many of the 10 Turkic families were forced to side with the Tang dynasty. The other courtyards of the Honglu temple were occupied by the envoys of the 10 Turkic families. The alliance was not stable enough and would break up easily. Moreover, they would turn around and become enemies. What's the arrangement? A Turkic man made up his mind. Choose good people to go. The back is not good, and the imperial plantation is even worse. We can only enter through the Ba River. Choose good swimmers and swim upstream and downstream at night. But we don't know the location of the workshop that makes the hot air balloons. I heard that there are many workshops in Zhuangzi, and there are people patrolling. The Tubo people began to analyze and deploy. They chose to go by water, but the difficulty was that they couldn't determine the location. Why don't we just catch someone and ask? Another Tubo man sneered. Go outside the city and find someone. It will be very troublesome if we are caught. The Tubo man lowered his voice. What he meant was that Tubo would send people first, and then everyone else would prepare. If they succeeded the first time, they would find a way to send the information away. If the first time didn't work, the other party would be prepared, and they would have to organize a second time and send more people. Everyone nodded in support. At noon, a group of Tubo people wandered around Shi City. They first tasted snacks, then looked at other goods. When they saw something they liked, they haggled with the seller and bought it. After eating and shopping, they went to the place where livestock were sold. They looked at the cows and horses and asked about the price. They seemed to be considering how much profit they could make if they took Tubo's cows and horses. They also helped others to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the horses. They looked like experts. When the group returned, it was still the same people, but one of them had changed. He was not a person who went out, but a man who brought 3 horses to sell in Shi City. This man was also Tubo people. It was easy to tell from his appearance. There were many foreigners in Chang and of the Tang dynasty. They did all kinds of business and acted as translators. There was a place where horses were sold in Shi City. Some people did not have horses themselves, so they looked after the livestock for others to earn commission. Even if the livestock was sick, these people could help take a look at it and write a prescription for it. When it was almost dark, the man who sold the horses led them out of the city gate. He drove the 3 horses to the west. After walking for a while, the sky was completely dark. He got on the horse and led the other 2 horses to gallop away. At a fork in the road, he turned north. North was Xianyang County. After more than half an hour, he arrived at Xianyang County. He did not go into the county. There was a ruined temple on the mountain next to it. In the past, people would come to this temple to burn incense or to stay overnight. But later, there was a rumor that there was something unclean in this temple. The old people's children stayed there for a night and never went back. There was also a rumor that at night, there would be the sound of a woman crying. After listening for a long time, people would follow the sound of the crying and be fascinated. After a long time, people talked less about this ruined temple, not to mention going there at night. The man on horseback went to the temple. When he reached a place where he could not ride a horse, he would stop and lead the horse. The sound of hooves could be heard. When he entered the ruined temple, he did not see anyone. He took out a small bag from his chest and put it under the altar for burning incense. Then he turned and left. After a quarter of an hour, a figure appeared. He ran to the altar and quickly took out the thing under it. Then he disappeared. Chapter 405. On the 5th day of May, the Dragon Boat Festival arrived. Every household made zongzi and went out to buy zongzi without cooking. Many people in Chang and didn't cook. They just went out to buy food. A small number of people didn't cook because they were lazy. Most of them didn't have a kitchen. Chang'an was the capital of the Tang dynasty. Just like the capital of Li Yi's time, several people rented a house. The kitchen had been converted into a bedroom. Every room that could be squeezed in was better than the entire place. For the tenants who couldn't afford to live in a house, it was cheaper to squeeze in with other people. Of course, the Tang dynasty didn't have a way to make money by letting people live in the basement. There were cellars, but no one lived there. Li family Zhuangzi was also making zongzi. Usually, each person could eat 1 zongzi to taste it. They ate too well on weekdays and didn't like to eat other festival food. However, Zhuangzi made a lot of zongzi to give to the people who were still building houses. Zhang family village proposed to give those people 5,000 zongzi with jujubes. As for meat in zongzi, it was not popular at the moment. Zongzi with meat in it tasted like pork mixed with rice. Those pools are very lively today. There are dragon boats and water dances. Empress Wang pushed the baby out to bask in the sun. The main thing was that she was basking in the sun. The baby was in the carriage, covered by a curtain, and there were palace maids fanning him through the gauze. The little guy was lying there with his eyes open. He looked at a doll hanging above. When the wind blew, the doll moved slightly. The baby's eyesight was not good. He was sensitive to light, so he could see blurry things. However, he was willing to work hard to make his eyes move. Dragon Boat Festival is good. Li Yi sat there and wrote. He drew a few more strokes and put a small book next to him. This is right. The 2 I wrote before were too fake. They didn't look real. But I think any one of them will do. It's just that I have to keep improving. Li Yi was satisfied with his work. The only thing he didn't know was whether it could be used. Song De came over. Dongzhu, the street sign is done. Should I nail it now? Nail, hang up the lanterns too. The Dragon Boat Festival is very lively. People come and go, and there are so many water sports. Some people, who had seen other people's water shows during the day, decided to take advantage of the hot weather at night to play in the water. Anyway, with the ball following them, both adults and children were at ease. More importantly, it's not the 15th of the month today. The moon isn't bright enough, and there's only one little girl. When Li Yi was talking about the festival, Empress Wang felt that something was wrong. At the end of the afternoon, Li Longji, who was watching the dragon boat together, got off work and stopped playing. His thoughts were all on his son in Zhuangzi. If it weren't for the fact that he was too young, he would have carried him over to look at him. The empress was not present, and he did not call the concubines to his side. She was afraid that she would have to stay in the palace for a while after work today. When they arrived at Zhuangzi, the sky was still bright. Li Yi didn't copy books today, so he stayed outside in the shade and watched the kites in the sky. Li Longji went to see his son first. The child was asleep, and he didn't get to see him crying. "Brother Yi, did you notice that my son doesn't like to cry? He cries occasionally, and he'll be fine soon." Li Longji sat next to Li Yi, picked up the teapot on the table and poured tea for the teacups. Why would he cry if there's no reason for him to cry? The newborns in Zhuangzi don't cry much. Usually, when they're hungry, they feel uncomfortable and cry. After drinking milk and changing diapers, they won't cry anymore. In addition, the light is not suitable. When the child sleeps, he can't sleep and cries. When there's no light and it's night, the body's magnetic field changes, he feels uncomfortable and cries. When you don't talk to him, he cries. When you need silence, there's a lot of noise, he cries. Li Yi continued to talk about the reasons why the baby cried. When the baby cried, he would consider several aspects and make changes, and the child would be fine. Or he was sick, and he would quickly check. Sometimes when the child cries, the adult will hug and shake him, and the child will fall asleep. Li Longji also expressed his opinion. Hug and shake. Oh, how could I forget such a good thing? Someone, tell the craftsman to make a basket that can put the baby in. It can be hung from the top. The kind that can be swayed from side to side. When it's done, put a soft cushion under it. The baby can be placed in it and gently shaken. There's no need for people to shake it. It's hot to hug in summer. But it must be a child after 3 months. It can't be too young. Li Yi suddenly thought of a good thing, a cradle. The cub ran away and went to find the craftsman. Is it something to coax the child to sleep? Li Longji guessed. Yes, according to medicine, it can stimulate the vestibular nerve of the child, and it's said to help the child grow. Li Yi had a cradle when he was a child. Others said that the cradle was not good, but he felt that he could do it. There was no problem. Must it be hung? Li Longji thought for a moment and shook his head like a coal ball. A baby carriage is fine, or you can just make a wooden frame with a shaft. Make a batch tomorrow and pass it out. But it must be made clear that it can't be swayed too hard. It has to be swayed gently from side to side. It can't be done if it's too young. Li Yi suggested other ways, such as the hanging one. Anyone could make a basket and tie it with a rope. Okay, let's see. In fact, the rocking chair you make is also comfortable for adults. Li Longji decided to take a look at the real thing and observe the child's reaction to consider whether to promote it. Li looked up and continued to look at the kite. After a while, he said, add incense, gunpowder, and alchemical fire oil to the kite. When the wind is good, he was talking about the method used by later dynasties, which was used to burn the enemy's provisions and release a large group of kites. Brother Yi, what's the difference between this and the Kongming lantern? It's already good enough to use kites to send messages outside the city. Li Longji was still worried that it would be copied. The simpler it was, the less he wanted to use it. He already had gunpowder, but it wasn't as good as Li Yi's. However, with incense and alchemical fire oil, it was still possible. During dinner, the cradle was used. Zhuangzi put in the children who were more than 3 months old, but not those who were more than 6 months old. Generally, the cradle only needed to be shaken for a quarter of an hour. The evaluation of the cradle was very good. It was indeed suitable for babies to sleep. Even if they didn't need to sleep, they would be very happy to be rocked in the cradle. Empress Wang was envious. Other people's children could be rocked in the cradle, but hers had to wait. Third brother, there's something I need to tell you. It's about the situation of the guards. They may or may not be useful. Let's prepare first. Li Yi told Li Longji about the situation when they were almost done eating. Li Longji nodded. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. The moon on the 5th day of the lunar month had moved to the west and would set before midnight. The moon in the sky blinked. There was no curfew in Chang and city, and it continued to be lively during the day. By the Ba River, a group of people who had gone there to swim in the evening and hadn't left since then were packing their bags. There were other people playing around before, but they all left after dark. One of the people whispered a few words and waved his hand. A total of 6 people carried their bags and slid into the water with reed tubes in their mouths. Soon, they disappeared from the surface of the water. Chapter 406. Seeing the 6 people enter the water, those on the shore found a place to hide, ready to help at any time. This time, it was Tubo who took action, other forces did not participate. If they succeeded, they would not tell other tribes. They would tell others that they did not succeed and let others try again. If other tribes really came, how could Zhuangzi, who had lost something, not strengthen their defense? The 6 people in the water did not have time to think too much. They could not see the situation under the water, so they could only swim by feeling. There were stones, clothes, and short weapons in the package, otherwise their bodies would float in the water. In the afternoon, they swam to see if the weight of the stones could be just right for them to swim without floating. Even at night, they did not relax their vigilance. They saw people patrolling on the opposite shore during the day, but they could not see them because it was dark. The stars in the sky were shining, and the water surface was fluctuating, so people could be found. Of course, they could not swim directly to this place, they had to swim downstream. It was too high for them to swim to the opposite shore. There was a canal below, separating Li family Zhuangzi and Zhang family village. There were 3 bridges over the canal. They had to go ashore under one of the bridges, walk diagonally, and finally climb over. About half an hour later, the 6 people still did not emerge from the water. They estimated the distance according to the speed of the water and their own swimming speed. After another half an hour, someone quietly poked his head out. He found that it was about 40 steps to the destination, so he pulled the rope to remind the other 5 people. The 5 people felt the pull of the rope and poked their heads out of the water. With the help of the lanterns on the bridge, they were almost there. The 6 people once again poked their heads in. They controlled their bodies in the water and looked at the lanterns through the water. As the lanterns got closer, the 6 people untied the ropes on their bodies and rushed to the shore at the same time. The water flowed downwards, so they were crossing diagonally. When they arrived, they happened to be under the bridge. They did not move, but listened to the footsteps. They had seen the patrolling team of 10 people during the day and figured out the pattern. Dong dong dong. Orderly footsteps sounded, and the 6 people hiding in the dark under the bridge nodded to each other. The footsteps were getting closer, and they felt the position facing them, then the sound became smaller. The 6 people rolled ashore, quickly opened the package, took out the gray clothes inside, and put them on. With a weapon in hand, he arched his back and ran diagonally upwards. When they reached a high wall, the 2 of them squatted down and stood on the shoulders of the other 2. The 2 people below waited. The person above moved his ankle and the 2 quickly got up. When the 2 of them reached the highest point, the person on top leaped up with all his might. He stretched out his hands and placed his fingers on the edge. He did a pull-up and stuck his eyes out to look. There was no one around. He flipped his elbow up and supported his upper body up. He put one leg on the side and rolled. He lay on the ground, motionless. After a few breaths, he took out a rope from his bosom and slid it down. The person below grabbed the rope and stepped onto the wall. The people who came up later also took out ropes. This time, 2 people came up, and 2 more people came up. They nodded to each other, signaled each other, and trotted through the darkness ahead. The last of the 6 had just hidden in the darkness when the sound of footsteps rang out again. They lay on the ground, their hearts beating rapidly. A group of people walked over, and some of them glanced over before turning their heads away. When this group of people left, the 6 of them didn't dare to stay any longer and moved forward in the shadows. When they bypassed two unoccupied bungalows, the six of them looked at each other and signaled to each other. They wanted to catch someone and ask where the destination was. Suddenly, one of them pointed to the place where the lantern outside was shining. The other five looked over. They saw the words, bath area, canteen, workshop area. At the same time, there were arrows. The six of them, yes, follow the arrows. In the monitoring room, Li Qingqi looked at the six of them and whispered, as if he was afraid that the six of them would hear him. Li Longji watched from the other side. Brother Yi's precautionary measures really came in handy. The six of them are quite capable. I'm afraid that they will be anxious and catch people blindly. That's why the patrol team only has 10 people each. Even if they send 20 people in, they won't dare to do anything to 10 people. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. His efforts didn't go to waste. He wasn't sure if the French would send people, but he thought it was possible. Let's go. Follow the arrows. There are still people patrolling ahead. Be careful. Don't make too much noise. Otherwise, they will have to take action. Li Qingqi was worried about the six of them. You have to stay calm. The six of them were overjoyed. While secretly cursing Zhuangzi's people for being stupid, they chose a dark place to move forward. After walking for a while, a sign appeared in front of them again. The sign said, Workshop Area, Forest Frog Farm. The six of them understood and followed the arrows. Once again, they avoided two patrol teams. Before the six of them had time to curse why there were so many patrol teams, they saw a sign in front of them, Workshop Area, Vineyard. They were helpless. We haven't arrived yet. Why is the workshop so deep in the forest? But then they thought about it. Yes, if it were them, they would also ensure their safety. The deeper they were, the safer it would be. After a few times, the sign in front of them finally changed. It became bigger. It said, Carpenter Workshop, Blacksmith Workshop, Gunpowder Workshop, Toilet Water Workshop, Soap Workshop, Hot Air Balloon Workshop. Seeing so many workshops, the six of them were envious and wanted to go to all of them. Fortunately, they understood the purpose of this trip and went directly to the hot air balloon workshop. This time, they didn't waste too much time and arrived at the hot air balloon workshop. There were people working here. The sound of people talking and the sound of things being processed were mixed together. The six of them were dumbfounded again. What should they do? Which of the rooms in front of them could store the blueprint? What if it wasn't stored inside? Just when they were in trouble, a voice suddenly came from one of the rooms in the workshop. Little Chi. Little Chi, where the hell did you go? The blueprint for this new part is drawn. Hurry up and send it to the secret room. Coming. Let's go to the toilet. Another voice sounded. Then, a man around 18 or 19 years old ran over from the toilet in front. The man entered the room and came out shortly. He had an extra book in his hand. It seemed to be the blueprint for a new part. He went around the front. The six of them looked and saw a shadow on the other side. They hurried over. After entering, they found that it was a small path. They sped up. After running out, they saw Little Chi opening the door of a room with a key. He unlocked the door and went in. After a while, he came out. He locked the door and went back the way he came. Tubo's people continued to look for the shadow. They ran to the back of a row of houses and counted the positions. They saw it. There was a window here. It was papered over. Looking from the outside, it was very dark inside. There was no light. One of the six people took out a knife and pried open the window. He reached in through the gap of the window, found the latch, and opened it bit by bit. The other 5 people held weapons and were vigilant of the surroundings. There was sweat on their noses. They pried, and it felt like time was passing very slowly. It's done. The person who pried open the window whispered. As his voice fell, the window was pulled open by him. One person went up to the windowsill first and went in. The others didn't move. After a dozen breaths, the person who went in first poked his head out. Only then did the remaining 5 climb in. After the window was closed, the 6 people let out a long breath. Chapter 407. After a slight noise, a flame jumped out. It was an alcohol lighter. The 6 of them looked at each other with mockery in their eyes. They seemed to be saying that the good tools they used were sold by Li Yi. They turned around and looked inside the reference room. There was an empty space in the middle. There was nothing by the window, the door, and one wall. On the other side of the wall, there was a big cabinet with many drawers, like those in a pharmacy. The 6 of them separated. 2 of them guarded the window, 2 of them guarded the door, and 2 of them went to the cabinet. There were words on the drawers: improvement of the hanging basket, improvement of the rope, improvement of the surface coating of the hot air balloon. These were not things that the 2 of them needed until they saw a drawer with the words, hot air balloon manufacturing diagram. One of them blocked the light with his body, and the other carefully opened the drawer. There was a book in the drawer. He took it out and flipped through it. There were pictures and instructions. The drawing was still disassembled, and in the end, it was assembled. The 2 of them nodded to each other. The one who took out something looked at his hand with the help of the light. There was dust on it. He put the drawer on the edge and pushed it in. At this time, the flame of the lighter went out. The 6 of them groped their way to the window and stood there to listen. After a few seconds, they opened the window and jumped out. At this time, they could not go out first. Once they were discovered, they could only rush out. It was useless to hide in the house. The next step was to follow the path they came from. They took a detour again to avoid the annoying patrol team. When they reached the river, they took off their clothes, wrapped the diagram, and went into the water again with the hollow reed in their mouths. They did not swim back. If they went back, they would go against the current. They continued to go down. Every once in a while, they poked their heads out to look. After about 3/4 of an hour, they went ashore at a place downstream. They put on their clothes again and ran to the opposite side of the road. 2 of them stayed behind, and the 3 of them moved forward quickly. The one in the middle carried the diagram. He did not feel tired and kept moving forward. It's done. Now we can trick them. Not just once, but for a long time. They can't make it in Chang'an. When Li Yi heard the news from the people behind him, he revealed a happy smile. Those people thought they could run away, but they did not know that someone was following them with infrared binoculars. Now that it was dark, it was impossible for them to enter the city, which meant that there was a stronghold outside. As for whether or not to destroy that stronghold, that would depend on the demand. A place that was already known was much better than a place that the enemy would send people to build a new one that they didn't know about. Let's drink and celebrate. Li Chengqi didn't want to sleep. He was too excited just now. Finally, a set of blueprints had been successfully given to the Tubo people. The Tubo people should be very happy. Li Longji thought for a moment. There seemed to be nothing important tomorrow, so he said, "Yes, Brother Yi, let's drink." Drink. Li Yi was also nervous and needed to drink to relax. His follow-up plan hadn't come out yet, but he could already scam those foreigners now. He was happy. The 3 of them rushed to the cafeteria and found a few cold dishes to go with the wine. Only half a caddy of wine was boiled. Li Chengqi picked up a broad bean and threw it into his mouth, chewing it. He swallowed it and said, "I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out that there is something they want but have very little of. That's why we can sell it to them and use another item to sell it." Li Yi drank a mouthful of wine and exhaled a mouthful of wine. He felt comfortable all over. "Otherwise, Brother Yi, how will you deal with it?" Li Longji asked. "It's a secret. I need to study it again. This thing is not only useful to them, but also to the people of the Tang dynasty." Li Yi didn't say anything. He wanted to wait until the final confirmation. Otherwise, he would be happy for nothing. However, he was very confident about it. It was recorded in the data. The three of them were eating and drinking. One of the Tubo people had already run to the water and called out. The group of people followed him. They didn't ride horses. The sound of the horses' hooves was too obvious. Now they were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. They felt that whoever they saw was coming to catch them. They went around the Chang and city from the east to the west. Then they separated on the road and walked all the way to the ruined temple. There was a large group of people following them about 4 or 5 miles away. They didn't ride horses, but they had a carriage. They looked like they were going on a normal journey. The bell on the horse's neck was taken off. At such a distance, people couldn't hear the sound of the horse's hooves at all. The carriage was equipped with weapons to prevent the other party from being at a disadvantage when fighting. Along the way, the people in front turned and went to Xianyang. Is there a stronghold in Xianyang? Guizi asked. Fan Fan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. I know. There's a ruined temple before entering the county. It's said that a lot of people died there. I think that's their stronghold. A soldier of the Winged Knights said. Guizi nodded. It seems that the capital magistrate has to ask around in all the counties to find out where the mysterious things are. If we keep going like this, won't we walk until dawn? Fan Fan estimated the distance and felt depressed. There are horses. I see horses. They are getting on the horses. The person standing on the carriage and looking through the telescope suddenly said. Untie the horses. You wait here. I'll go. Guizi stretched out his hand and asked for the telescope. He carried a bow on his back, 2 quivers of arrows and a broadsword. He got on the horses and rode one. He didn't take a crossbow at all. A crossbow was of little use to him. He just needed to shoot arrows. The others were also relieved. As long as the horses were fine, their boss wouldn't be in danger. 3 hours later, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Guizi was riding back. He nodded. It's that ruined temple. Let's go up. There are people in the forest on the way. Then he touched the telescope. It's good. We can see the enemy at night, but the enemy can't see us. What a pity. Dongzhu has already made a lot of things. With the hot air balloon, who cares if they are discovered? Fan Fan was optimistic. Let's go back. Then we'll send people to disguise as people from other industries and find out more about their situation. Guizi ordered. The team returned to the city. They went to the Forbidden Garden in the north of Chang'an City. Then they took the horses and returned to Zhuangzi. This way, they could save some time. They were relaxed. A large group of people in the Honglu temple were drinking. The dishes were left untouched. Everyone just drank from time to time. They sat and looked at each other. They didn't want to talk or sleep. The people of Tubo were anxious and expectant. The people of the other tribes were worried that they would be caught and couldn't take the torture. They would give them up. Of course, they also suspected that even if they succeeded, the people of Tubo would say that they failed. The people of Tubo would make a lot of hot air balloons on their own and turn around to threaten them. Everyone, don't worry. Even if it doesn't work, our people should be able to come back. They are very cautious. If they can't do it, they will give up. The people of Tubo guessed what the others were thinking. He was the first to say that if they couldn't do it, they wouldn't have the blueprints if they gave up. We can't get it and then say that we don't have it. Then we can make it to hit our own people. A Tujua man said. No, we've already agreed. Everyone listen. If that's the case, I'll be the first to object. The Tubo man promised. Chapter 408. Early in the morning of the 6th of May, the Tubo people in Honglu Temple went out as soon as the city gates opened. As usual, they arrived at Shi City and went to the livestock market to have a look. Then they went to eat and came back. They sat next to the food stall and chose mutton soup. They had to drink early in the morning. They did not sleep at all last night and were exhausted. However, they only took a look at the horse market and were full of energy. It seemed that they could stay up for another night. Not far from them, several members of the Yulin flying cavalry had changed into casual clothes and were also drinking mutton soup to keep up with the pace. When the Tubo people went to the livestock market, they followed them and recognized two of them. The two of them had 6 horses today and were introducing the advantages of the 6 horses to others. When the Tubo people finished their mutton soup, the winged knights finished their mutton soup. However, they did not drink. They looked at the group of Tubo people who were discussing about the horses. Some people switched to the group, and some people switched to the other groups. They understood that this was how the Tubo people transmitted information. When the Tubo people returned to Honglu Temple, the others surrounded them. No, the patrols are too dense. We can't get in at all. The wall outside is high. We only have a chance at the bridge. But over there, sigh. The person who was switched said to the others with a helpless and regretful face. The Tubo people sighed as well. It seemed that if they did not succeed this time, their country would be destroyed. The people from other tribes looked carefully and were skeptical. The Tujue people asked, "Where are you?" "Under the bridge. If you are willing, we can bring your people there in a few days. Then we will come back and see if your people can go up." The person who was switched did not seem angry. Instead, he gave a plan. "We will talk about it in a few days. You have worked hard. Take a rest first." The Tujue people did not have anything else to say. Everyone returned to their own courtyards. There were still sighs in the Tubo people's courtyard. After a while, the Tubo leader and the person who was switched went in. "Goshawk, how is the situation?" The Tubo people said. "Snow Mountain. Everything is going well. He actually has a signboard. It's just that there are too many patrolling teams. It doesn't take long for one team to arrive. We hid here and there and were almost discovered several times, but we managed to hide in the shadows in time. They had seen too many lanterns and didn't pay attention to the shadows. We found that they were improving the hot air balloon. Many parts of it have already been modified. It's in the drawer." Goshawk introduced the words on the drawer he saw in the confidential information room. After hearing this, the Tubo man asked again, "Will they find out today?" "No, when I pulled the drawer out, there was a layer of dust on it, which means that it hasn't been touched for a long time. If there were improvements, who would take the original blueprints? But now that we have the original one, we can improve it ourselves," Goshawk said with certainty. There were craftsmen from the Tang dynasty in Tubo. Some of them were married there, while others were plundered there during the war. "Sent away?" the Tubo man asked. "It's been sent away. We made a copy, but the drawing wasn't good enough. The handwriting is not bad." As the Goshawk spoke, he took out a book from his bosom. The Tubo man took it and looked at it. The drawing was really bad. "Was that even a ball?" Goshawk continued, "We've looked at it and found a situation that we can't solve." The Tubo man looked up. Goshawk opened the book and pointed to a place. "It says here that if the hot air balloon wants to fly, it must use alcohol. Other things won't work. Put a small amount of alcohol in a jar, light it and heat the air. That's gas. Then take an iron pot and put alcohol in it. When it needs to fly high, pour more alcohol into it. The mouth of the pot must be long. If it's short, it will ignite the alcohol in the pot." After Goshawk finished speaking, he was really helpless this time. The Tubo man pursed his lips. "We don't have alcohol. The alcohol in the lighter is indeed very hot. If we drink strong alcohol, it won't ignite. Why don't we go again and see if we can get the method to make alcohol? It's just another workshop's material room. We need to try our luck." Goshawk was still scared when he said that. If they didn't have new materials to send over at that time, they wouldn't have been able to find the location at all. "No, we can't go again. We can buy alcohol." We can buy alcohol with a lighter, the Tubo man said. But they don't give us alcohol directly. We need to give them the lighter. They will return the lighter after they've poured the alcohol. Goshawk mentioned the Li family's Zhuangzi's disgusting operation. Think of a way or ask them to buy more. Yes, I have an idea. Just say that we want to bring the lighter back to Tubo and tell Tubo about the Tang dynasty's friendship. The Tubo man had a flash of inspiration. He felt a little confident. Isn't it just friendship? If you can shout, we can shout too. We can try. Goshawk supported. Rest first. The Tubo man began to burn the book. He had read it and it was indeed feasible. He couldn't leave any evidence behind. He didn't sleep last night. He needed to make up for it. Only then would he have the energy to talk about alcohol with the Tang dynasty. Tubo didn't get up until it was almost dark. He took Goshawk to Shi City to eat and look at the horses. He took the man back. He drank a lot of alcohol and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, he went to the official of Honglu Temple. We found that the Tang dynasty's lighter is very useful. Tubo needs more lighters, he said to the official of Honglu Temple. We don't have many lighters. They were made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Now the Li family Zhuangzi is busy printing newspapers and selling them to you. I don't think he has time to make lighters. The official shook his head. What he meant was that they could bully others to buy newspapers at a low price. Continue to buy. This lighter represents the friendly relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo. If we know there's such a good thing but don't sell it to us, there may be trouble. The Tubo man mentioned friendship and threatened at the same time. Yes, that, if we buy the lighter, it won't last long. It's too far and not suitable. I believe your people can understand. The official of Honglu Temple looked regretful. Sell the alcohol to us. We'll take it back and drink it ourselves. The Tubo man proposed a solution. Good idea. You can talk to Li Yi. He's not under our control. The imperial court can't rob their own people for your Tubo, right? The official of Honglu Temple sent the man away. Go and talk to Li Yi. Don't talk to me. You introduce me. The Tubo man took the official's hand. When their hands touched, an Eastern pearl was handed over. Okay. I'll think of a way. Don't worry. I also need to find someone. My position is too low. The official withdrew his hand. If he took it out again, the Eastern pearl would be gone. But he was still in a dilemma. Yes. Find someone. The Tubo man contacted the official again. This time, it was 2 Eastern pearls. Deal. Isn't it just meeting Li Yi? You can wait for me for half a month at most. He's a third-rank official. The official was happy. The Tubo man thought about half a month's time and gritted his teeth. Okay. I'll try to be as fast as possible. After it's done, I'll be more grateful. The Tubo man went back and prepared to meet with the official. The official of Honglu Temple watched him leave and looked down at the 3 Eastern pearls in his hand. He shook his head. You have to hand them over. Then convert them into money and leave me 10%. Chapter 409. Brother E, it's done. The officials of Honglu Temple sent a message saying that the Tubo people have prepared a large amount of alcohol to buy a lighter. Li Qingqi came over at noon and told Li Yi the good news. Li Yi was frying beef. The 2 dead cows were sent here last night. The 2 cows fought until they were covered in blood. In the end, both of them died. The owners of both sides gave the cows a quick death and sent them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The money given by the Li family Zhuangzi was enough to buy another cow. He was very generous. Li Yi also had the same idea. As long as it was not a sick cow or a dead cow, he would try his best to give the other party a good price. It was equivalent to buying a cow and killing it himself. He was reluctant to kill the cow that was sent by the Zhuangzi. He planned to continue to buy the land in the east that was not good. He would ask the cows to plow the land and plant beans. At the same time, he would use fertilizer to nourish the land for 2 years. Empress Wang saw the cows and said that she wanted to eat fried meat. Li Yi fried 2 big pieces of meat for her. He tested them first and prepared to make medium well meat. Seeing his brother coming over, he chose another piece of meat and fried it. They are really willing to spend money to find a way to deal with us, Li Yi said while poking the meat with chopsticks. They said that the newspaper will be stopped after half a month. Li Qingqi was still distressed about the loss of 4,200 yuan a day. No. I want them to tremble when they hear the word newspaper, see the newspaper, and smell the ink in the future. Li Yi refused. He had already spent the money, so he accepted it. He wanted to leave an impression on the other party. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I will fight with you until the end. Oh, you decide when the war will start, but we decide when it will end. The money lost, sigh. Li Qingqi knew that he could not persuade him. There is no loss. They are willing to rent a house. Find a way to rent a house for them. I want to sell them a lot of newspapers. Li Yi thought for the other party. The people of the Tang dynasty were stubborn. They would not rent a house no matter how much money you give them. Brother Yi, tell me the truth. How are you going to make up for it? Li Qingqi asked straightforwardly. There's no way they'll bargain with me for the amount of alcohol that can be bought for $1,000 or $2,000. Brewing wine requires grain, but I can only use a little grain. I'm prepared to pour enough alcohol to fill a lighter and sell it to them for 50 coins. I will not sell anything less than that, or I will raise the price by 10 times and force them to raise the money. Li Yi explained his plan. The lighter could only be filled with 30 milliliters of alcohol at a time. It was sold for 50 coins, 500 coins for 300 milliliters and 5,000 for 3,000 milliliters. $5,000 for food could buy a lot of things. $5,000 for food could be used to make alcohol. After distilling the alcohol and selling it to the Tubo people, it could be sold for $90,000. If Tubo had the money, he would buy it. A ship's worth of alcohol made from grain would make Tubo cry. Distillers' grains could also be used to feed pigs, horses, and cows. They could be fermented first and then mixed with other ingredients. It was even more nutritious. No matter how short of grain the Tang dynasty was, would they care about 5,000 dan of grain? Of course, Tubo could not afford to buy alcohol made from 5,000 dan of grain. Li Qingqi was also calculating. He also knew that alcohol and grain were not of the same price. After calculating, he felt that it was worth it. What should we do next? If you don't have money, you can return the high-priced house and sell the newspaper. I'll buy it. Li Yi gave the answer. You don't want to bring back Tubo to them? I know that after writing on the paper, it can be used to make paper. Are you going to buy it to make newspapers? Li Qingqi thought of a way to operate the newspaper. No. When I bought it, I didn't pay 3 coins for a piece. I paid 3 coins for a bundle and then took it to other prefectures to sell. I used the return ship to sell it along the Yellow River. It's still 3 coins for a copy. There are stories and general knowledge in it. You can write on the back of the paper. It's so cheap. 3 coins for a copy. It's like I'm publishing newspapers again. The cost is so low that I can't even imagine it. Li Yi explained how to operate the newspaper. He would continue to sell the newspaper. Buying a piece of paper to practice writing was not expensive. If he sold it now and let other prefectures accept it, he would be able to advertise it in the future. Li Qingqi thought about it and felt that it made sense. Why would he want to make it into paper again? The people of the Tang dynasty did not care when the newspaper was published. As long as they could read it, it was valuable. He took a deep breath. Brother Yi, when you're serious, your moves are so complicated. No wonder you're willing to lose 4,200 coins a day. As the ship travels, people in various prefectures will buy it and advertise it in the future. Oh my God! How much do you want to earn from advertising? I don't expect to earn much by cooperating with His Majesty. I just want to support the system and do it for the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said in a high-sounding voice. Money was a new luxury for him. Only by promoting social development could he earn more life. Li Chengqi believed him again. Brother Yi was indeed doing it for the Tang dynasty. He himself was also living a good life. Li Chengqi finally reacted. Brother Yi's life is pretty good. Brother, do you know how to use a knife and fork? Li Yi's steak was done and could not be fried anymore. If he fried it again, it would become small and hard to chew. Who doesn't know how to use a knife and fork? But people don't use knives and forks when they don't eat whole roasted animals. Only uncivilized people use knives and forks. Li Chengqi smiled. How could he ask such a question? That's good. This is cut with a knife and fork. Li Yi agreed with his brother. Yes, only uncivilized people use knives and forks. In ancient China, people used knives and forks. Later on, they evolved and used chopsticks. He took the knife and fork and put it on the table. Empress Wang and Li Chengqi skillfully cut the meat. They even knew that this kind of meat was not fully cooked and was hot inside. Empress Wang took a bite of the meat, chewed it and swallowed it with the soup. Uncle, you collected so many wormwood. Other than wormwood, what are the others used for? In Empress Wang's impression, wormwood was only useful. It could be boiled and washed. It could also be made into moxa sticks and used for acupuncture. It's used to make medicine. It's a very powerful medicine. I can't purify it too much, but it still has obvious effects. I originally planned to use this medicine to achieve my previous plan, but they rushed over to steal the technique. This medicine can still earn a lot of money from them in the future. Then, the people of the Tang dynasty can also solve a disease. Among so many wormwood, only one type of wormwood can be used. If I only collect wormwood and that type of wormwood, the people from the Fan Nation will guess it. Li talked about his plan. He wanted all the wormwood, and the last two types of wormwood will be used as medicine. Are the other wormwood wasted? They are bought with money. Empress Wang was worried about the money again. It's made into mosquito-repellent incense. The people use wormwood to exchange for mosquito-repellent incense from Zhuangzi. Those who have money can buy it. It's not expensive. I'm going to find some people to make it. It's very simple. Crush it, turn it into mud, press it into shape, and dry it. Li Yi knew that there were incense pans in the Tang dynasty, but they were all good spices. Moreover, they competed with each other in incense. No one thought of making wormwood into incense pans for the people to use in summer. The incense used by the rich could also drive away mosquitoes and flies, but the effect was not as good as wormwood. Wormwood belonged to the Compositae family, and the pyrethrin was very effective against mosquitoes and flies. Even if the pyrethrin was not purified, it still existed in the smoke. This thing was very useful. It could not sleep well with mosquitoes around. Chapter 410. We're still eating fried beef at night. Will the oil be too much and affect feeding the children? Empress Wang finished the steak and also ate a lot of vegetables and mushroom soup. She wanted to continue eating but was worried that she didn't have enough milk. It's okay to eat 1 or 2 meals. We'll eat egg brew tomorrow morning with beef stuffing. It's already frozen so there's no need to worry about it spoiling. Li Yi's voice was gentle as if he was talking to someone who was seeking medical treatment. He was used to it. Li Chengqi had tried several brews, but he had never eaten egg brew. How do you make egg brew? He asked naturally. When the egg is cooked, peel off the skin and fry the outside with oil. Cut it open, take out the egg yolk and put the meat stuffing in. At this time, you can put the egg yolk on top, but it's not good to eat too much egg yolk. It's best to have more meat stuffing without covering the yolk. Steam it in a pot and make juice from another pot. When it's done, pour the juice on top. Li Yi said it simply, but it took a long time to make it. The three of them were discussing the issue of food, but the Tubo people in Honglu Temple were full of worries. The leader of the Tubo people knew the price of alcohol. There was a price of 1,000 coins for members and 2,000 coins for non-members. According to this price, it would be better to use the money to make weapons than to raise a hot air balloon. He was ready to bargain, but he was worried that Li Yi wouldn't give in. When he left the place of the officials of Honglu Temple today, he had been bribing people. Others wanted what he gave, saying that they would help him. Some people were of high rank and took the initiative to hand in the benefits after receiving instructions. They would get 10% of the reward. Some people were of low rank and didn't know the situation, but they were greedy. They were admiring the things they got, but they didn't give a single cent. The French are rich. Li Longji invited the three prime ministers and Wei Zhigu to have lunch together. They ate roast lamb made by the chef sent by Earthly Paradise. They built a shed in front of Xingqing Palace. There was an ice basin in the shed and someone was running a fan to cool the food. They also used knives and forks and had separate meals. Li Longji wouldn't take food from the same plate as them. It wasn't a matter of dislike, it was a matter of status. The emperor sat at the head of the table, and the ministers were arranged according to their official positions. Li Longji sighed with emotion when he received the report from Huang Men. The four ministers didn't say anything. They didn't want to say anything. The news from the Shu lands came back, saying that there was already a brine well in the land that His Majesty had bought. How many salt wells were there in total? Now there was one more. He believed that as more drilling equipment was used, Li Yi's choice of location would come one after another. Not only could it produce brine, but it could also produce gas. At the same time, they received news yesterday that His Majesty had sent people to Lantian County to look for gold mines and found a place with golden sand. It was also Li Yi's location, but it was so accurate. There were salt wells and gold mines. You say that others are rich? Why aren't you all saying anything? Li Longji wanted to reprimand Tubo, but the ministers did not cooperate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Whoever obtains Li Yi will obtain the world. Zhang Shua thought in his heart. In a moment of panic, he blurted it out. Li Longji paused, thought about it, and smiled. Doji is right. He understood what he meant. After discovering the golden sand yesterday, the three prime ministers wanted to ask Li Yi if there were any other places. Not to mention gold mines, copper mines, silver mines, or good iron mines, anything would do. He naturally wouldn't agree. What was there to ask? There were so many people in the Tang dynasty prospecting. Let them find it. I want to share the profits. Let me tell you, you have suddenly become the property of the left, no, the right. How can you give Li Yi a share of the profits? Your Majesty, the people are waiting for the matter of the foreign countries. Can the imperial court help? Yao Chong mentioned the war between the Li family Zhuangzi and the foreign countries. Yes, it was a war. One wanted to cheat, and the other wanted to fight back. The people of Chang and understood the cause and effect. They hoped that the Li family Zhuangzi could fight back. Li Longji smiled naturally. In a few days, the people will know that it's a foregone conclusion. Your Majesty, do you want to keep it a secret? Lu Huaishan swallowed the mutton with rice wine. It's like this. The night of the Dragon Boat Festival was a special night. The moon rose early, and before the people could see it clearly, it leaned to the west. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, told the officials a story. The four of them had to stop eating and sit there to listen patiently. They were very dissatisfied. In layman's terms, Your Majesty, you're too lousy. Are you trying to make up the number of words? As if he understood the officials' thoughts, Li Longji changed the topic. There were 6 thieves who used reeds to sneak under the bridge. After a while, they went ashore, hid from the patrolling guards, went to the workshop, and climbed into the data room through the window. They left with the map. Yao Chong and the other three, it was too boring to listen to. Was it over? What about the exciting process? What happened after that? The four of them asked tacitly. The map was fake. Li Yi made it in advance. In order to let them find the place accurately, he even set up signs and lanterns to point the way. When they took it, they could only make the balloons and hanging basket outside. They didn't have an alcohol burner, but they would buy alcohol. After Li Longji finished speaking, he focused on dealing with the meat and stopped talking. Looking at your expressions, I wanted to say it properly and add some modifiers, but you didn't want to. If I simplified it, you complained. Yao Chong and the other three understood. It turned out that they were earning back the money they lost by selling alcohol. They knew that hot air balloons consumed a lot of alcohol, and there was a big jar of alcohol in the hanging basket. Not to mention the fact that the foreigners didn't have an alcohol burner. Even if they did, how could they fight a war if they relied on alcohol? Your Majesty, in that case, Li Yi had already predicted this and was willing to sell the newspaper to them. Wei Zhigu frowned. He didn't say the other words in his heart. Li Longji waved his hand. No, Brother Yi had other plans. He didn't rely on guessing others' actions. He just had an extra method to prevent them from bumping into us. Good, it's good that he didn't rely on luck. Wei Zhigu was relieved. Zhang Shua and the other two also breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Li Yi would gamble. In their hearts, Li Yi was as steady as Mount Tai, and not someone who took risks. Yao Chong always wanted to find an opportunity to suppress Li Yi, but it didn't mean that he was willing to see the day when Li Yi was at his wit's end. His heart was conflicted. He wanted to weaken Li Yi's influence, but he also felt that Li Yi could solve all problems at the critical moment. Without a burden in his heart, everyone found that the roasted lamb tasted better than before. After lunch, Li Longji saw that he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he returned to Shuangzi to see his son. When he saw the little boy was lying there and making a sound. Ugh, 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 what's wrong? Li Longji was puzzled. Was he sick? Something was wrong. He was crying just now. Uncle came over and called out to him. After a while, he stopped crying and learned. Now he can make 3 kinds of sounds. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Empress Wang whispered to Li Longji what happened and the result. Li Longji still didn't understand. Uncle said that as long as a child can cry, he can slowly adjust to make other sounds. Usually, the sounds that are close to crying are actually closed accents. When he grows up and is ready to learn to speak, the easiest thing to learn is to open accents. Empress Wang told Li Longji what she heard from Li Yi. Chapter 411. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. 3 coins for today's newspaper. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. On the morning of the 8th day of May, a large group of children appeared in Chang'an. They carried canvas bags and waved newspapers in their hands as they ran around the streets and alleys. They were children whose parents were not in good condition, or children who had lost their relatives in Grief Field Square. Li Yi had asked them to help sell newspapers, and now the time had come. One child sold 50 newspapers. With 400 children, there were 21,000 copies of Chang'an every day, no more than that. The other 300,000 copies were sent by the farmers to the entrance of Honglu Temple, waiting for the foreigners to buy them. They also handed 1,000 copies of newspapers to the people in the imperial city. The people of Chang'an, the people of the Tang dynasty saw a newspaper boy for the first time. They were more interested in the children selling newspapers than newspapers. I'll buy one. A manager of an inn stood at the door. He was curious when he saw a child run past, and then another one ran over. 3 coins. A girl of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a new dress, stood in front of the manager and handed him a newspaper. Let me have a look. If it's well written, I'll buy it. If it's not well written, I won't buy it, the manager joked. The little girl was stunned, and tears came out of her eyes. No, I have to tell Li family Zhuangzi. No, I'll buy it. Don't cry. I'm just joking. Don't tell anyone. The manager was about to cry. After saying that, the manager ran in and out as fast as he could. He took the little girl's hand and slapped 5 coins on it. Here, 5 coins. I'll give you the extra 2 coins. The manager tried to save himself. Thank you. The little girl wiped her tears and suddenly smiled. She put the 3 coins in the compartment of a bag and put the other 2 separately. Turning around, she hopped around and yelled for the newspaper to find the next person who wanted to buy it. A little boy selling newspapers was stopped. How much do you get for selling a newspaper? The manager of the inn was curious. I get 15 coins for selling 50 newspapers and a lunch. The boy handed over the newspaper. The housekeeper gave the child 3 Kaiyuan Tongbao and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. Did the Li family Zhuangzi give you these clothes? Here, or else we won't have any clothes to wear. The boy smiled embarrassedly. All right, it's good to earn your own money, the shopkeeper said again, shaking his head as he went in. The people in Chang'an soon discovered that the Li family Zhuangzi was doing charity again. In their eyes, the children's labor was the Li family Zhuangzi helping the children. Look, it's written in the newspaper that the Li family Zhuangzi continues to purchase large quantities of wormwood. 5 caddies of wormwood can be exchanged for 1 set of incense for mosquitoes and flies. 1 set of 10. The people reading the newspaper saw the advertisement again. It was about the exchange of wormwood for mosquito-repellent incense. There's one more thing. Buy a large amount of elm skin at a high price. What's the use of elm skin? Another person opened his newspaper and found the advertisement. There was no newspaper at the side, so a man in his 40s who was waiting for someone to read it out said, elm bark powder is used to make incense. Otherwise, we have to use honey, otherwise the incense won't take shape. If that's the case, ordinary people can also use incense. It's different from the incense used in temples and monasteries. There's nothing different. It's just that the price is different. 5 caddies of wormwood can be exchanged for 10 sets of incense. The people found something good again. It was the first time they heard about the mosquito-repellent incense, so they went to cut wormwood to try it out. Print out the instructions I wrote on how to use the mosquito-repellent incense. Put 1 in each set. Zhuangzi gave Li Yi a piece of paper when he went to the printing workshop. It was written on the paper that the mosquito-repellent incense should not be placed near the head. There was a baby at home. It was best to light the incense in the evening and close the doors and windows in the house. After half an hour, go in and open the doors and windows. You can put out the incense. Be careful not to put anything around the mosquito-repellent incense that could easily catch fire. These words could be printed on a small piece of paper. Li Yi was afraid that someone would get sick from the smoke. There were only wormwood and elm bark powder in the incense. It looked natural, but as long as it was burned, there would be smoke. If someone had a baby at home and got sick from the smoke, Li Yi felt that at noon, a merchant called Yang Xian came running over. He was a merchant who specialized in transporting elm bark powder to Chang'an to sell. He was preparing to contact other incense-making shops and temples to negotiate a price. While he was waiting at the pier, he received a newspaper. He saw that the Li family Zhuangzi was buying at a high price. The main bridge was the Ba Shui pier, so he ran over to inquire. Song De did not go. He sent a small steward to the other side of the Ba Shui bridge to negotiate with the merchant. Both sides negotiated a price that was 5% lower than selling to temples and other places. It was cheap and not a high price at all. However, Yang Xian bought all the 10,000 caddies of elm bark powder at once. This way, Yang Xian could save a lot of time. He could buy the goods at Chang'an and ship them back. He could save time to ship more elm bark powder to sell. Elm bark powder was made from the bark of elm trees and was used as a binder. When collecting the materials, the branches of the elm trees were usually cut off. There were also small elm trees that were specially planted in the mountains. Peeling the bark of a big tree once would kill it. The elm bark on the branches was enough. If the bark was cut off this year, it would grow back the next year. The leaves and flowers of the elm trees could be eaten. It was called elm tree money. There were also rice and cakes made from elm tree money. The small steward and Yang Xian negotiated the price and quantity of the goods. Yang Xian made a new request. The small steward could not make the decision and ran back to ask Li Yi. Dong Zhu said that the next time he comes over, he wants to bring other goods. He wants to leave a space in our newspaper. Help him tell him. The small steward reported the situation. Li Yi thought for a while. Tell him, but only in the newspaper of the capital. Every word is printed. The punctuation marks are not counted. The small steward turned and ran to tell Yang Xian. There were punctuation marks now, but some people did not write them. Everyone wrote them in a different way. The newspaper was printed horizontally, not vertically. At the same time, it was read from left to right. Li Yi followed his own habits and wrote from right to left. Unless he was left-handed, he had to use his other hand to hold up his sleeve. The people who read the newspaper easily adapted to it. It was amazing. At the same time, they could understand the punctuation marks. Commas and periods were now used by people. Quotation marks, dashes, book titles, exclamation marks, etc. When people saw it, they could understand it. The small steward told Yang Xian the price. Yang Xian did not say whether it was okay or not. He only said that he would take a look at it the next time he comes. Yang Xian had discovered the secret of the newspaper. The other businessmen were not stupid. They realized that this newspaper was very useful in promoting the news. At the very least, the entire capital would know about it. The small steward came back with a look of regret. He wanted to settle the matter. Dongzhu probably thinks the price is too high. It's okay. Wait for me to produce a set of color printing. The advertisements can be more conspicuous. We have to adjust the ink. Li Yi comforted the small steward. He had a way. The words on the newspaper were now black. If they wanted to print the words in color, one more color would mean one more page. One page was printed first. The space where the words in color were needed was left empty. The other page was specially filled with words in the empty space. The printed newspaper was brought over, the mold was aligned, and the page was printed again. Chapter 4:12. As soon as he thought of it, Li Yi went to the printing workshop and explained the principle. Dongzhu, what about the blank space? The person in charge of printing was thinking about the problem of the clasp. Add a font without any characters. Think more when you encounter problems. Li Yi felt that this person was stupid. After saying this, he laughed. The man scratched his head and said, I've printed so much in one day that I've become stupid. Now what about laying a piece of paper and printing it? Put a stack of paper on it and use rubber gloves to turn the paper. Print a piece and turn it away. Li Yi saw the printing method and found the problem, so he quickly thought of a way to increase the efficiency. He turned around and went out. The people in the workshop were thinking about it. As soon as he left the workshop area, Li Yi was slightly stunned. Old Man Mu was standing in front of him. Like the other old men on Zhuangzi, he was wearing new summer clothes. He was wearing a vest, trousers, slippers, a cattail leaf fan, and a sweat towel wrapped around his wrist. Uncle Mu, are you comfortable wearing this? Li Yi always felt that Old Man Mu was from a rich family and had to be presentable. Yes, it's comfortable. When I play chess with them, they wear it. If I don't wear it, it looks different. It's a pity that they're not good at Go. Li Dan waved the cattail leaf fan and explained why he changed his clothes. It was to fit in. Oh, yes, they've never played Go before. Without money, it's hard to live. Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Man Moo still expected everyone to play Go. How long would it take to play a game of Go? Would they stop farming? Would they stop weaving sacks? Even now, the old men and women were not idle all day. They could weave baskets and sacks. When they were tired, the old men would find someone to play Go with, and the old women would sit together to drink tea and chat. Yes, life is not easy, but there has to be a route. Li Dan wanted to change but couldn't. Start from eating and increase the yield per moo. Li Yi said simply. Can it be increased just because you say so? Li Dan was a little unhappy. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, the agricultural officials of the previous dynasties were very hardworking. They knew how to tell the people that the seeds of the same crop could not be planted for too many years and had to be replaced with seeds from other places. Then the agricultural officials would ask which part of the land had the highest yield, and if it was much higher than the land next to it, they would buy it all for seed. The yield of the fields was gradually increasing, but it was still not enough. In the end, when it came to Li Yi's mouth, all he said was to increase the production. Give me one more and I'll see. This involves a new technology, hybridization, or grafting. Li changed the way he put it. People nowadays knew how to graft, especially fruit trees. How do you graft wheat? Break the wheat stalks and replace them with rice stalks. Li Dan actually knew how to graft. Uncle Moo, don't be anxious. It's like this. Wheat and rice can have both male and female offspring. This way, they can have offspring. If a man was missing, there was nothing the woman could do. At this time, he would look for a different type of rice or wheat. Put the pollen of the other type on the rice and wheat here, and the two types of pollen mixed together. In the end, the child born may have the advantages of both sides, or it may have the disadvantages of both sides. Leave the seeds of the good ones, and when you plant them again, they may be good at drought resistance, or they may have high yields. Li Yi explained the hybridization technology easily, but let him do it. You can do that? Li Dan did not understand. Yes, when you look for them, during the period when they bloom, observe. When you shake them, there is little or no pollen. At the same time, they look different from others. First, look at their appearance, then use a magnifying glass. I have a magnifying glass in Zhuangzi, and I wanted to discuss it with you. But I can't do it this year, I'm busy with the locust plague. Next year, I'll look for wheat and rice from all over the Tang dynasty. When you look for them, you have to understand their shortcomings and advantages, and then divide them into different areas. When they bloom, carefully look for plants with dead males, and then use other pollen to pollinate them. Li Yi told him his plan again, and then he realized that it was useless to tell this to an old man. Li Dan did not feel that he was useless, and he said excitedly, yes, let's look for them. If they don't have enough manpower, ask them to send more. Okay, Uncle Moo, it's hot, don't get excited. I know your family has land, and I hope the yield is high. Li Yi was afraid that the old man would faint. Yes, my family has land, a lot of land. I want to plant it, I want to plant it. Li Dan kept nodding. This was the first time he heard of this method. It was too strange, but at the same time, it made sense. Plant it. As long as you find it and succeed, it won't be a problem to double the yield in a few years. Li thought of the hybrid seeds he planted with the help of fertilizers and pesticides, and felt that the yield in the Tang dynasty was indeed too low. Even if he did not use pesticides and fertilizers, the yield was 5 to 6 times better. Double? Li Dan wanted to smoke. Yes, in a few years, the first generation has to be cultivated, and the fertilizers have to be kept up. Li Yi increased the difficulty. Don't smoke, I'll be busy again. Yes, I can't rush, I can wait, I want to live for many more years. Li Dan, who did not know that he was supposed to die next year in history, had to work hard to live. Although he was no longer the emperor, he was still the retired emperor. The people could say that the retired emperor and the emperor were blessed by heaven, and they had to find ways to benefit the people. If the grain doubled, they would fight Tubo, fight Tujua, whoever was not convinced, they would fight. The first thing Li Dan thought of was war, and he could only fight with grain. The logistics would continue to send grain and fight every day until the other side had no food to eat. Yes, uncle, you're in good health, Li Yi said as he helped Li Dan to a shady place. When they reached the shady place, he glanced at Qing Song standing next to him. Qing Song immediately ran to get water, sour plum soup. Li Dan drank 2 mouthfuls and showed a carefree expression. It's delicious, good news. After Li Yi comforted Li Dan and went back to copy the book, Li Dan began to spread the news in Zhuangzi. After hearing it, the farmers did not care about the details at all. They only knew that Dong Zhu said that the yield per mu could be doubled. Last year, the rice and wheat in Zhuangzi were much higher than that of other farmers. Was there any need to doubt Dong Zhu's words? In the evening, Li Longji and Li Qingqi, who had just gotten off work, came over and heard about it. Brother Yi, quickly write it down and draw it, I'll write it up, Li Longji urged, as if he did not want Li Yi to eat. Third brother, don't worry. Let's drink. Today's dishes are good, there's braised pig trotters. Li Qingqi held a wine cup. Empress Wang did not look like a queen at all. She held a pig trotter with both hands and gnawed at it while nodding. I've finished writing and drawing. Li Yi sighed. When he found that Old Man Mu was spreading the news everywhere, he knew that he had to write it down. Before dawn on the 9th day of May, Li Longji left in a hurry. He entered the city through the back gate, changed his clothes, and waited for the important courtiers to arrive for the meeting. Then, he walked to his seat with light steps. He glanced around and smiled. The courtiers were speechless. Yao Chong and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Did he pick up money? Who did he help Li Yi trick this time? What's the matter? Tell me about it. When you're done, I have a good news. Li Longji calmed down. Chapter 413. There weren't any major events today, so the topic revolved around the locust plague. The Ministry of Revenue said that there was no need to reduce the rent. There would be no problem there. Before winter, there would be a large number of chickens and ducks. Grain production was reduced, and meat and eggs could be eaten. If there was still a locust plague next year, the Ministry of Appointments would be in charge of any place that wasn't dealt with properly. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, mentioned that there were still too few well-digging teams. He requested that the Ministry of Works send people to find craftsmen to build the equipment first. The Craftsmen's Alliance sent people to direct the work in case the drought next year was too severe and affected the wheat production. The funds were naturally allocated to Li Longji's private savings. He had already agreed that he would pay for the well digging. Li Longji readily agreed. Give me the money. I have money. Spend it. If it's not enough, I'll audit how you spend it. After the officials finished talking, Li Longji hesitated for a moment and dismissed the court. He changed locations and looked for Yao Chong and the other 3, as well as Qin Shi, a minister of the Si Nong Temple. Qin Shi was previously the county magistrate of Wanyan County. Later, he became the junior magistrate of the capital government. This time, he was transferred to the Si Nong Temple and was an upper third-rank official. The functions of the Tang dynasty officials overlapped too much. It felt like any department could handle a matter. The result was that if there were benefits, all the departments that could handle it would do it. If there were problems, these departments would shirk responsibility. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the warehouses, the Taichung Temple was in charge, and so was the Si Nong Temple. Li Longji asked someone to serve tea. He placed his hand on the edge of the teacup and asked with a smile, "Do you know what the yield per mu of the Tang dynasty is?" Yao Chong closed his eyes. "Your Majesty, it's different from place to place. You didn't say what to plant." You're right. It seems like you know about agriculture. Since that's the case, I order you to double the yield per mu of wheat or rice in Chang'an within 5 years. Li Longji made things difficult for Yao Chong. You talk too much. Fine, you know. You do it. Yao Chong took a deep breath and realized that he was wrong. He rolled his eyes and said, I invite that place to be Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Puff. Clang. Zhang Shua, who had just picked up the teacup and was blowing on it, spurted out a mouthful of tea. He hurriedly put the teacup down. Hee hee. Lu Huaishan chuckled. Wei Zhigu looked over with disdain, his gaze sweeping over Yao Chong's face. Qin Shi, ha! Li Longji laughed and said, good plan, Yao Qing. But you don't have to choose there. Last year, the Li family Zhuangzi's rice was 40% higher than the rice in other places in Chang'an, and the wheat was 30% higher. Your Majesty is right. Yao Chong brushed this matter aside. Last night, I suddenly had an idea. If this year the Western Agriculture Temple does as planned and produces results, within 5 years, the yield of rice or wheat per mu will double. Li Longji stopped joking and took out a book. Gao Lisher took it and placed it in Yao Chong's hands. Yao Chong looked at the first page and knew that it was Li Yi's calligraphy and drawing. Li Yi's style was like this. Li Yi's drawing was a sketch, with perspective and shadows. It was like drawing a box, with the edges gradually shrinking inwards, giving people a three-dimensional feeling. Yao Chong looked at it carefully, looking at the principles and steps of the hybridization. After he finished reading, he handed it to Zhang Shua. Yao Chong said, Your Majesty, how many times do we have to try this? There's a lot of land and a lot of people. We can always test it out. Farming won't delay, we just have to look at the flowering period. Li Longji picked up the teacup. When he chatted with Li Yi yesterday, Li Yi had said that this was a matter of luck. If you touched it, there was a chance of success. If you didn't, it would always be the same. Li Yi could take out a large number of magnifying glasses, and then it would depend on how much manpower there was to search. After Zhang Shua finished reading, he placed it in Lu Huaishan's hands. He said, This subject requests that we find seeds from all over the country and have the entire capital government plant them. We have to send more than 10,000 people to search. Lu Huaishan looked at it and gave it to Wei Zhigu. Li Longji looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan said, If wheat and rice are placed together and the wind blows, they can pollinate each other. It is possible that large grains of rice and wheat will appear. We can use a sieve to sift through, and then plant the last batch of large ones to see if they can grow. Li Yi can spend money to find people to shake briquettes, knead mud, pick tea leaves, and cut wormwood. Your Majesty has so much money, it's time to benefit the people. Lu Huaishan thought of another seed that was affected by natural pollination. What if there was a good one? Using a sieve to sift through, the holes in the sieve gradually increased until only the large ones were left. As for whether the large ones were good, whether they could withstand drought, or whether they could repel insects, that was another matter altogether. It's like the imperial examinations, choosing the best from the worst. It's also like men and women, with the same father but different mothers, the children will also be different. Wei Zhigu placed the book in front of Qin Shi. When Qin Shi heard the four people's words, he realized that he had to bear the final burden. Double in 5 years? What if he couldn't? He began to flip through the book and was immediately attracted by the ideas in it. They could even consider it like this? Who was so powerful? After he finished reading, he looked up. Your Majesty, this is Li Yi, Yao Chong said. Ah, no wonder. Qin Shi understood. How could he not know Li Yi in Chang'an? Now, many people who were also called Li Yi had changed their names. Otherwise, the pressure would be too great. In all of Chang'an, when Li Yi was mentioned, it referred to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu, by the Ba River. Now that he knew who it was, Qin Shi had a question. Why not try it in the Li family Zhuangzi? Lu Huaishan replied, the Li family Zhuangzi has too many secrets. They have too little land, so they raise crabs and toads. They also raised a lot of loaches this year. Although loaches can't be compared to eels, they are easy to raise. Ordinary people can raise them. Li Longji said something. When Li Yi cleaned up the river last year, they dug up loaches and raised them. Your Majesty, please orders Wazong to transfer enough money and grain. Qin Shi understood that he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi, so he made a request. No need for Zwazong. I will give it to you. If there is high-yield grain, what's 1,000,000 taels of money? Li Longji waved his hand and said generously. 1,000,000 taels was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he directly said it. When Qin Shi heard this, he only thought that His Majesty was generous. Yao Chong said to him from the side, if His Majesty can really take out 1,000,000 taels, you don't need to spend much money. Just do your job well. Ha! Qin Shi's eyes widened as he looked at Li Longji in disbelief. Li Longji smiled reservedly, money is just a worldly possession. You don't need to worry about it. Zhang Shua and the other three lowered their heads at the same time. They didn't want to say anything. His Majesty, you, before meeting Li Yi, would you dare to say the same thing? Damn it, there are salt wells and gold mines. You've already started mining the gold mines. Heaven on earth doesn't count, the night market doesn't count, and the health fees are all for your private army. Don't talk about 1,000,000 taels, even if you shouted out 10,000,000 taels, you wouldn't be able to take it out. You can also ask Li Yi where there are gold, silver, and copper mines. Qin Shi not only didn't relax, but he also became more worried. His Majesty spent so much money, and it was even his own money, but he still couldn't find the dead male. Or maybe he found it, but the breeding wasn't done well, and the grain production didn't increase. His own head, look, someone came up with a solution. The person who came up with the solution was Li Yi, who brought out countless useful tools. With money, His Majesty was willing to spend 1,000,000 taels. In the end, the thing didn't come out. Whose fault was it? I will go arrange it now. Qin Shi bowed, picked up the book, and ran off. He had to hurry. Chapter 4:14. In the Honglu Temple, the Tubo people were waiting anxiously for the officials to contact Li Yi. The leader was called Buizhu. He imagined that the current situation was a battle between the Tubo and the Tang dynasty. He didn't know that the Tang dynasty didn't have time to deal with him. Li Yi alone was enough to deal with him. The ministers of the Tang dynasty were waiting for hybrid food, dealing with the plague of locusts, and making other parts of the hot air balloon. Li Yi also didn't have time to deal with him. Li Yi wanted to spread his medical skills to the world. He also wanted to solve the problem of the Tang dynasty's financial income. What he had to face were the big ethnic groups and aristocratic families. If Li Yi couldn't deal with such a small matter, what else could he do? While waiting, Buizhu found that the sun was moving slowly. He came out and stood outside the imperial city, facing the Vermilion Bird Avenue. He saw someone driving a carriage along the street. There were bundles of wormwood on the carriage. The driver took out a long bamboo tube from the carriage, pulled out the plug, and poured water into it. After drinking, he rubbed his arm with a look of enjoyment. There was also an adult holding a child. The child had a bamboo hat made of reed on his head and was smiling happily. He didn't know what the adult was saying to the child. Seeing such a harmonious scene, Buizhu didn't feel happy at all. He compared the people in Chang'an with the people in the capital of Tubo. Tubo's political center was Lhasa, which was the Lhasa of Li Yi's time. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, Li Yi's Shi'an was better developed than Lhasa. The Chang'an that Buizhu saw had people begging for food in the spring and summer of last year. This year, there were no beggars on the streets. They were all sent to the Grief Field Square. The Grief Field Square called the imperial physicians to treat the patients and gave them work. Li Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi. A Zhuangzi is leading the whole Chang'an. Li should be dead. Bo Mao had already analyzed that all the changes were due to the young man, Li, who had come to seek refuge with his relatives. In the end, all his relatives had died. Buqiao also knew that if Li took out something that would benefit the people every once in a while, the gap between Tubo and the Tang dynasty would gradually widen. Although the blueprints of various farming tools had been sent back, Tubo would be able to manufacture them. However, how many people were there in Tubo? How many fields could be cultivated? How many people were there in the Tang dynasty? How many fields? As long as the people of the Tang dynasty had an extra 10% of their crops, the extra grain would be used for military purposes. In that case, the number of troops Tubo would face would increase many times over. It was said that Li Yi was very good at reading the weather. He had spent the whole last year preparing for the drought and the plague of locusts in the east of the Taihang Mountains. Under such circumstances, all kinds of good things could be taken out. Now that the plague of locusts was gone, his hands were free. Look, the hot air balloon is coming out, right? Give him a few years, no, a few months, and God knows what he could take out. Kill him, kill him. Under the sun, Buqiao was probably muddle-headed from the heat, his mouth kept muttering. At this time, the Turks were secretly contacting people from other tribes. One of them suspected that Tubo had the method of making hot air balloons. The other was that they were going to send their own people to see if they could sneak in. Fortunately, we stored a lot of ice last year. Otherwise, how could we afford to supply the farmers with ice? This winter, we have to expand the ice cellar. Li drank the cold noodle soup with ice stubble and sighed with emotion about the difficulties of summer. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs were also eating cold noodles at the table next to them. The bowl of cold noodles was bigger than a bowl. There was spiced beef, a lot of shredded cucumber, a boiled egg, bamboo shoot slices, sesame, coriander, and chili sauce. Li's lifespan was longer, so he exchanged some chili. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat chili for a long time. Empress Wang was eating the same thing. Li assured her that it was fine. She could eat, and there was no problem with breastfeeding. However, these were the staple food and stir-fried dishes. It was fine if others didn't want to eat, but Empress Wang had to eat. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, steamed eggplant with minced meat, fried eggs with scallions, and 4 happiness meatballs made with fish. Empress Wang didn't have to eat stewed chicken every meal like ordinary rich people, or pig knuckles without salt to help milk. She hadn't finished her confinement period yet. Ordinary people started to raise chickens when their daughters-in-law were pregnant. They would save eggs a month before the baby was born. Then, they would eat during her confinement period. It would be best if she could eat more than 10 eggs a day and gain weight. If it was in the palace, Empress Wang would also drink chicken soup and add some herbs. It didn't have to be stewed chicken with ginseng. The doctors of the Shangshi Bureau weren't stupid. If they gave her ginseng every day, they would be punished. Empress Wang watched other people give birth in the palace. She envied them for eating so much every day, even if they felt like vomiting when they ate. What she envied was not the food, but the children. So what if they vomited? Only now did she realize that the food in the palace was a mess. Zhuangzi was still the best. She loved to eat every meal. Thinking about it, she laughed out loud. When Li Yi mentioned storing ice, he saw sister-in-law laughing. What did she mean? Sister-in-law, the cold noodles have to be chewed up. Noodles made with alkali are not easy to digest. This cold noodles don't have much nutrition other than being refreshing. Li Yi was afraid that when sister-in-law laughed, he would swallow it without chewing much. Ah, it's okay. Empress Wang quickly came back to her senses. At the Ba River Bridge outside, the people who rushed back at noon to exchange wormwood for a plate of incense were eating noodles with soy sauce. The paperboys who sold newspapers also ate together. After they sold the newspapers, they came back to give money and had a free lunch. This meal was noodles with a sauce made from eggs and duck eggs that wasn't very salty. The adults and children ate happily. As they ate, they talked about Li Dongzhu's benevolence. They were not fools. At a glance, they knew that there was not much sauce or salt in the sauce. The purpose was for everyone to eat like dishes. The noodles were also cold water. There was no limit. How much could the half-grown children and working adults eat in one meal? Of course, they felt that they ate a lot, but there were people who could eat even more. The winged knights added up to 1,500 people. Other than familiarizing themselves with the hot air balloon, they spent the rest of their time training. In the evening, the new 1,000 people had to learn how to read and write. They also had a political class on how to be loyal to His Majesty. Time flew by, and it was May 16th. Today was a joyous day. Empress Wang and Li Longji's son was 1 month old. He had successfully lived to be 1 month old. Many children in the Tang dynasty could not live to be 1 month old at this time. Then it was 1 year old. If he could still live to be 1 year old, the elders in the family would be relieved. Babies were the easiest to get sick. The doctors did not dare to use too much medicine. The child's digestive system could not stand it. Therefore, Li Yi asked the child to wear a ball if he wanted to go into the water. A child began to break through the gates of hell from the moment he was born. He broke through one gate after another and finally drowned. How big of a blow would it be to a family? The little guy still could not speak. He could only make sounds. When he heard others speak, he would be anxious and want to cry. The little guy only worked hard to learn when someone beside him kept talking. When a child speaks depends on two aspects. One is the degree of brain development, and the other is the degree of vocal cord development. There are two kinds of vocal cord development, passive and active. If the baby does not cry until his voice is damaged, then vocal cord development is active. If you want the baby to speak in advance, nutrition needs to follow. Usually, there must be someone to talk to the baby. It's best if it's simple words. The baby follows the sound and promotes vocal cord development. When the baby is tired, don't talk anymore. You should kiss and hug him. Li Yi continued to talk about the child's voice. Chapter 4:15. Li Longji and Empress Wang were listening attentively. In their knowledge, the earlier a child spoke, the smarter he would be. In fact, there was nothing wrong with that, but that little bit of foresight was useless. An 8-month-old child who could speak was different from a 2-year-old child's development in the future. At noon, they celebrated in Zhuangzi. Noble consort Lu and Li Dan insisted on attending, saying that their old age could increase the child's fortune. Li Longji and Empress Wang readily agreed and even let the two of them take turns to hold the child. Li Dan's tears came out when he held the child. He explained that when he saw the little guy, he remembered a lot of things. In fact, this was the legitimate son, the future crown prince. His abdication and Li Qingqi's abdication were in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the empress have such a cute child? Who would dare to say that the throne was flawed? This was not a child, but a banner of victory. Third brother, you also know that we are relatives of the imperial family. Now that we have a child, we have to put him in the register. When His Majesty heard about this, he insisted on having the people from the imperial court come over to take a look. It's all thanks to you that we are valued by His Majesty. In fact, I can take the child out, but once we leave Zhuangzi, I'm afraid something will happen to the child. Li Longji looked at his father holding the child and smiling, then turned to Li Yi and said, "Then let's go to Zhuangzi. When they are done, I'll check again." Li Yi followed. "Come, it's summer. The place specially used to entertain people is full of flowers and green grass. I'll get someone to tell them to come over in the afternoon and have some fun at night. Brother Yi, you don't have to deal with them." Li Longji added. "I really can't meet them. Otherwise, they will all think that I'm very familiar with them. If they ask me for anything in the future, I'll agree and they will continue to ask. If I don't agree, they will think that I'm not a good person and want to deal with me. As Li Yi spoke, he explained the matter of interpersonal relationships. Yes, we can't meet them. Those people are too greedy. Li Longji nodded twice. Then, he went to make arrangements. Didn't the Imperial Clan Temple want to see it? Get over here. Do you expect me to send my child to you? Dream on. What if you risk your lives and suddenly poison him? It's so far away. If I can't send him here in time, won't my son be gone? You have to be searched when you come here. No weapons are allowed. You can only watch from the baby carriage when you're watching. I'll stand guard. If any of you kick the baby carriage, the baby will be fine. You want to kick the child directly? Let's see if my reaction is fast enough. Li Longji had thought of everything. Everyone looked like bad guys to him. There was nothing he could do. Someone was already investing in his second son. Previously, he had invested in his first son. His first son's face was scratched by a monkey while he was hunting, and the investment was gone. The people who had invested a lot of effort and capital did not go up, and the losses were huge. They had to be on guard against such a situation. At around 3:30 p.m., a large group of people came over. Before they came, they were strictly instructed not to say anything they shouldn't say. They were not allowed to look for Li Yi and Zhuangzi's people. The winged knights were in charge of delivering things to them. Li Longji's reason was that he was afraid that someone inside would do something bad. At the same time, 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs came out to accompany Empress Wang. They were eating barbecue today. They didn't need to go back at night. Zhuangzi had an empty bungalow, so they could stay there. Yao Chong and a few others mixed in with the crowd. They also wanted to see the child. A child who was just 1 month old was involved in the stability of the harem and the actions of countless foreign officials. When the child sneezed, a group of people's hearts would twitch. The little guy had just woken up and was crying. They fed him milk, changed his diaper, and gave him some juice to drink. At this moment, his face was calm. Everyone watched and didn't dare to make a sound. The winged knights were beside them. Who didn't understand the problem between the empress and the child? The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs stared at everyone, and their right hands were in their left sleeves. When everyone looked at the little guy felt people's shadows swaying around. He was probably happy. He made, sounds from his mouth. Empress Wang stood beside him with a proud face. She couldn't wait to make a few sounds like an old hen that had just laid eggs. Look, this is my son. Is he good looking? He's not sick at all. How can he make, sounds? Li Dan and noble consort Lu came together and watched. They didn't hide the fact that the 2 emperors appeared together in front of others. Li Longji was always very respectful to the 2 of them. It was not as natural as when there were no outsiders. One was his biological father, who had even given up his position. The other was his mother, who raised him. Your Majesty, this child is good-looking. Yao Chong said beside Li Longji. He didn't want the child to be hurt. The Tang dynasty couldn't afford to suffer anymore. There were enemies outside. The people who came to watch didn't have any intention of making a move. If the investment failed, they could invest again. If they made a move and succeeded, it would have nothing to do with them. Their family would definitely die. If they failed, they would still die. San Lang, does the child have a name? An elder of the Li family asked Li Longji. In the imperial court, they had to address him as Your Majesty. Today's situation was special, so they called him San Lang. I wanted to name him Li Yi, but Brother Yi didn't agree. Now he only has a nickname, San Er. Li Longji directly called Li Yi as Brother Yi in front of a group of people. This showed that he was protecting him. If he avoided this, he would become an enemy. He should recognize what he should, no matter what they thought. Good, San Er is good. The elder didn't seem to hear anything else and directly expressed his opinion on the nickname. The others followed suit. Good, good. They knew who Brother Eve was. That young man was praised by the imperial astronomer. Words like Lu Xing comes out, main star shines, guard the imperial palace, were all said. If the Lu Xing was not in the imperial palace, it was an ominous star. There must be a main star beside it to assist the main star. At this time, the Lu Xing was an auxiliary star. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. If His Majesty didn't come to be with Li Yi, with Li Yi's talent, he could go somewhere else. Would the Tang dynasty be afraid of a hot air balloon? Lu Xing comes out from the east and guards the imperial palace. Wasn't Ba Shui just east of the imperial palace? That's right. The people of the imperial astronomer worked hard. It wasn't easy. But others believed it. When they compared the facts, it all matched. Li Yi came to Ba Shui and followed His Majesty. Was it a coincidence? Then he took all kinds of good things out and didn't ask for anything in return. This was because the Lu Xing was like this. San Lang, when will San return to the imperial palace? Another elder asked. I'm relieved to leave him with Brother Yi. When he grows older, Brother Yi can teach him all kinds of knowledge. Li Longji said indicating that he couldn't change what he said. Not only did the others not frown, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dan looked at them from the side and wanted to laugh. He knew what these people wanted to do. If the child didn't go back, there would naturally be no danger. Then they could invest boldly. Li Yi was a divine doctor. When the child was sick, he directly cured it. He could treat such a serious lung disease. When the intestine was full of death, he could still treat it. What a good young man. Yes, leave the baby on Zhuangzi. We won't have to worry in the future. Chapter 4:16. The child did not cry or make a fuss. He was not stupid. When the figure swayed, the child's eyes would move and he could make sounds. This meant that he was very healthy. With the godly doctor beside him, it was indeed different. When he was born, he was only 2.5 kilograms. Looking at his growth now, he was white and chubby in a month. Empress Wang bowed to everyone and personally pushed the child away. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs did not move. They wanted to stay and listen to orders. If there was anything they needed, they could go get it. There was no need to call the landlord over. A team of Yulin flying cavalry accompanied Empress Wang to leave. Even now, they were still worried. The winged knights did not stop until they left this place. There was no need for them. There were surveillance cameras. They knew where the surveillance cameras were and could see them. There was nothing they could do even if they saw them. There were no blind spots in the surveillance cameras. If they rushed over and blocked the camera, the surveillance cameras would not be able to see them. But, why did the screen turn black? The people in Zhuangzi's surveillance room would not be lazy. Moreover, if there was a sudden change in the surveillance cameras, there would be an alarm. After Empress Wang left with the child, the others were completely relaxed. Only then did they look at the place. This place was built by Li Yi to imitate the gardens in Suzhou. There was a scenery with every step. At the same time, there was a place for people to stand. Under the trickling water, they could see the sand and stones below and the small fish. Good place. I should learn to build one at my place and then spend every day here to comprehend. Someone felt that this place was good. Li Longji did not want to bother. Was this place good? Of course it was good. But his brother Yi did not come over at all. Brother Yi always went to the fields to grow mushrooms and fungus. He planted other plants in the greenhouses, workshops, classrooms, and kitchens. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, Brother Yi could design, but he would not linger. When everyone ate, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi had so many types of seasonings. There were even more than heavenly earth. There was a sign in front of the seasonings with the name written on it. There was beef mince, mutton sauce, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, pepper oil, mustard, garlic juice, ginger juice, soy sauce, aged vinegar, onion oil, chives, fermented bean curd, big rice water. Outsiders felt that Chang'an's heavenly earth food was the best in the world. Chang'an's heavenly earth was only part of the delicacies. Today, he finally confirmed that there was no mistake. Do you need so much seasoning for a barbecue? Li Longji and Li Qingqi skillfully roasted meat and vegetables for Li Dan and noble consort Lu. Li Qingyi, Li Longfan, Li Longya, and Li Sholi were beside him. The people from the fifth prince's residence were all present. The four of them were now helping to manage the Workers' Alliance and the Yi Alliance. They really wanted to come over and eat with Li Yi in the cafeteria, but it was not allowed. They had never interacted with Li Yi before, so they didn't know what to say. What if they said something wrong? Uncle, quick, give me a lamb chop. Empress Wang pushed the child to Li Yi. Zhuangzi also had a barbecue tonight to celebrate Li Yi's third sister-in-law's baby's 1-month-old birthday. The barbecue was just a formality. It was not that Zhuangzi lacked meat to eat. The kids in Zhuangzi liked this kind of atmosphere. They didn't care about what they ate, they just liked it when there were more people around. Guozi was not far from Empress Wang before, so he came over now. He didn't bring a bow and arrows. He had never used a crossbow. Even though his crossbow was very accurate and could be loaded quickly. However, compared to a bow, a crossbow's loading speed was much slower. He used a strong bow, and the range was not shorter than a normal crossbow. At this moment, he had a row of small pockets around his waist. There were tassels on the outside of the pockets. Dongzhu, I'll eat with you, he said generously. Eat. Li Yi didn't care. He picked up 2 skewers of cooked lamb and placed them on the barbecue. Eunuch Huang Bai stepped on the fan, afraid that the smoke would suffocate the baby. Palace maid Bai He moved a chair to sit beside the baby carriage. She put her hand on the baby's head and shook it from time to time. Li Yi saw this and motioned for Guozi to help turn over the barbecue. He ran to the music courtyard and took the loudspeaker that could record music. He went to the piano and played a song in the high notes. Then he played a normal song and returned to the barbecue area with the loudspeaker. He turned on the switch, and the high notes came out like a music box, tinkling and clanging. If people at that time heard it, they would definitely sing along. I've never forgotten you in the sunset, stepping on the green grass, the sunset in my heart, always a little sad, you're not in my dreams. The little guy's eyes, which had been moving slowly with Bai's hand, stopped moving. His little mouth was slightly open as he listened quietly. When the song ended, it was followed by Li Yi's Bandri's childhood. As soon as the song came out, the baby's mouth opened wider, and his tongue stuck out. The main melody of Bandri's childhood was actually played by a string instrument. Li Yi couldn't play the violin and the piano at the same time. He could only go directly to the piano and step on the delay, which was the right pedal. Hearing the sound and looking at the little guy's appearance, Empress Wang and Guozi were silent. Guozi gave Li Yi a thumbs up. He had heard the sound of the piano in Zhuangzi. That everyone from Nankou was learning and making a song at the same time. Li Yi must have used this loudspeaker to record the 2 songs he played when he went out just now. If it were any other scholar, they would definitely find someone to show off their talent in poetry and their ability to use musical instruments every day. When it came to Li Yi, he just used it and used it when he needed it. In daily life, he never fiddled with musical instruments, nor did he talk about poetry with others. When he was free, he would copy medical books or research something and send it to the workshop. If anyone was not feeling well, they could find Dongzhu to take a look, and he would check. Guozi finally understood why the 3,000 winged knights were so obedient to Li Yi and felt at ease following Li Yi. The 3 of them ate quietly. The music played back and forth, and the baby still liked it. Li Yi roasted a skewer and handed it to the palace maids and eunuchs next to him. No one was left out. He didn't do it deliberately, he was used to it. This way, he wouldn't offend anyone and wouldn't attract jealousy. The reason why the Li family Zhuangzi was so warm was because of Li Yi's personality. He treated his own people casually, but to his enemies. Huh. Everyone ate, and the music kept repeating. After a while, Bai He gestured that the baby was asleep. Li Yi went over to lower the volume of the loudspeaker, but he didn't stop. He motioned for Bai He to push the cart to the side. When the cart was 5 steps away, Li Yi spoke. Children are the most sensitive to sound. The human body is a generator and will resonate with other sounds. For example, if you listen to drums for a long time, your heart will beat in the same rhythm as the drums, so music can sometimes be a weapon. From the sound of the music to the lyrics of the music. If you play it well, you can achieve your goal on the battlefield. Li Yi explained the relationship between sound and the human body. Attack the heart and be surrounded by songs. Empress Wang said directly. She came from a family of generals. Guozi nodded in agreement. That's right. Songs and lyrics were indeed useful on the battlefield at certain times. So I have a song that might be useful when dealing with the Turkic steppe tribes. It will make them miss their hometown and break their fighting spirit. Li Yi continued. Chapter 4:17. The people from the Zongjing temple ate and drank to their heart's content. For them, the foundation of the Tang dynasty was set. They should let go of other investment areas. Li Longji's brothers did not drink much. They were afraid of problems. Now, Li Longji's son was everyone's hope. There was no need to make a fuss anymore. There were also fewer people who came to hint at the crown prince and dethroning the empress. Li Dan did not control himself. He drank himself, sip by sip. Noble consort Lu accompanied him. She was ready to bring her husband back to the courtyard when he drank too much. One child, just one child. Li Dan put down the wine cup and looked up at the sky. The moon in the sky was very round. It was the 16th moon. It was not yet midnight. It was still rising slowly in the east. The 15th moon was in the middle of the night. The 16th moon was a little later. The stars in the sky were very dark. The surrounding lanterns were warm. Li Dan's mood was like the gradually rising moon, bright and cold. Imperial concubine Dolu understood and said, "That's right. If we put that child on the scale, how long would the pole be? How heavy should the weight be? How is Wu Jieyu?" Li Dan's eyes narrowed. He did not look like he drank a lot. Li Yi is there. San Lang comes back every night. Recently, he has only been there twice. Imperial concubine Dolu's infiltration of the harem is also very deep. Wu Zetian dethroned Wang Liwu and ruined the Li family's business. Yurong also did not have a child. Could Wu Jieyu be another Wu Zetian? Fortunately, she met Li Yi. Li Yi's medical knowledge is amazing. He gave her such a child. Otherwise, when Li Dan talked about Wu Zetian, he was not respectful at all. He saw that Li Ji, who was Tang Gaozong, had an empress with the surname Wang. She did not have a child. Then, she was schemed against by Wu Zetian. She was dethroned and died. The current empress Wang Yurong, also did not have a child. Then, Wu Jieyu, a relative of Wu Zetian, tried to please her son, Li Longji. Without an empress, it had always been a taboo. If things went wrong, Wu Jieyu might end up like Wu Zetian. That was close. Li Yi, that child, was too amazing. After taking the medicine, Yurong had a child, and it was a boy. Li Dan sighed ruefully. She understood. What he did not know was that history was repeating itself. Wang Yurong Empress Wang was crippled. However, Wu Jieyu did not become the empress. She was only a concubine. At the same time, she was unlucky. Her child died early, and she also died early. And her child was named Li Yi. Therefore, no matter what Li Yi said, he wouldn't let Li Longji name the child Li Yi. The story of the Black Tortoise Gate was repeating itself. The matter of Empress Wang being crippled and the martial arts being favored was repeating itself. It seemed that the Li royal family had entered a cycle of curses. Li Yi didn't know what happened afterwards. What she did know was that Li Yi helped Empress Wang with her riveting. Don't worry. Xiao Yi doesn't like San Lang bringing other women over. Yorong has a child again. No matter how good that Wu person is at scheming, she can't possibly scheme against Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi isn't the kind of person who won't change hands after suffering a loss. As long as that Wu person dares to touch Xiao Yi will definitely launch a series of attacks. Noble consort Lu thought it through. Li Yi's counterattack was very sharp. She already knew about Li Yi's backup plan against the foreigners who wanted to trick Li Yi into buying a large number of newspapers. She felt that the most interesting thing was that Li Yi did not take out his true backup plan. The Tubo people ran into one first and were tricked. Then, his backup plan could be tricked again. It was the same for those who spread rumors in Lantian County. They had all been dug. In the end, San Lang was too anxious and sent Yao Chong out. Those people hadn't really fallen into the trap yet. Huh. Li Dan laughed. He also felt that Li Yi was interesting. The main thing was that he had the ability to harm people. At the same time, Li Min's abilities were also one after another. Li Longji's brothers listened from the side and didn't make a sound. Their father was right, there was nothing wrong with it. Especially Li Longji. He felt helpless. He didn't do anything. Why was he being restricted? It seemed that Wu Jieyu should just be left there. No, he had to get someone to watch over her. She even said that she wanted to come and take a look. Absolutely not. If she secretly did something to make Brother Yi unhappy, what should he do? Li Longji thought about it and decided to give the winged knights an absolute order. Other than himself, Empress Wang, and Li Yi, no one else could dispatch them. Oh, Gao Lisher could, but he needed his own warrant. As for the Qianyo guards, they were unreliable. Li Longji was not so infatuated with Wu Jieyu. He knew that Wu Jieyu had many tricks up her sleeve and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, Empress Wang had never had a child. She was under too much pressure in all aspects. He made another son the crown prince. After that, he wanted to use Wu Jieyu's schemes to get rid of the others. Empress Wang was the first unlucky one. He didn't kill Empress Wang like Li Ji. Empress Wang was the one who suffered and died. From then on, he actually changed. He didn't think about Empress Wang. Otherwise, he should have given her an explanation. He didn't dare. Whenever he thought of Empress Wang, he was afraid. After that, Wu Jieyu became Wu Huifei. Indeed, she helped to get rid of many people. Unfortunately, she also died. The empress was forced to death by himself. Or rather, by others. He took revenge for himself. He used Wu Huifei's methods to avenge Empress Wang. Wu Huifei was also dead. Then, he could indulge. There was a beautiful woman surnamed Yang, Li Longji himself didn't know. If Li Yi didn't come over, his life began to walk down a path when Empress Wang was made the Empress Dowager and had no children. Even when he was in such a sorry state in his later years, he didn't dare to talk about Empress Wang. Fortunately, Li Longji wasn't like that now. He only liked Wu Jieyu. She was beautiful and sensible. She was just like that. She didn't have the heroic appearance of Empress Wang after she had a child. Li Longji found that Empress Wang was even more beautiful after she had a child. She was like a child, delicate and naive all day long. But he knew that in a situation, this delicate and naive woman could get on a horse and fight with a lance. Moreover, her bow and arrow were very accurate. If this girl practiced more, she might be able to compete with Guazi in horseback archery. Because when people in the harem kicked shuttlecock, they stood on the ground and kicked. She gave people the feeling that she was flying in the sky and kicking. Her posture was very relaxed. Li Longji smiled as he thought about it. Wild geese, in the sky, line up in pairs. The river is long, the autumn grass is yellow, the zither on the grassland is sad. While they were eating and plotting, a song sung by many men in low voices drifted over to them. Immediately after, the sound of a horse-head zither sounded with a hint of desolation. The sky is vast, where do the geese go? In the heart is the hometown in the north. The low voice continued. Everyone stopped. As they listened, they felt a sense of sorrow. On the other side, the child had already fallen asleep. Even though many men were singing together and there were many women accompanying them, the baby didn't wake up. This was because Li Yi didn't have a high voice when he taught, nor did he show off his skills. The non-commissioned officer sang at 60 beats per minute. His voice was low. The tempo of this song was actually the same as that of a lullaby. It was 58 to 62 beats per minute. Children's hearts beat fast, but it didn't mean that they had to accept the same beat. When adults slept, their heartbeats were about 60 beats per minute. When children were in their mother's belly, they received this kind of heartbeat. When the low voice sounded, the baby, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, relaxed his expression. Chapter 4:18. Everyone in the garden stopped what they were doing when the first song, "Drink up the wine, fill it up again, tonight we won't return until we're drunk." Li Longji frowned. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. This song will wear down the soldiers' fighting spirit. It's a song that will defeat the enemy. How can Brother Yi teach the winged knights this song? Wild geese, in the sky, line up. The second song was repeated. Compared to the first time, the non-commissioned officers sang more passionately and emotionally. Li Longji waved at Fan Fan, who was standing not far away, and pointed at Fan Fan. Fan Fan left. After a while, he came back and went to Li Longji. He bowed and said, when Dongzhu was talking to the Empress and Elder Gua, he somehow talked about being besieged on all sides. Fan Fan said one sentence and everyone around him understood. Li Longji chuckled, so this song is sung for the Turks. Good song, good lyrics. Li Qingqi listened to the sound again. I've never heard of this zither before. It seems to be more vigorous than the shi zither. Fan Fan answered, Dongzhu ordered someone to make it. He said that the resonance box is bigger and it was transformed from the shi zither. There is a horse head carved on the zither. The horse head is curved and suitable for hanging. Dongzhu called it the horse head zither. Go and ask if there are more. Li Qingqi was interested. Get another hujia, Li Longji said. Fan Fan left again and soon came back with a horse head zither and a hujia. Li Qingqi took the horse head zither and looked at it first. He touched it and played a few times on the strings. He waited for the bow to be knocked and gently pulled to find the sound. Then, he nodded to Li Longji. Li Longji put the hujia to his mouth. The two of them played almost at the same time and just happened to follow the rhythm of the song. When the hujia and the dongzhao's low sound came out, the song of the wild geese sounded even more sorrowful. The other kings were singing in low voices, giving people the impression that they were about to cry. After they finished singing, Li Dan laughed, ha 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 ha, good song. Since we are mainly defending against the Turks, why don't we get the soldiers to sing over there? Many people in Tubo will also like it, noble consort Lu said. Little brother Yi is indeed talented. There should be more of such good songs in the Pear Garden. Li Longji wanted to expand the scale. He specially sent some people to study what kind of song was suitable to wear down the fighting spirit of the Tubo and Turks. Send it to Chang and first, Li Qingqi suggested. That night, a large group of people moved into the bungalow. Fortunately, the bedding was new. After they finished using it, they could take it with them the next day. On the 17th of May, a large group of people left. Li Dan and the other two also left. Their child was 1 month old, so they wanted to return to the palace. The teams delivering newspapers to the 20 counties set out before dawn. As soon as the city gate of Chang'an opened, the teams delivering newspapers to Chang'an went in. The children waited in different places until the newspaper trucks arrived. They loaded the newspapers, took 2 steamed buns, ate them quickly, drank some water, and began to sell the newspapers. A large pile of newspapers was directly pulled to the place rented by the foreigners. The leader of Tubo, Bo Xia, was still waiting. The agreed half a month was still waiting. 10 days had passed since the 7th of May, and there were only 5 days left. He felt that every day was passing very slowly. He was worried that someone in Li family Zhuangzi's reference room would notice that something was missing. At that time, Li Yi would not sell alcohol to him no matter what. Hurry up. Don't be so expensive. Otherwise, we can't afford it, Bo Xia muttered as he went outside and retched a few times. The newspapers had been moved to the rented courtyard, but the smell of ink still floated in the Honglu temple. What he did not know was that the foreigners had organized their men under the urging of a big Turk tribe. These people were going to sneak in and steal good things. They put the skill of stealing hot air balloons first. The skill of stealing gunpowder second. The skill of stealing other skills third. If there was a chance, they could capture Li Yi. Their strongholds outside the city were all operating. Now, they were waiting for the moon to disappear. That night, in Pyongkong Square. Swan Goose, the sky. Nanko Sinyan and the others came back, and they even brought back a piano. They had finished learning the Symphony of Butterflies, and now they were practicing. Li Yi had suffered a lot when he was learning to play the piano. If it was everyone, the speed of improvement would be faster. It was estimated that after practicing for another half a month, they would be able to play butterflies with other instruments. In the middle of the night, a person from a small tribe who went to Pyongkong Square to drink came back dizzy. He hummed the Swan Goose as he walked, and as he sang, tears flowed down his face. After entering the Honglu temple, it did not take long for more people to start singing. Bo Xia, who was lying down and could not sleep, finally fell asleep, but he was awakened by the singing. He listened carefully. At first, he felt that it was nice. He could not remember the words, but he could hum along with the song. After he had snorted twice, he sat up abruptly and broke out in a cold sweat. No, this kind of song can't be sung. Swan Goose, return to the north, with my thoughts. If the Turkic and Tubo border soldiers heard this, how can they fight against the Tang dynasty's army? After saying that, Bo Xia put on his clothes and ran out. He went to a courtyard, where the sound came from. When he went in, many people were not afraid of mosquito bites. They were playing the huqin, playing the hujia, and singing. Bo Xia grabbed the arm of a Turkic. Lei Wan, where did you learn this song? Ah, it's from Feng Dali who came to Pyongkong Square. Everyone in Pyongkong Square is singing. Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi wrote this song. This song is very nice. Li Yi is quite capable. Lei Wan smiled and praised Li Yi. Bo Xia's scalp went numb. He nodded blankly. Yes, he's quite capable. Li Yi, Li Yi, Li Yi. He shouted Li Yi louder and louder each time. After shouting 3 times, he slapped his thigh. Li Yi, why did you write such a song? After Bo Xia said that, the surroundings gradually quieted down. He shouted, if this song is spread among the troops guarding the border, think about it. If everyone sings it at night, the Tang army will attack at night. Can we still fight? Can we? It's just a song. Someone muttered. It's fine in normal times. But when the war is in a stalemate, the more time passes, the more this song will wear down our fighting spirit. Siege of Gaoxia. There's nothing we can do even if we know. Don't the Tang dynasty have songs of thought? The Tang army can also fight. We have them too. Why should we be afraid of a song? Yes, we have a lot of songs with similar meanings. Everyone started talking. Bo Xia shook his head and turned to go back. He realized that these envoys were simple-minded. Was this a problem with a song? This was clearly Li Yi thinking about how to solve the war from all aspects. He made the hot air balloon and specially composed a song. It could be said that Li Yi was deliberately trying to provide comprehensive support for the war between the Tang dynasty, Tubo, and the Turks. Now it was gunpowder, hot air balloon, and songs. What else would come next? He thought and went back to his room to lie down. He couldn't sleep again. Recently, he had been suffering from insomnia. The courtyard where he sang just now was very quiet. Everyone said that it didn't matter, but they were still very afraid. They could guess that soon, their language version of Hong Yen would appear and spread to all the tribes at the same time. Sigh. It's just a song, but it feels like a war. Someone said in a bad mood. It's been like this since the hot air balloon took off. The person next to him knew the reason. With the appearance of new weapons, everyone was afraid before they found a solution. Chapter 419. Hunan Province, Zhengzhou City, Xinjiang County. It was a beautiful place with flowers, grass, ponds, and pavilions. Li Riji, who had been ill some time ago, was in good health. He was drinking tea, green tea. Bai Gu was sitting opposite him. The tea was brought by Bai Gu. The Li family Zhuangzi asked someone to bring it to Hunan Province by water. You should leave now. Are you waiting for Her Majesty to send someone to invite you back? Bai Gu drank tea and looked at the surrounding scenery. I've already retired. How can I face others? My heart belongs to the countryside. Li Riji put down the tea. If Her Majesty didn't send someone in time, you would have died of illness. When you heard that Her Majesty wanted to invite you back, you recovered. How can you say that your heart belongs to the countryside? Bai Gu expressed his disdain. Li Riji was sick before. Then, someone from the palace said that the imperial court had an important task to invite Li Riji back. The next day, Li Riji didn't need anyone to feed him. Today, he didn't look sick at all. Thank you for your blessing, Your Majesty. Li Riji cupped his hands in the direction of Chang'an. He looked at the teacup and shook his head, do you know who persuaded Her Majesty to invite you back? Bai Gu started a new topic. Who? Li Riji was interested. Your family raised a lot of chickens and ducks this year. I heard that you encouraged your family to raise more to prevent the locust plague. Bai Gu talked about something else. Li Yi? Li Riji thought of someone. He knew Li Yi. He came from Chang'an to deliver chickens, ducks, and pigs to Hunan Province. He went to the mountains west of Luoyang and used eggs to exchange for locusts. He also recruited workers to build the mountain. After that, he exchanged for chickens and ducks to let the people see how fast the pigs grew. The people learned from him. The locusts around Luoyang were treasures. When the news spread to Zhengzhou, the people did as they were told. Even he, who didn't own any property, raised a lot of chickens and ducks. He also built a fire bed to hatch the chickens and ducks. In his mind, Li Yi had single-handedly suppressed the locust plague in a large area. This old man is going back this year. Li Yi's Zhuangzi said that it's not bad. When the time comes, Li Yi will give me dental implants first. Don't you want to take a look? Bai Gu didn't deny it. He talked about his return, Li Yi, and Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi left behind 100 people on the mountain. The commoners interacted with them and learned many things about the Li family Zhuangzi. What the commoners of Luoyang received was the real situation. It became the Li family Zhuangzi. Floating clouds curled up, multicolored light filled the sky, and a faint immortal language could be heard. Li Riji picked up the teacup again and drank mouthful after mouthful. All right, I'll go and see what's so special about that young man. He put down his teacup and said. Set off as soon as possible. Her Majesty is waiting. Bai Gu urged and left. He deliberately came over from Hunan to persuade him to go back quickly. He still had political affairs to deal with. He was delayed for 2 days. If he went back, it would be another 2 days. Li Riji found his wife and prepared to go to Chang'an by water. After he was removed from the position of governor, he was disheartened and resigned. His children were waiting for him to become an official, but it was all over. Without his salary, he could only go back to his hometown. When he returned to his hometown, he repaired his garden and allowed other young students to come over and ask for advice. If there were good ones, he would recommend them to the government. He did have a backbone. He had once refused the order to beat someone to death with a cane. However, he didn't care about his family. He never discussed anything with his wife. He was a male chauvinist and didn't think about his children. It was the same now. When he said he was leaving, he told his wife and his wife arranged it. His children were happy. They were going to Chang'an again, and they had an official. Jiangnan East Road, Hangzhou. Lu Youqiu was dealing with government affairs in the provincial government office. He looked gloomy and sullen. He wanted to be an official and a prime minister. It wasn't easy for him to become a prime minister, but a few days later, he was gone. He was also demoted to be the provincial governor of Hangzhou. He should be the prime minister again. After dealing with one matter, he picked up another book. Provincial governor, someone from Chang'an is here. A small official ran in. Ah! Someone from Chang'an. Lu Youqiu sat up straight, looking panicked. He had heard that he was going to be transferred to Qinzhou. Qinzhou was not as good as Hangzhou. If he really went there, when could he return to the capital? His life was probably over. It's a yellow door, the small official added. Yellow door? Lu Youqiu was surprised. It should be someone from Ziwei province with a document from the Ministry of Personnel. Quick, invite him in, Lu Youqiu, who couldn't figure it out, ordered. Not long after, a eunuch came in. Congratulations, Scout Lu. I'm here to congratulate you. The moment the yellow door saw Lu Youqiu, he cupped his hands and congratulated him. Scout? What's that? Lu Youqiu was confused. He knew about inspectors and patrols, but what was the rank of a scout? It's an officer of the 1st Patrol Regiment of the Tang Dynasty. There's an additional department, which is full of scouts. They can investigate the problems of the officials alone. Not only the officials in the capital, but also the local officials can investigate. They can investigate wherever they want. They can send people or bring people there personally. When they find the officials with problems, they can report to His Majesty. The official rank is a 3rd-rank official with a real title. They have a lot of power. The winged knights can borrow them. The yellow door introduced with a happy face. Lu Youqiu was even more confused. A new department was established in the Tang Dynasty. There were supervising officers stationed in the local area and patrolling officers occasionally sent out. Why did he establish another department? Why did he need so many departments? He needed people to do things. Who's in the 1st Patrol Regiment? Lu Youqiu asked. There are only 2 now, Scout Lu and Scout Li Riji. His Majesty is looking for them. There will be more in the future. The yellow door's voice was much lower when he talked about this. What about the censorate? Lu Youqiu still had questions. He knew who Li Riji was. He resigned after his power was taken away. Both sides were familiar with each other. The censorate finds things and reports them in the imperial court. You're different. You find things and report them to His Majesty secretly, the yellow door explained. Sometimes the censorate also reports to His Majesty alone, Lu Youqiu argued. The censorate doesn't have people. You have people. A group of subordinates helps you collect evidence. Scout Lu, get ready. The new provincial governor of Hangzhou is coming. The yellow door gave a different answer. It was difficult for the people of the censorate to collect evidence by themselves. They were handed to them by others. Lu Youqiu went to find his family in a daze and prepared to leave for Chang'an. He didn't need to care about the handover of government affairs. Li didn't get the news that the two of them were going to Chang'an. He watched people seal the alcohol in Zhuangzi. He didn't have a plastic bucket, and it couldn't be a glass bottle. Like ordinary wine jars, he poured the alcohol in. As for whether the alcohol would permeate and evaporate, it was not up to him. After the alcohol was poured in, the mouth of the jar was covered with a layer of oil paper, then the lid, wax seal, and mud seal. Of course, the alcohol he sold to Tubo was 85%. It was not pure enough. The reason why it was not 80% was that it could be used as medical alcohol if the alcohol was low enough. If Tubo people found out, what would they do if it was used in battlefield medicine? In the future, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would use alcohol with 75% alcohol. It had a good sterilization effect on external injuries. If Tubo people found out and learned it, wouldn't he be helping the enemy? If Tubo people found out and added water, then so be it. If the water was not clean, it would get infected faster. Chapter 420. Let's eat cherry cakes. Let's eat cherry cakes. The children in Zhuangzi shouted as they went to get cherry cakes. Li didn't plant any cherries in Zhuangzi. There were many in the imperial plantation in the north. Wang Xing asked someone to pick them and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi asked someone to push the fruit out, and the remaining fruit juice was put into a box. After a while, it would become jelly. The box was soaked in well water. It tasted sweet and sour. Wang Xing followed and watched the children eat. He sighed, cherries ripen early in the north. It's a pity that they are hard to preserve. They can be made into preserved and dried fruits. Li didn't want to eat cherries. Cherries were small and couldn't be made into dried cherries. When he was young, he ate them with the pits. Later on, there were big cherries. In order to make them look more noble, cherry sellers insisted on calling them cherries. Just like the big red apples in California, apples weren't called apples, but snake fruits. China's cherries were small and hard to eat. Move the cherry trees to the greenhouse. We might be able to eat cherries in the winter. Wang Xing thought of out-of-season vegetables. Yes, we need more light. We can use light bulbs, candles, or oil lamps. We need to ventilate the greenhouse. Li Yi decided to use light bulbs this year. He didn't want to sell them to others. Glass was very expensive. He sold a few previously, but they were burnt. Those people didn't bring them back to replace them. They only left a glass bulb. This year, we will plant cherries in the big greenhouse. The imperial plantation will also plant cherries. How many months will it take to transplant them? Wang Xing decided to do something big. Spring is the best. Li Yi said and suddenly laughed. The imperial plantation has a lot of cherry trees. Can't you just put the greenhouse on top of them? Li Yi found that it was better to control the greenhouse than to transplant the cherries. Wang Xing clapped his hands, that's right. Build a greenhouse around the cherry trees. Then fertilize them and take care of them. You give me the light bulbs. If they break, we can replace them. I will prepare the materials and manpower to generate electricity. When there are cherries in the winter, I will give you some. The imperial plantation will give priority to the palace. There's no shortage of cherry trees in the palace. You can also build a greenhouse. Give me the ones in the imperial plantation, and I'll provide the light bulbs in the palace. Li changed his approach. All right, I'll do it. Wang Xing thought it was feasible. This year, there will be 20 counties. In each county, I will erect 5 mu of greenhouses for the people to see. Last year, only 3 places had greenhouses. The people did not see them with their own eyes, so they did not dare to invest money and manpower. Give them an example. Only when they realize that they can make money will they be willing to follow suit. Li talked about his arrangements. There were students in all 20 counties, so it would be easier to take care of them. Some rich families have already made preparations. The merchants are very daring. This year, when the lychees come down, you can eat dried lychees. When Wang Xing said that someone wanted to learn from him, he changed the topic and started to crave for lychees. They had lychees now, but unfortunately, they couldn't deliver them. Looking back at Chang'an, the embroidery piles are piled up, and the thousands of gates on the mountaintop open one after another. Riding in the red dust, the concubine smiles, no one knows it's lychee. Li Yi recited. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Wang Xing knew how to write lychees and deliver them to the Chang'an palace. Who is the concubine? Nothing. I suddenly remembered how to preserve the cherries and lychees. I want to make them into canned food. Li Yi found a way to preserve them. Canned food? Wang Xing repeated. Put the meat and flour, add salt and distilled yeast in a jar and seal it. Then, put it under the sun for 14 days. When it comes out, it will be canned meat paste. It's written in the Qi Min Qi technique. Li Yi said. The Qi Min Qi technique also had a method to make AO meat. Put the meat in a pot, add seasoning and water, and cover it. Put it on the fire to cook. When the meat is cooked, the water will run out. It can be preserved for a while. Wang Xing could only nod. He couldn't memorize the Qi Min Qi technique. I want to make porcelain. The mouth of the bottle should be small so that it can be used to plug the cork. When it's done, put the cherries in, add sugar and water, and steam them in a pot. When it's almost done, immediately plug the cork. Then, seal it with wax or oil paper and mud. It can be preserved for a long time. But the jar and cork have to be steamed first to sterilize it. Li Yi decided to make canned food. He didn't use glass bottles but porcelain. He would sell it to Heavenly Earth and his Zhuangzi. Lychees and longan are also fine. Can this method be passed down? Collect the lychees locally. When the longan ripens, do the same. Wang Xing was still thinking about the lychees. Even if he couldn't eat the fresh ones, he could eat a canned one. But, if it's stored for a short period of time, eat it when it's sent from there. Use a bamboo container. Li Yi gave another idea. The bamboo container wasn't sealed well enough. It would seep in slowly. Li Yi wrote down the process and gave a copy to Wang Xing. He asked him to find the higher-ups. He went to the workshop, the ceramic workshop, and gave the blueprint. The people in the workshop began to make blanks and prepare to burn porcelain. Wang Xing hurried back to the palace. He didn't look for Gao Lisher, but Yang Xishu. Yang Xishu didn't care about him. He avoided Yang Xishu because he wanted to create conflict between Yang Xishu and Gao Lisher. Yang Xishu took the item and thought about it. He quickly sent it to Li Longji. The three prime ministers were present. Yang Xishu glanced at Gao Lisher. He passed the item to him. The Li family Zhuangzi came up with a new way to preserve steamed fruits. After giving and speaking, he returned to his place. Yao Chong and the other two looked at the item in Gao Lisher's hand at the same time. They also looked at Li Longji. Let's show it to you first. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. Gao Lisher sent it over. The three of them gathered together. The steps were simple. Make a porcelain with a big belly and a small mouth, prepare the cork, and prepare the fruit to be put in. Steam the porcelain and cork in a large pot. At the same time, deal with the fruit. Clean it and remove the core. Then put the fruit in. It's best to add boiling water and sugar. If there's no other sugar, the fruit sugar can be boiled and put in. Continue to steam. After boiling, steam for another 15 minutes. Then, open the lid and stuff the cork in as fast as possible. The outside is sealed again. It was written, according to this method, the fruit can be preserved for at least 6 months, or at most a few years. The meat can also be made according to this method. The three of them passed the paper to Li Longji. After Li Longji finished reading, Zhang Shua said, It can be given to the soldiers at the front lines. Wouldn't it be better for the soldiers at the front lines to send dried fruits? Yao Chong, the crepe myrtle commandant and minister of war, spoke up. Exactly. Lu Huaishan supported Yao Chong. If baggage can transport jars, why not send more food and dried meat? Li Longji thought for a moment. It's to eat relatively fresh fruit. Brother Yi has a method to make dried meat. Dried meat is a good thing. It's even better than dried meat. It can be preserved for a long time and is easy to eat. It's easy to eat dried and chewed. It tastes good when cooked with rice. It can even be thrown into water to make soup. At the border between Tubo and the Tujue, the main problem is transportation. How much food does one have to eat on the way over? Li Longji was worried about the consumption of food. The soldiers there ate the food transported from Shu. If they wanted to transport the food here, they had to go through the Yangtze River to reach Shu. Then, they had to transport by land from Shu. There were many mountains in Shu, so they had to eat a lot of food along the way. Ask Li Yi if there's any way to send food over in the blink of an eye. Yao Chong suddenly said. Everyone looked at him together with a questioning look in their eyes. I'm just asking, just in case. Yao Chong was a little scared by the stares, so he explained in a low voice. Send Li Yi over. I believe he can solve a lot of problems. Zhang Shua added. Everyone, please go back. Li Longji did not want to talk anymore. Chapter 421. May 22nd finally arrived. Half a month later, it was half a month later. Bo Xia was so anxious that he was about to fall ill. He was informed to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to talk. He was the only one allowed to go. When he arrived at Baqiao, he was searched and the knife on his body was taken away. When he arrived at Zhuangzi, he was dragged to take a bath and change his clothes. He changed into a new set of loose clothes and his fingernails were cut. Only then did he see the person in Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi sat at one end of a 30-zhang long table. The other end was prepared for Bo Xia. For Yulin flying cavalry stood behind and to his left and right, while the other 8 stood on both sides of the table. Behind Li Yi, there were 4 winged knights. One of them was Guizi. Bo Xia sat on a stone stool. The tea bowl that was served was made of wood. When the tea was about 70 degrees Celsius, it was poured for him. It was said that it was convenient for him to drink. With this protective measure, even if Bo Xia wanted to trade his life for his life, he could only think about it in his heart. Li Yi, I want to buy a large number of lighters to bring back. I want the people of Tubo to feel the warmth of the Tang dynasty. Bo Xia requested. 1 for 50 grams. How much do you want? Li Yi was also straightforward. 50,000 for a lighter. It wasn't expensive. He had a good lighter, and the price was very high. Can it be cheaper if you buy more? Bo Xia looked at the tea. Buy 1,000 for 20 grams. Buy 10,000 for 5 grams. Li Yi gave a wholesale price. It was a great discount. We want to buy 1,000, but we need a lot of alcohol. Bo Xia calculated. 20 grams was less than 50 grams. He did not really need the lighters. If you buy 1 lighter, I can sell you at most 2 grams of alcohol. It can be filled about 50 times. If you buy 1,000, it will be 2,000 grams of alcohol. It can be filled 100,000 times. Zhuangzi will give people 1,000 grams of alcohol. 100,000 times 1,000. Li Yi looked like he was calculating. Li Yi, I'm buying a lot. I want it cheap, and 2,000 jin is not enough. Boxy was shocked. Even if he sold his tubo, he wouldn't be able to buy much. You can buy 10,000 of them, 20,000 caddies. You can fill them up 1 million times. How about this, I'll charge you 300 yuan for each time. For the sake of the good relationship between Tubo and the Tang dynasty, I gave you the capital, but you can't expect me to lose money, right? With 20,000 caddies of alcohol, I can make 100 hot air balloons fly for 10 days. My hot air balloons are still being built, so I need alcohol. Li Yi was talking nonsense. He told the other party that 200 caddies of alcohol could allow him to fly for 10 days. In fact, the hot air balloons that were made today would require about 50 caddies of alcohol to fly for 2 hours. He looked at the wind, the load, and how high he wanted to fly. The hot air balloon now carried 4 cans at a time. Each can weighed more than 60 caddies and contained 50 caddies of alcohol. At the same time, he also brought an extra alcohol burner assembly part to prevent one of them from breaking. His alcohol was not the 85% alcohol that was sold. Accidents could happen. Now, he didn't have an altitude indicator that measured air pressure. He only had a thermometer. He used the thermometer to estimate the approximate altitude. When the hot air balloon was on the ground, he used a separate alcohol burner. When it was about to take off, he would change the one on the hot air balloon. Boxy didn't know. He felt that he had discovered a secret. He was calculating how to use the 20,000 caddies of alcohol. But this price, Li Yi, 10,000 lighters will be 50,000 caddies. I still have to spend 300,000 caddies to buy the alcohol. For the sake of the close relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, you can lower it a little more. Otherwise, I can't afford it. Boxy was so anxious that he started sweating. He took a big gulp of tea. 250 yuan for each time. I'll lose money. For the sake of the friendship between brothers. Li Yi gritted his teeth. The Tang dynasty is the elder brother, Tubo is the younger brother. Give me a little more. Boxy didn't care about the country's reputation anymore. 200 yuan. I can't go any lower. You can buy a part of it first. When you raise some money, you can buy it again. I'll treat it as you buying 20,000 caddies. But the money for 10,000 lighters has to be paid in one go. After selling your alcohol, Zhuangzi can't eat. I have a lot of people to feed. I can only sell some soap. Li Yi set the price at 200 yuan per session instead of the 50 yuan that he had prepared. He found that Boxy seemed to be rich. In that case, okay, I'll raise the money. But the money to buy the newspaper is gone. There are so many newspapers now, and the rent is also included. The rent in Chang'an is expensive. Boxy decided not to buy the newspaper. He couldn't win against the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi frowned. This newspaper symbolizes, your side can't afford it anymore. How about this? I'll buy it. How? Boxy was interested when he saw that he could turn the newspaper into money. 1 copper coin per caddy. I'll buy as much as you have. Li Yi gave the price. There was only 1 newspaper per copy. There were 60 newspapers, which was about half a caddy now. The paper was thicker. Based on this price, the 300,000 newspapers he sold to Fan Bang every day can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan. Fan Bang used to sell 20,000 newspapers per day for 12 days. After that, it started on May 5 and sold 300,000 newspapers per day. Until today, it had been 18 days. There was a total of 64 million newspapers. If he sold them, he could get back 94,000 yuan, which was 94 coins. They spent $16,920. Li Yi had lost more than 66,000 coins. This was a bloodless battle. Both sides had suffered losses. Li Yi spent 94 coins to buy the newspaper. He could still sell it for 16,920 coins. But this was the initial investment in the market. Li Yi could afford it. Boxy was about to cry. When he bought the newspaper, he sold it by caddy. How could he give him so little money? When he thought about the rent and the smell every day, he shuddered. Okay, I'll sell the newspaper to you. I'll raise the money. Boxy agreed. He had to quickly buy the alcohol and transport it away. If the Li family Zhuangzi found out that the blueprint was missing, the alcohol would not be transported away. When Boxy left Zhuangzi and walked towards the city, he couldn't tell what kind of feeling he had. He should be happy to buy the alcohol, but the price was equally happy. 250,000 coins. We don't have enough money. Let's borrow from others and say that we're transporting it back to research weapons. We'll tell them when we're done. Boxy said as he walked. He had thought it through. When he rushed back to Honglu Temple, he happened to see a group of people walking towards a courtyard. He followed them. When they saw him, they were slightly panicked. It was the Tujue who stood out and said to him directly, "We've discussed it. On the 30th of this month, we'll send 25 people to the Li family Zhuangzi." This time, it was Boxy's turn to panic. Were they looking to die? 25 people. If one of them was discovered, it would be over. If they were discovered and Zhuangzi investigated, would they still be able to transport the alcohol? No, it's too risky. It's better to plan further. Boxy stopped him. Don't go. We've already decided. Once we get the item, we'll give Tubo a share. The Tujue's attitude was firm. The others nodded in agreement. I've discovered that the alcohol can be used to make weapons. I've already told Li Yi to buy a lot. Help me raise the money. I'll buy it tomorrow and transport it away. It's best if you do it a few days later. Let me transport the alcohol to the place. At the very least, you can't stop me. On the 30th of next month, wait until we figure out how to use the alcohol and how to make it. I'll tell you then. Boxy could only tell them part of the plan. How much? A tribesman asked. 150,000 coins. I still have to organize people to transport it. That's not a small sum. Boxy looked at everyone and said. Chapter 422. Early in the morning of May 23rd, Fan Bang hired trucks to load newspapers and transport them to Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, gold, copper coins, silk, and silk were also transported. The news spread, and the people of Chang'an cheered. Li Dongzhu won. Fan Bang bought so many newspapers, and Li Dongzhu bought them for less than 10 grams. The most well-informed person shouted everywhere, telling everyone he could see about this good news. Great! I knew Li Dongzhu would win. They spent so much money to buy the newspapers, and they only sold them for 10 grams? Why didn't they find a way to sell them to others? I heard that they were raising money to buy things with Li Dongzhu, and they ran out of money. The main thing is that they admitted defeat. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu would still sell them newspapers, 300,000 copies a day. Last night they went to sell things overnight, and the merchants pushed the price down hard. They reluctantly accepted it. They deserved it. They even wanted to trick Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu must have made a lot of money again. I'll drink tonight to celebrate. The people passed the good news to each other, as if Li Yi could directly share the money with them. Newspaper, today's new newspaper. It has a way to make canned food with porcelain. The people who got the newspaper first read the life tips, then other things, and finally the story. They found a way to keep fruits and cooked meat for a long time. It also has a way to make braised pork. Do they want to make braised pork and put it in the canned food? I saw a way to make canned food with bamboo. The newspaper said that Li family Zhuangzi was experimenting to see how long the bamboo canned food could be kept. Li Dongzhu can always come up with new things. Countless people in Chang'an celebrated because Fan Bang bowed. The Tubo people who bowed their heads exchanged goods at the bridgehead. The farmers checked carefully. They unfolded the silk one by one and found that it was slightly old, so they didn't want it. They counted the copper coins one by one. Those with a little rust on them were untied and picked out. The gold was weighed and checked. 50 caddies of wine was transported out and the Tubo people were randomly inspected. He opened it and poured it into the lighter to see if it could be lit. It was possible to ignite them, but it was a little strenuous. Some of them would only ignite after several strokes. The farmer explained that all new lighters were like this. Someone took a used lighter and poured it in. Sure enough, it was easy to ignite. 20,000 caddies of alcohol sounded like a lot. 50 caddies for a jug, so it was only 400 jugs. Just treat it as giving alcohol to the 10,000 soldiers on the front lines. While the Tubo people were handing over the goods, they were hiring boats directly from the Ba River. They were going to enter the Wei River from the Ba River, then the Wei River into the Yellow River, then the Yellow River into the Grand Canal, then the Grand Canal into the Yangtze River, then the Yangtze River into the Dadu River, then the Dadu River into the Jinchuan River, and finally they reached Tubo. From Bahui to Suzhou, it was downstream. From there, it entered the Yangtze River and went against the current. Along the way, there were many places where the trackers had to pull it. 400 jars of alcohol and 10,000 lighters, 250,000 silver coins. Li found a high place and used binoculars to look. If all of them were exchanged for copper coins, it would be 250 million silver coins. Kaiyuan Tongbao, 1 silver coin is 825 grams, which is 262.5 tons. Copper, more than 200 tons of copper, 20,000 caddies of 85% alcohol, and 10,000 lighters can be exchanged for that. Li Yi said to himself happily. In fact, most of the goods were good silk. There were not many copper coins and not much gold. Li Chengqi stood beside Li Yi. Brother Yi, only you can see that the money is calculated in 10,000 silver coins. He knew the financial income of the Tang dynasty. Last year, everything was converted to about 7,800,000 silver coins. Li Yi, on the other hand, was selling alcohol and lighters with very little capital for 250,000 silver coins. Previously, he had cheated so many merchants of 210,000 silver coins and almost emptied the warehouse of Lantian County. Li Chengqi looked at Li Yi and thought, "You are also our brother Yi. Otherwise, you would sell for 250,000 silver coins. How much is the capital?" "The alcohol is only 85%. Plus the cost of making the lighters, it's more than 3,200 silver coins. Plus the 66,000 silver coins that were lost, it's 70,000 silver coins. A net profit of 180,000 silver coins. The rest of the money in your family added up to more than 500,000 silver coins. Do you think you can survive on 1/16 of the annual income of the Tang dynasty? I'm going to use the money I earned this time to subsidize the students of the government schools in various places and repair the roads. I'll expand the narrow official road from the Tang dynasty to Tubo and repair the plank roads. I can also use gunpowder to help blow up the mountains and make the roads easier. I won't leave a single coin." Li Yi suddenly said how he was going to spend the money he earned. Li Chengqi nodded. Following his previous thoughts, he answered himself, "Yes, you can survive." "Brother Yi, how afraid of death are you? You throw away the money as soon as you get it." He found that Brother Yi's biggest advantage was that he could adapt to the situation. He made money quickly, but he was not greedy. He gave what should be given to the people, and what should be given to the emperor. He tried his best to bribe the officials. Then he shouted that he wanted to deal with the corrupt officials and gave ideas on how to deal with them. Li Yi continued, "This year, we'll build greenhouses in 20 counties. Vegetables, cantaloupes, and watermelons in winter are considered luxury goods. We'll pay 10% tax. The other rich families who build greenhouses will pay the tax with me. No one can refuse. There's too much money. After a while, I'll come up with a new kind of glaze and ask the buyers to pay the business tax. I guess I'll offend a lot of people. When someone comes to find me, I'll discuss with them how to make a lot of money." "Brother Yi, no one will find you," Li Chengqi reminded. "You must. If you don't, they'll keep it in their hearts and play dirty tricks behind your back. Instead of a group of enemies hiding in the dark, it's better to be friends in the open. Businessmen should not only buy low and sell high, but also produce and make more money for the people." Li Yi insisted on waiting for someone to come. How much could he do alone? They should unite to make money together and promote the development of the Tang Dynasty society. Li Qingqi listened for the time being. Anyway, he decided to help. He could not let others trouble Brother Yi. If Brother Yi was in a good mood, he could come up with more new things. He looked at the Tubo people carefully carrying the wine jars and smiled. Ha ha ha, the return journey will be difficult. The boatman will charge a high price. Alcohol is easy to burn. Grass and straw mats need to be stuffed between the jars. Hot food cannot be cooked on the boat. There will be guards during the day and at night. Once the fire breaks out, it will be too late to jump into the water. Li Qingqi said that transporting alcohol was troublesome. It was the same for transporting alcohol. We can only fill lighters when we transport it back. If we use this alcohol to make hot air balloons, we'll burn them. Li Yi also smiled. Can't it fly? Li Qingqi asked. Yes, it can. If the jar is filled with alcohol, it can fly up. It will slowly rise, but when it reaches the sky, the heat supply will be insufficient and it will fall down. Li Yi said the problem of using 85% alcohol in hot air balloons. Then he remembered something. Brother, my alcohol is 75% alcohol. It's used to treat wounds and disinfect them. It's very effective. The only drawback is that it's easy to form pus under the scab. The scab needs to be removed and then scrubbed with alcohol. However, it won't cause problems with infection. After the pus under the scab is cleaned, the pus and blood will decrease and new flesh will grow around it. Li Yi was not willing to use alcohol to disinfect patients' wounds. It was better to use alcohol to disinfect instruments and non-invasive external cleaning. He was willing to use iodophor for skin wounds, but he could not make it at the moment. Chapter 423. The farmers carefully inspected the various kinds of money. After confirming a portion, they moved away the corresponding amount of alcohol. When the Tubo people saw that the cloth that was not too bad being picked out, they had the urge to cry. This was too much of a bully. Who didn't know that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't even look at the money when he received it? When the commoners came to sell things, they tried to give a good evaluation. Why can't the color be a little darker when it comes to us? When we exchanged the copper coins, only the corner was rusty. Why did you pick it out? Aren't you tired? When the merchants came to buy soap, toilet water, and other things, they all felt guilty when they saw the farmers picking it out. When they waited to buy it, they were moved again. The farmers glanced at the outside of the silk and directly accepted it, just like before. The Li family Zhuangzi isn't stupid. He just takes care of his own people. Look at how carefully he checked the Tubo people. As a merchant spoke, he quietly took out 4 pieces of cloth from his silk and put them back in the cart. He then took out new pieces to replace them. He was embarrassed to put the broken pieces together with the others to fool them. In fact, there was no need to fool them. The Li family Zhuangzi would definitely accept it as normal money. Look, when you open up the silk, it's obvious that it's been stored for a long time and has a moldy smell. This place is lighter than other places. After we accept it, we cut it open and give it to the commoners who sent the wormwood. If the commoners don't want it, we can't cheat them. How about this? 4 pieces of cloth will make up for 3. We'll work hard and tidy it up properly. As for the copper coins, if they're rusty, put them together with the other copper coins. The Zhuangzi has a lot of copper coins. They can't all be wasted, right? How about this? 4 pieces of cloth will make up for 3. We'll work hard and tidy it up properly. A farmer pointed at the cloth and copper coins that were not up to standard and said to the Tubo people. Okay. The Tubo people nodded in agreement. When they said the word okay, the big man's eyes were already red. Big brother, my brothers and I put on a butt ball in the river and went down to catch a lot of river snails. Do you want some? At this time, a little girl ran over. She was about 8 or 9 years old. She carried a basket for herself, and behind her were a group of boys and girls, big and small, who also had baskets. The villager, who had been trying his best to bully others, suddenly changed his expression. A smile appeared on his face, revealing his 2 rows of teeth. Okay. Let me see. The size is even. It looks meaty. My Dongju loves it the most. Let me weigh it. This basket weighs 6 catties. How about I charge you 5 chen per catty? But when you go into the water, you must come up to take a breath. Do you know first aid? Was this CPR? Also, after choking on water, you have to squat on the shore and stand up. The farmer pretended to weigh it, but in reality, it was only about 4 catties. These children were from the villages behind the Zhang family's village. The children from the Zhang family's village were all studying. The children nodded vigorously. I know. Connect a line at that place, then place your hands in the middle, and stretch out your arms to press. While pressing down, he quickly counted 001, 001, 002, 003, all the way until he reached 10. Then, he pinched his nose and blew into his mouth. We also know how to squat. Clench your hands together into fists and press them against the soft part of your stomach. Then, squat down as hard as you can and stand up again. At the same time, put your arms behind your back and raise your head. If you choke on water like this, you can only exhale and not inhale. If it's still not good, get someone else to help you blow. Yes. You're too good. I can't even remember it clearly. You've learned so well, the villager praised. The children laughed heartily and handed over the river snails that they had found at the bottom of the river. The villager still weighed it and reported a higher weight than the actual amount. Then, he took the slightly rusty copper coins and counted them according to the normal amount. The children waited for the villager to bring a large basin. They put the river snails in it, grabbed a handful of copper coins, and skipped away. The Tubo people were speechless. He had something to say, but he could only say in his heart, "You mother? You just said that 4 coins is 3 coins. It's not good for the coins to be rusty. Why did you give the rusty coins to the children?" After receiving a large pile of river snails, the villager turned his head and said to the Tubo people, "Look, the edges of these copper coins are worn thin." Other people, the Tubo people clenched their fists and pursed their lips. Yes. The villager continued to look for the rusty coins seriously. The Tubo people took 2 deep breaths and wanted to chat. When did you enter Zhuangzi? Zhuangzi's chosen bodyguards. I was the first batch to be sent here. Look at my left foot. It's missing 2 fingers. The 2 of us were fighting with the Tubo people. As I was killing them, I didn't know why I was hit. My head became dizzy and I fell to the ground. The Tubo people slashed at me with a knife. In a daze, I kicked out. My foot hurt. Then, my brother rushed over and faced the 4 Tubo people. I survived, but my brother died. I killed all 4 of them. Those damn Tubo people, I haven't killed enough. The villager picked out a few copper coins that looked okay and said. The Tubo people regretted it. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have talked. Why was their mouth so annoying? At noon, the villagers took turns. The previous ones went back to eat. The new ones had just finished eating. They also brought food for the Qianyo guards. There were sorghum rice, salted beans, garlic eggplant, cold dish fish, soy sauce pork liver, sesame oil cucumber strips. There's a lot of meat today. We can't finish it. Brothers, let's put some food on the side. Leave some for the brothers who change shifts at night. The camp commander who was guarding the bridge saw that there were too many dishes and called out. Camp commander, let's leave half first. Otherwise, we'll want to eat it. Someone suggested. So, he left half of the food in a cool place. When the shift changed at night, it wouldn't spoil. The merchants who came to buy things also had a bowl of cold noodles with slices of meat and cucumber. The children who sold the newspapers gave the money and then brought the small stools and small tables that were stacked in the corner for the Chinyo guards to look after. They sat there one by one, waiting for the villager to serve them rice. The children also ate rice that had been soaked with water, but it was rice. The dishes were white cut meat with garlic sauce, soy sauce chicken liver, cold watermelon rind with sesame seeds, blanched vegetables with black bean sauce, fried shredded eggs with cucumber, and a lot of sesame sauce. In addition, there was a fruit plate with watermelon pulp to replenish vitamins and fructose. In fact, children loved watermelon. We're selling rice. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. Only 600 yuan. Anyone want it? The villager pushed out 3 dining carts and shouted at the Tubo people. Can we eat as much as we want? A Tubo person was hungry and asked. Are you dreaming? As a buffet? Then it's not this price. The villager looked over. Everyone eat. At this time, Bo Xia, who had finished negotiating with the boatman, rushed over. He wanted to finish the handover quickly. It wasn't easy for him to persuade those people to stop. They would take action on June 30th. It seemed that there was still more than a month to go. The boat was slow, especially after entering the Yangtze River. When Zhuangzi discovered the situation, the imperial court of the Tang dynasty could quickly send a message to Shu by horse. Then, they would intercept the Yangtze River at the place where it entered the Dada River. Thus, everyone was given a large boxed lunch. At Li Yi's time, 1 plate was enough to eat, and there were still leftovers. Now, the Tang dynasty's people had finished that plate. They were not even half full. Fortunately, the taste of the food was really good. Zhuangzi didn't play any tricks in this regard. It seemed that the food was served from the canteen. I hope that those who read outside can subscribe and vote for the recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 424. It wasn't until the evening that the two sides finished the exchange. The Tubo people took out more than 300 yuan to compensate for the bad cloth and copper coins. This was more than 300,000 yuan. The farmer's hard work was worth it. Therefore, Li Yi stir-fried the river snail meat in sesame oil and some boiled in salt water. The stir-fried meat was eaten by third brother, big brother, and sister-in-law. The shells were boiled in salt water and given to the children in Zhuangzi to play with. After cooking for a long time, all the parasites were killed. There were 2 ways to eat this. The first was to use a toothpick and stick it into the meat. Then, the meat would come out by spinning the river snail with the fingers of the other hand. The second way was eaten by Li Yi when he was a child. Using the hole behind the key, insert the tip of the river snail into the hole and break it. Then, put the big part of the river snail into the mouth and suck. The meat would go into the mouth. The children in the village chose both ways. They found a workshop to make a metal plate with a small hole and inserted it with a bamboo toothpick. This way, the meat would come out easier. The reason why they didn't suck was because sucking too much would make the mouth tired. When chewing, the mouth would become numb and the taste wouldn't be enough. Now, the children also paid attention to the quality of the food they ate, although it was a little troublesome. Big brother, third brother, the money we earn still has to go to the Ministry of Works. Minister Wei must be tired. Help me talk to him. While drinking, he said to Li Chengqi and Li Longji. He indeed had to spend more than 200,000 yuan on Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't need to use money to raise his status. He was a third-rank civil official. He took out a lot of technology that was helpful for farming. He also put in a lot of effort to deal with the locust plague. Putting himself in Li Yi's shoes, Li Yi felt that he was the emperor. The annual revenue was less than 8 million yuan. There was a Zhuangzi next to the capital. Today, there was more than 200,000 yuan. How could he not be tempted? That was money. It could be used to arm the army and build roads and bridges. Just like Shenwan-san. No, Shenwan-san's story was fabricated. According to the information, Shenwan-san was killed by Zhu Yuanzhang during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty. Brother Yi, you are really willing. Li Longji sighed. He had just received more than 200,000 taels and was about to take them out. It wasn't buying land or partnering with others to do business. It was just throwing it away. Seeing that Brother Yi still had the leisure to cook river snails to go with the wine, she knew that he didn't take the money seriously. Third brother, I like the feeling of making money, especially when I'm cheating Tubo. If I succeed, I'll get the money. I don't want that money anymore. Speaking of which, their investment in Chang'an was not small. All the foreign countries' offices in Beijing, no, embassies, no, envoys. They brought a lot of valuable jewelry with them. Last night, they sold them overnight, which benefited the businessmen of the Tang dynasty. I estimate that we can still squeeze out 500,000 to 600,000 coins worth of good stuff from them. Li Yi was calculating. There were a lot of jade, ivory, rhinoceros horns, tiger bones, tiger penis, and crocodile skin from the Japanese. They were all good stuff. Of course, those tigers were South China tigers and Bengal tigers, not Siberian tigers. Wu Song also didn't fight Siberian tigers. Wu Song was a Siberian tiger. Even if he drank stimulants, he would still be defeated. In the Tang dynasty, there were only 3 situations where a hunter could escape unscathed from a Siberian tiger. First, the Siberian tiger didn't see him or smell him. Second, the Siberian tiger was too full and didn't want to move. Another thing was that the hunter had at least 3 Chinese field dogs with him. Moreover, they were field dogs that were known as mountain guard dogs. Together with the hunter's bow, the 3 mountain guard dogs could cooperate with the hunter to charge forward. After the hunter's bow and the 3 mountain guard dogs, the 2 sides confronted each other and then each side took a step back. The snow dog dominated the plateau alone. It was the only mountain guard dog in 10,000 miles. When the Tang dynasty and Tubo were at war, there were dogs involved. Tubo was naturally a Tibetan Mastiff, a real Tibetan Mastiff, not the kind that was kept as a pet. The Tang dynasty sent mountain guard dogs. Usually, they would fight with numbers and not let go. Tibetan Mastiff skin was good at keeping people warm, but Tubo would rather sell other things than Tibetan Mastiff skin. They didn't have Mastiff skin in their own tents, and it had never appeared on their clothes. This was what Li Yi learned. He judged that Tubo's Tibetan Mastiffs didn't form groups, otherwise, they would be used to charge forward. The Tang dynasty had too few mountain guard dogs, so they couldn't complete the task of charging forward. Now, what the Tibetans had was not money, but all kinds of luxury goods. The more funds they could mobilize in Chang'an, the deeper their infiltration into the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Yi, who had thought of many possibilities, said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji, the Tibetans might continue to bribe Tubo. But it seems that the Turks and other tribes were deceived and didn't know the situation. They will get the other non-critical blueprints of the hot air balloon through the works supervisor, the Ministry of Finance, and the ordnance supervisor. Well, it's possible. Li Longji thought seriously and admitted. Li Qingqi said, report to His Majesty and keep an eye on it. No, not keep an eye on it, but use that blueprint again. If it can be sold at a good price, then they will come to buy alcohol. Li Yi didn't think that the officials would be bribed at all. He thought that the other parties still had something to sell. Tubo did it once, so why couldn't others do it again? There were so many Turkic tribes. The Turkic tribes were Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and the Northeast. The Lontian jade of Lontian County was good, but he couldn't get it. The Hetian jade of Xinjiang was also good, and there were many local specialties. The specialties of Inner Mongolia and the Northeast were also good. Since they could sell Tubo alcohol once, why not sell it a few more times? Li Longji and his brother understood. Empress Wang paused for a moment. She was breastfeeding. She insisted on breastfeeding. When she was breastfeeding, there was a stand on both of her shoulders. Then, a cloth curtain hung down. When she lowered her head, she could see the baby drinking milk. To others, it was a small tent. Li Yi designed it for the breastfeeding women in Zhuangzi. It was very convenient. When she wasn't feeding the baby, it could be rolled up, folded, and slung over her shoulder. When she was breastfeeding, she adjusted it slightly and it became a big cover. "Uncle, if we operate it well, can we make hundreds of thousands of yuan?" Empress Wang was always interested in money. "That depends on how many valuable things they have with them. I'm going to use alcohol to squeeze them dry. Then, I'll take out new things and let them have no choice but to exchange with livestock or bring livestock over." Li Yi wasn't very sure about the specific situation of the Brahmins. For example, some tribes only wanted to live and were not willing to take the initiative to fight, so their demand for hot air balloons was small. What they needed was not hot air balloons, but the judgment of the strong in the battle. The one who emerged victorious in the end would bring more danger to himself. If they were sure that the Tang dynasty would win, they could even migrate their tribes. "Let's go, we don't want to mess with Tubo anymore." For example, the Shatua tribe was originally threatened by Tubo, but they didn't want to be enemies with the Tang dynasty, so they migrated. Therefore, when the Tang dynasty ended, they occupied a place as a neutral country for the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. It was said that the direction of history had nothing to do with individuals, but in fact, it was the outstanding leaders who changed the dynasty. The turning of the world's history was completed by a certain person or a few people. Chapter 425. Let's go. At the Ba Shui Pier, with a shout, the boat with alcohol and lighters was pushed away from the pier by the people on the shore with long poles. Bo Zhu stood there with his mouth tightly pursed and his eyes filled with worry. The 20 Tubo people who went back with the boat stood straight and looked at Bo Zhu with firm eyes. They didn't know why they had to go to war. They only knew that they could risk their lives for Tubo. Bo Zhu didn't close his eyes until the boat disappeared into the night. He turned to look at the busy pier at night. The porters at the pier were wearing the Ready-Made Alliance's vest, Jingyi Alliance's trousers, and Rongyi Alliance's pouch and shoes. The porters who came to work while the night was slightly cooler formed a circle and changed their clothes. After changing their clothes, they went to eat first. They were afraid of wasting firewood to eat at home. Eating at the pier was a cost. The pier cooked rice in big pots and burned coal. The porters could eat staple food by spending a little money. They took the staple food to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. The E-Alliance was in charge of the soup and salted vegetables. The E-Alliance's advertisements were so useful that they took on many big jobs. There were merchants who came from hundreds of miles away to order clothes in Chang'an. After shipping them back, they added some money and sold them to others. The merchants made money. It was cheaper for the people who bought the clothes to buy them than to make them themselves. It took many days for the people to make a set of clothes. A large piece of cloth was used to make clothes. The remaining corners could only be used to mend the clothes. The E-Alliance made clothes in an assembly line. The use of cloth was more reasonable. The leftover materials were used to make other clothes. The cost was lower. Bo Zhu stood there and watched. He watched the prosperity of the pier and the good life of the people of the Tang dynasty. We Tubo people should be like this too. If the Tang dynasty doesn't give it to us, we will take it ourselves. Bo Zhu found a reason for the war. If they couldn't develop the technology, they would use force to solve it. It was a very simple reason. There was no such thing as should or shouldn't. He muttered, went to drink a bowl of soup that cost 1 copper coin, and strode towards Chang'an. After walking a few dozen steps, he turned around and went back to the place where he spent money to eat. He almost forgot that Chang'an didn't open at night. He couldn't go back. He had to spend the night at the pier with his subordinates. There was a temporary place to stay at the pier. After 15 minutes, the moon rose later. Bo Qiao pushed open the window of the room, lit the mosquito coil, and looked at the stars in the sky. As he watched, his eyes widened. The stars did not disappear, but there was something floating in the sky. At first, he thought it was a firefly, but when it floated closer, he finally saw it clearly. It was a hot air balloon. He only came back to his senses when the hot air balloon flew past him and headed towards Zhuangzi. They are training at night. The fire of the hot air balloon can be seen at night. I'll write back and tell them. Bo Xia felt that he had discovered a secret. Hot air balloons could be guarded against at night. As long as they sent people to keep an eye on the sky, a group of hot air balloons would definitely have a group of light spots. The hot air balloon fell back to Zhuangzi, but it deviated and fell into the paddy field instead of the public square. The winged knights ran in and helped to carry them out. They stepped on a lot of rice sprouts. Li Yi had just finished drawing a few types of boudoir clothes designed for the rich. This kind of clothes saved a lot of fabric. When he heard the commotion outside, he came out to take a look. Dongzhu, the brothers were training at night. When the rope was thrown down, the people below didn't catch it and fell into the paddy field. Fan Fan reported the situation to Li Yi. It's good that they didn't hit the house. Next time, don't fall in Zhuangzi. There's an open space outside. Li Yi did not care about the paddy field. He was afraid that something would happen to them. Dongzhu, the hot air balloon will light up at night. We won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Fan Fan brought up another matter. By the time we see the light of the hot air balloon, it will be too late to prepare. The enemy uses the light to guard against the hot air balloon. We can release Kongming lanterns, a few at a time. If they want to prepare, then prepare. It's a good time to exhaust them. Li Yi did not think that the hot air could be defended against at night. At worst, they could increase the fire and fly higher. Fan Fan laughed. He realized that Li Yi was right. They stared at the night sky and shouted when they saw light spots. After getting used to it, they threw out a batch of Kongming lanterns. The next day, when Li Qingqi left after breakfast, Li Yi handed him a stack of papers. Brother, newly designed, clothes for the rich. You can make them first and let the people in Pyongkong Square try them out. After saying that, Li Yi turned around and left at a very fast speed. Brother Yi, if it's easy to sell, the Yi Alliance will give you more money. Li Qingqi shouted. He did not know what was so urgent. He stood there and flipped through the papers. After a few glances, he immediately looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. Aya, the clothes are good. The weather is hot, it's cool to wear them. Brother Yi is talented. Ha 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 ha, Li Qingqi said and quickly put away the papers. He rode on his horse and led his men to the city to find the Yi Alliance to make the clothes. In the afternoon, a batch of clothes was sent to Pyongkong Square. It was free of charge. Anyway, there was not much cloth and it did not cost much. At night, Beitsiu was the most lively. Zhongziu and Nankou were also lively. After a night, many people ran to Yi Meng's shop and said, "Give me one from A4 and two from A6. The person in the shop nodded and went in to take a bag. He handed it over and said, "A total of 3 bags. Okay, it's not expensive." The person said and asked his men to pay. That day, a lot of these clothes were sold. The girls in Pyongkong Square made their own clothes. There were too many styles. Everyone was given different clothes and they had to compare with each other. The money they earned was the cloth. The new clothes were easy to make and it took less time. Brother Yi, your clothes. Li Qingqi wanted to talk about the clothes during lunch on May 25th. What clothes? Brother, try this dried pot chicken. Li Yi interrupted Li Qingqi. Oh, yes, it's delicious. Li Qingqi reacted and quickly lowered his head to eat. After eating, Li Qingqi pulled Li Yi outside and said, "Brother Yi, I'll give you 1,000 for the technical fee. Even if people don't buy it in the future, it's enough to make it once." Okay, I have more here. I'll get it later. Li Yi was happy when he heard the offer and went to get a stack of paper. However, he did not leave in a hurry this time. He stood aside. Li Qingqi opened it like a thief and then showed a regretful expression. What clothes are these? Clothes worn by ordinary people. The sleeves and trousers are not loose. They are tight-sleeved to save the cloth, and at the same time, it's not cumbersome. There are a total of 6 kinds. There are patches on the knees, but they are symmetrical and look new. There are also patches on the elbows and shoulders. If they are patched by themselves, some people will think it's shabby and are afraid of being laughed at. The clothes we sell are of the same style. When they wear it, they can say that it's E-Alliance's new clothes. Li Yi explained the reason. They all had the same idea to take care of the people. Li Qingqi listened and carefully put away the stack of paper. He said seriously, Brother Yi, these clothes are better than that. You can do the same for the shoes in the future. Add a patch on the parts that are easy to wear. If it's worn out, you can patch it again and it'll still look the same. Although it's a joke to say that it's not a joke to patch it up, people are still willing to choose the latter if they can wear it without feeling that it's patched up. Li Yi mentioned the shoes again. Nowadays, there were cloth shoes and leather boots. More people were wearing straw sandals. Chapter 426. Li Yi and Li Qingqi talked about how clothes were beneficial to the people. After Li Longji finished his meal in the palace, Gao Lishir whispered to him. Last night, Imperial Censor Li Jia was at Pyongkong Square discussing poetry with Xian Ru. Imperial Censor Zhangsun Xian also went to find Xian Ru. Knowing that Li Jia was there, he wanted to discuss it together, but Li Jia did not agree. Zhangsun Xian said that he would teach Li Jia a lesson sooner or later. Li Jia threatened to impeach him, so Zhangsun Xian left angrily. Gao Lishir told him about Zhangsun Xian, whom Li Longji asked him to keep an eye on. Ah, so that's it. Brother Yi. Zhangsun Xian, Yorong, send Zhangsun Xian to Lantian County as a patrol, but spare his life. Li Longji thought a lot, and finally realized that Li Yi should have predicted that Zhangsun Xian would be in great danger. So when shopkeeper Liang asked for help, Li Yi did not care. A dying person. But he couldn't die. His wife, Wang Yurong, was pregnant. What about Wang Shi? Li Longji asked another person, Empress Wang's brother, the current junior supervisor of the palace. Greedy for money, like Duke Qi, they both like money and good food. Gao Lishir introduced. Duke Qi was Empress Wang's father, Wang Rinjiao. Since Wang Yurong became the empress, both of them were willing to save money, save a lot of money, and then enjoy it. They also accepted gifts from others and continued to save. Greedy for money is good, you can be greedy for more. Li Longji smiled. If Empress Wang did not have a son, he would frown at this moment. Your sister and daughter did not have a child, I was already under pressure, but you did not restrain yourself. Now the situation is different, with the future crown prince, it is safer for both of you to be greedy. Otherwise, what are the two of you trying to do by acting like saints? Are you anxious to let your child become the emperor? Then you too. Li Yi did not know that he changed Zhangsun Xian's fate, he was giving a medical lesson to the nurses. When he was teaching, he was not wasting time like when he was teaching. Now, he was mainly talking about how to operate, especially how to cooperate with the chief surgeon. The 80 people learned very seriously. They knew that Dongzhu had 2 medical systems. The imperial physicians discovered that Li Dongzhu had a lot of problems that he didn't know, especially when it came to pulse diagnosis and acupuncture. Once the illness was confirmed, there was nothing wrong with the medication. However, they didn't dare to look down on him. Li Dongzhu could feel his pulse, but he had such a good thing to check. If he learned how to use the equipment, he would be able to treat some people who could not be saved in the future. The imperial physicians felt that the equipment was very useful, especially when they could not determine what illness it was after taking the pulse. Li Dongzhu couldn't tell when he was taking his pulse. He used the equipment and directly compared it with the Chinese medicine. Then, he carefully thought about the situation of his pulse and understood. Li Yi was actually thinking the same way. He could remember the pulse and then use the equipment to check it. He could learn quickly. On the evening of May 26, Li Yi received a message. Zhang Sun Xian became an inspector and ran to Lantian County to guard it. Why did he go there? It shouldn't be. He is Empress Wang's brother-in-law. He should be arrogant and domineering, and then die. If he goes there, he will definitely cause trouble for Lantian County. He will directly confront me. Li Yi was depressed. Zhang Sun Xian could die in the hands of others. For example, if he didn't care, he might still beat Li Jia. Then, no, it's said in the palace that Empress Wang also gave birth to a boy. Then, His Majesty will no longer think that Zhang Sun Xian is arrogant and must kill him. Li Yi said his judgment. Li Longji, his wife, and Li Qingqi were all listening. Li Longji asked, Brother Yi, have you calculated it? It's not calculated. Sometimes, when I suddenly encounter something, I know something. It's not accurate. Li Yi explained. Since he was here, many things had to change. Li Qingqi was curious. Why did His Majesty kill Zhang Sun Xian? He didn't kill him now because Zhang Sun Xian thinks that he is powerful because his sister is the Empress. He didn't think about what His Majesty would face if Empress Wang didn't have a child. Empress Wang got pregnant early, otherwise, there would be a crown prince now. After the crown prince, Zhang Sun Xian was still so arrogant. Who else could His Majesty kill? Li Yi analyzed, but it was useless now. Empress Wang had a son, who could touch him. Then Zhang Sun Xian won't die? Empress Wang asked. At least he can't be killed by His Majesty. Even if he committed a crime, he can't be killed. Killing him will give others a hint that even if the Empress has a child, His Majesty won't take it seriously. Why is this trouble thrown to me? What does His Majesty mean? I know. Oh, okay, I will be responsible for educating Zhang Sun Xian. The key is the Empress's brother and father. They are too greedy. Wang Shi is not careful. Li Yi continued, mentioning Empress Wang's two relatives. Would it be better if they weren't greedy? Empress Wang was a little anxious. They can't not be greedy. If a person doesn't show any desire, he must be hiding a bigger scheme. The two of them are greedy. Just give them money. They suddenly became good. Then is it possible that they are waiting for the child to be crowned crown prince, then His Majesty? Li Yi didn't say anything else, but he had already expressed his intention. Li Longji was a little nervous. Yes, Brother Yi, what you said is what I think. Oh. Empress Wang thought for a moment and understood. She was relieved. Thinking of Zhang Sun Xian, she felt it was interesting. Uncle, guess what Zhang Sun Xian can do in Lantian County? I guess he is worried now. He should go check the accounts. But the accounts are all checked. Now he has to start from scratch. There are no problems. He doesn't want to catch the new official's weakness. If he wants to get money, he will get it from the mines. The mines are privately owned by many businessmen. It has nothing to do with the Yamen. We are the ones who brought up the issue of tax. After the accounts are recorded, we will pay after the first sum of money. If he wants to get money, he needs to find the problem from the tax account. The tax has not been implemented. If he pushes for the tax to be implemented, he will offend a lot of people. He doesn't care. He doesn't know how long he can stay there. When he leaves and pays the tax, he won't get any benefits. Ha ha ha. Li Yi laughed out loud as he spoke. The three of them smiled. Yes, what will happen when Zhang Sun Xian goes there? In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian, who was being talked about by the four of them, was just as Li Yi said. He was worried. He lived in the county office. The county magistrate lived in the best courtyard. It was impossible to give it to him. That was a position. He saw the financial account. The account showed that he owed money. The captured officials and businessmen couldn't take out the extra money. Even if they owed the yamen, it was useless to kill them. At present, the yamen couldn't pay their salaries. The yamen couldn't provide food. There was no money to buy it. They ate at the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen outside. The Li family Zhuangzi's chef was teaching the chef of Sinful Immortal Abode how to cook. When the people in the county office were hungry, they went to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want money. The yamen runners and other small officials were now working at the construction site of Drunken Immortal Abode. They were said to be project supervisors. They helped to see if there was something wrong, if it would fall, if people were injured, and so on. They worked hard and were paid by Drunken Immortal Abode. This was considered a salary. Oh, it was more than a salary. Zhangsun Xian came over today. At noon, a villager found him and asked him to work as a supervisor. The salary was 3 times that of the yamen runners. It was quite a lot. Zhangsun Xian was even more depressed. Were they trying to send away beggars? Chapter 427. Inspector Zhangsun, are you going to eat? A bailiff came over to greet Zhangsun Xian. Let's go and eat. Zhangsun Xian helplessly shouted. He came with 4 servants, a concubine, and a rough woman. He couldn't bear to pay for food himself. There were so many mouths to feed. The concubine came to the side, and the others followed behind. The Li family Zhuangzi's tent didn't allow takeout, so they could only eat there. They worked 24 hours a day, mainly to provide food for the construction site. If the commoners were willing to come and drink the free soup, it wasn't a problem. There were more than 10 stoves, and a big pot was constantly burning. Cooking was done in a big pot with a spade. The chefs of Drunken Immortal House were learning bit by bit. Cooking with a special stove wasn't considered a skill. Cooking with a big pot was amazing. There were 100 tables and long stools in the tent area. A few people could sit on a stool. The commoners nearby came over to chat. There were also scholars gathered here, holding books to read. There were many lanterns in the tent area. The scholars whose family conditions weren't very good finally found a place to read at night. It was a little windy tonight. The lanterns swayed, and the wind blew even hotter. It felt like it brought in the heat from other places. Go, add another lantern. The chef cooked a few dishes. When he looked up and saw the lanterns swaying, the brightness was low. He called for the waiter of Drunken Immortal House. The waiter quickly found another lantern, lit a candle, and put it in, hanging it above the heads of the scholars. The scholars looked at each other, then stood up and bowed to the Li family Zhuangzi's people. Hypocritical, using money to buy reputation. Zhangsun Xian, who walked over, happened to see this and muttered. Everyone pretended not to hear, and the villagers ignored him. Why would they care about a minor 5th-rank official? My Dongzhu is a major 3rd-rank official. If you have the ability, then say my Dongzhu's name. If you continue to mock me, I'll impeach you to death. Zhangsun Xian only said one sentence, so he didn't dare to do anything. Seeing that the plates were placed in a sheltered place in the tent, he went over and picked them up. Then, he went to the food boxes placed in the tent to scoop the dishes. He ate a meal at noon. It was delicious, not worse than earthly paradise. There were even dishes that earthly paradise didn't have here. There were tables and stools in the tent. He thought about it and chose to eat outside. It was more stuffy inside the tent. There were always people splashing water outside, so the dust wasn't very big. A commoner came over with a bowl of yellow rice. He nodded and smiled at the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, then went over to get some soup and pickled vegetables to eat. This way, he could save some money. The soup was bone soup with vegetable leaves added. The bones weren't shaved clean, and once they were cooked, the meat would scatter. Zhangsun Xian saw this and pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but the concubine beside him nudged him. He sighed and lowered his head to eat. Actually, he didn't want to come out. It was great to be in the palace, close to Her Majesty. Come out, it's good to change to another county. Why Lantian County? It's poor, the county Yamen is poor. There was a rich Zhuangzi here, but the problem was that there was a third-rank official in Zhuangzi. Jin Ziguang Lu was not just for show. He, the brother-in-law of the empress, was a fourth-rank official. Most importantly, he was both an official and rich. He had just earned 250,000 yuan. How many years would it take for the people of Lantian County to drink this meat soup? How many people would need to drink it for 250,000 taels? The chef over there cooked half a pot of chicken tips. After the chicken tips were processed and the glands were removed, they could eat it without worry. Moreover, there weren't any antibiotics or poisonous things here. He placed 4 plates at the side. The waiter was perceptive and grabbed 4 pairs of chopsticks. He carried the plates over and placed them in front of the 4 scholars. With one look, I can tell that you will be rich in the future. These are freshly cooked chicken tips. Help me try them. If you get first place in the future, we will also benefit from it. The waiter looked like he was asking for help. The 4 scholars revealed grateful expressions and picked up their chopsticks to eat. The waiter scooped soup and scooped a spoonful of rice into the soup. Eating like this wasn't good for the stomach, but it was good for the face. It was just soup. The scholars were indeed grateful. As for the first place the waiter mentioned. In other places, first place was more important. To the Li family Zhuangzi, what was first place? Top 42. The scholars ate the chicken tips. They bit down and oil came out. They quickly chewed twice. The oil couldn't be wasted. The chef scooped out all the chicken tips. There was a lot of oil in the pot. He scooped a spoonful of sauce and stir-fried it a few times. The rich sauce fragrance wafted out. Then, he poured the washed wild vegetables in. As soon as it was cooked, he sprinkled some salt and took it out of the pot. Time to eat, time to eat. Wash your hands first. Guan Xiaotan's voice came. A large group of people who were working over there came here to eat. After eating, they went to rest. There were other people working at night. They had eaten just now and were digesting it now. They couldn't work directly in case they got sick. The workers washed their hands and faces. Guan Xiaotan counted the copper coins there. The work was settled on the same day. He was afraid that some people's families didn't have money and could buy food with the money. If there was a special application for not settling on the same day, he would give an extra 5%. After a month, he would give it to them with silk. When ordinary people bought things, the silk was in a mess, big and small. The Li family's farmstead had never been so generous. It was either copper coins or silk that was tied together when they had accumulated too much. Otherwise, if the cloth was cut into pieces, it would be difficult to make clothes with only a few feet or tens of feet. Guan Xiaotan counted the money and put it in front of everyone one by one, stacking it on the table. No one touched it. After washing their hands, Guan Xiaotan said to wash their hands after touching the money. Otherwise, they would get sick if it touched their mouths. You are Guan Xiaotan? The Li family Zhuangzi's manager here? Zhangsun Xian suddenly asked when Guan Xiaotan was giving out the money. Replying to Inspector Zhangsun, I am Guan Xiaotan. I help Dongzhu do things. Guan Xiaotan answered calmly. Your drunken immortal house, isn't it overstepping the rules? Zhangsun Xian asked. No, it was built according to heavenly earth. If it overstepped the rules, someone would have checked it. Guan Xiaotan explained patiently. Zhangsun Xian, he choked on the soup. How could drunken immortal house compare to heavenly earth? Who didn't know that His Majesty had a share in heavenly earth? On second thought, Zhangsun Xian found that there was nothing wrong. Heavenly Earth was nominally Li Yi's. So he remembered the important thing. Li Yi couldn't be provoked. He lowered his head and ate. Pretend that he didn't say anything. What could he possibly do as a patrol inspector? The officials with a little real power in the county were arrested. The newcomers were no problem. Li Yi and Zhuangzi finished his meal and returned to his courtyard. He sat there thinking. I have to arrange for Zhangsun Xian. What is he suitable for? His job is to be the Minister of Clothing. He is responsible for the clothes of the people in the palace and the furnishings of the tables. He should make furniture. Design some novel furniture. For example, a real leather sofa without springs and a patchwork sofa with a random layout. Or Qiangong step bed. Yes, Qiangong step bed is good. Li thought about how to arrange for Zhangsun Xian and thought of a good thing. A room in a room, a corridor in a corridor, a room in a room, a Qiangong step bed. Li Yi decided to draw a variety of sofas, and then draw a simple Qiangong step bed and describe it. He believed that the palace would also like this thing. He could put it on the carriage. He could also hang curtains outside. If he made a big room similar to the Qiangong step bed, it would be fun. Chapter 428. In Li Yi's eyes, the Qiangong step bed was just for showing off. As for the bad weather in the south and the mosquito nets, it was pure nonsense. It was like buying a big plane to fly around because the distance was far. There was no other way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought a plane. The qian in the Qiangong step bed was a number, and work was a measure. An excellent craftsman could only make one bed in 1,000 working days. Step was not 8. Step meant to raise one's leg. There were steps inside. At Li Yi's time, a good Qiangong step bed was more expensive than 400 square meters in an ordinary second-tier city. It was expensive in terms of wood, but the cost of labor was cheap. That night, Li Yi sent someone to deliver it to Lantian County. The next morning, many people in Lantian County woke up. The first thing they did was to go to the toilet. They knew how to wash their hands. After washing their hands, those who were close to the tent canteen ran there. Amidst the hawking of the newspaper, they ate a free steamed bun, drank 2 bowls of free soup, and had some pickled vegetables. Then, they quickly went to work. They usually ate 2 meals a day and went to work in the fields in the morning. If someone cooked for them at home, the food would be sent to the fields at around 10 o'clock in the morning. After eating, drinking water, resting for a while, the 2 people worked together. If there were children, the children would cook and send the food. Especially girls, they would learn to cook from a young age. Boys would think of ways to send them to school, hoping that they would be successful. Now that there was the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen, those who were close would run over and eat in a hurry. After thanking them, they would go to work. Those who were far away couldn't do anything. The canteen didn't allow takeout. They could only wait for mealtime to come, bring their own staple food and vegetables, and drink the canteen's soup. The people didn't want to take advantage of this, but their lives were really difficult. There was oil in the soup, and pickled vegetables were free. If Li Yi didn't have much money, others would call him stupid. But he was rich. The people of Lantian County all knew that Li Dongzhu sent food to people on the way back from Luoyang. If Li Yi went to Lantian County now, he would see anyone who was not sleepy. He would shout at the top of his lungs, "I am Li Yi from the east bank of Ba River. Someone wants to beat me." That person basically had no chance of surviving. Many people would rush over and beat him up without asking for the reason. They would talk after the fight. Even the county yamen couldn't do anything about it. There were too many commoners involved. Zhangsun Xian also discovered this problem. When she woke up in the morning, she saw many people running to the tent to eat, talking about how good Li Dongzhu was. The county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, 3 registrars, and 2 county lieutenants also brought people over for dinner. There were 3 officials from the Li family Zhuangzi who passed the exam. They heard that Zhangsun Xian didn't respect Dongzhu, so they ignored Zhangsun Xian. As for the other 4 people, they came here through connections. They had background and backing, and they knew who Zhangsun Xian was. He was the brother-in-law of the Empress. But so what? If I didn't make any mistakes, would you dare to frame me? If it was somewhere far away, it would be fine. But this was Lantian County, very close to Chang'an. Do you believe that we will find someone to impeach you? A few days ago, my wife told Empress Wang that she would invite the Empress to the pool here in a few days. Zhangsun Xian came over and said loudly to the concubine beside him. Tell others that I am Empress Wang's brother-in-law. The Empress is really good. Unfortunately, I have only seen her once. The palace is too busy. It's not easy to come out. The concubine knew how to cooperate and quickly said that she had actually seen Empress Wang before, but Empress Wang had never seen her. She was a concubine. When Zhangsun Xian's wife went to see her sister, would she bring her husband's concubine? If Zhangsun Xian didn't work in the palace, he wouldn't have seen Empress Wang. When he saw her in the palace, he didn't have the right to speak unless Empress Wang took the initiative to talk to him. Empress Wang's brother was in charge of food. He was in charge of clothes and furniture. Empress Wang was pregnant and didn't eat from the palace. Only she ran back and forth to bring back food from earthly paradise. It wasn't that Empress Wang didn't trust her brother, but that Empress Wang felt that her brother could be deceived. The 2 of them echoed each other. The others stood up to greet them, giving face to the Empress, even if the Empress wouldn't come. The farmers didn't care. The Empress came in person, so they were respectful. As for you, if you know her, then so be it. My Dongzhu has helped the Empress a lot. On the 15th day of the first month, my Dongzhu specially performed to help the Empress. His Majesty even gave him an official title. What was it at that time? Oh, Imperial Physician, now Jinzi Guanglu Physician. What's there for breakfast this morning? It's so hot in the morning. I want to eat something cold. Zhangsun Xian sat there, looking at the sky. A waiter from Drunken Immortal House came over, replying to Inspector Zhangsun, there are fried dough sticks, donuts, fried cakes, steamed buns, and steamed buns. There are 2 rice porridge, soy milk, tofu pudding, and bone and wild vegetable soup. The side dishes are shredded tofu with dried scallion oil, garlic cucumber, garlic eggplant, and cold watermelon rind. In addition, there are fried eggs, 100 boiled round eggs, salted duck eggs, and salted goose eggs. There are no soup pancakes, no noodles. Zhangsun Xian deliberately looked for trouble. In the past, they were all called soup pancakes. Now, everyone changed it according to the habits of the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu. There were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, fried buns, fried dumplings, rice noodles, cold jelly, liangpi, and so on. Li gave the names according to the habits of his side and divided them very carefully. For example, meat bird's nest and wonton were originally soup pancakes, but Li Yi insisted on separating them. Wonton, and wonton were all the same in Li Yi's eyes. It was just a matter of the fillings and soup. At Li Yi's time, all the seasonings were present, so there wasn't much difference. However, the meat bird's nest was taken out by Li Yi alone. The skin of the meat bird's nest wasn't ordinary wheat flour. It was made with meat and glutinous rice flour, so the overall material was different. Zhangsun Xian felt that she couldn't say the specific name, so she couldn't keep up with the trend. Then, the head chef personally cooked the noodles and stir-fried the sauce in a small pot. He asked, do you want cold zhejiangmian or hot zhejiangmian? Can't it be hot zhejiangmian? Zhangsun Xian insisted on looking for trouble. Yes. The head chef nodded. I want cold. I'll heat it up early this morning. Zhangsun Xian was just saying, she didn't really want to eat hot noodles. Can I use mushrooms to exchange for a large portion of meat noodles? A little girl around 10 years old pulled a 5 or 6-year-old boy to the side and asked. She carried a small basket with many mushrooms in it. Let me see. Ah, such a good mushroom, and it's not poisonous. Are you willing to exchange so many good mushrooms for meat noodles? The head chef personally went over to check the mushrooms. He was relieved that there was no poison, so the child was safe. I'll give it to my brother. Is it enough to exchange for a bowl? The little girl looked at her brother and raised her other hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. I don't know. Xiao Tan, come and see how much these mushrooms are worth. The head chef looked at Guan Xiao Tan with a troubled expression. Guan Xiao Tan trotted over and looked down a few times. 30 coins, at least 6 bowls of meat noodles. 6 bowls. The head chef followed the words and said to the little girl. So much? My parents are sick, and I'm the only one taking care of my brother. Can I buy it back to eat? The little girl was happy and conflicted. Hearing the little girl's words, Guan Xiaoten frowned and turned to look at a businessman. The man ran over as fast as he could. Let me see, let me see. Ah, such good mushrooms, it's better to sell them.